Good morning, good day and good evening. How are you doing, ladies and gentlemen, on this very fine Wednesday? Yes. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. First one in today, none other than Strom. Good to have you, man. Second place we have Vintage, and third we have gamedev. We also have Nemfin here. We have Biamos, welcome in, good to have ya. We have Codinho, nice to see you, man. Chex Party, Wakacha, Conrad, we got a whole gang in here. How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Hope all of you are doing good.
Wednesday.
It is indeed Wednesday, which I know inherently off the top of my head. I never need to double check the days of the week because I am that employed and I have that much of a weekly schedule, I promise. Yes. I think the cursor should have a small animation when you click on something. Maybe. Not something I've thought of. I do have a little particle effect, but we could probably do something with the cursor as well. Maybe shake it a little bit, or make it like one pixel width smaller or something, so it looks like it gets pushed down or something. That's actually a good idea, not something I thought of. It's definitely something we can try. Giga employed, exactly. Is a flex not known the day of the week? Maybe in some regard. I do have some news though. Some of you might already be aware of this, because I've been talking about it on a few places here on Twitch as well as in the Discord, which you can join right here if you haven't. You know, all of the cool guys are part of the Discord. That's where the cool kids hang out. You know, my Discord server is a little bit like in the back of the school bus, you know? Like, it's where the cool kids hang out. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, with that being said, we do have some news. First and foremost, if anyone has missed it, in late October, it's going to be the Steam Scream 4 Fest, which is some type of like horror fest thing on Steam, which Shroud of Gloom will be a part of. So I started thinking and I started speaking to some people, and I realized that we would probably get a whole lot better results from that fest if we actually had something playable, if you know what I mean. So I started thinking, maybe we should try to whip up a quick little demo for the fest. It's not gonna be like, to be very clear, I'm still not joining the next fest. We're not joining no next fest until February, because I want to join the next fest that's the closest to launch. But then instead the plan would be something like, we make a bit of a simpler demo now that we can push out for the next fest. Push out for the Scream Fest. And then in a few months, when we get closer to the actual next fest, maybe we'll do like a big demo update or something. That's kind of what I'm thinking right now. However, that means that we're gonna have a bit of work, because I have approximately like 3-4 weeks to finish this demo and make sure that it is in a stable and playable state. So not only that, but we also need to finish the trailer, because it would be nice to post the trailer at the same time. It would be really good to update the Steam page, because my GIFs and stuff are a little bit outdated. And we also need to prepare like all the social media announcements and shit, and possibly, if I have time, finish the next devlog for YouTube to kind of get some extra traffic towards the demo as well. So from the looks of it, this might end up being a little bit of a stressful month going forward, but I think we should have time, because let's be honest here, the demo, or like the game, basically has the demo content, right? Like, we are currently sitting at like 45 minutes of playtime for a new player, is my guesstimate at least. I haven't had someone new play it for a little bit, but for the last people who played it have gotten somewhere around like 25-30 minutes, but they've done some of the puzzles before, so I would assume it would take like 45 minutes for a new person. Which means that we basically have the content, we just need to slice it up in a neat way, as well as the trailer, which you just saw when the stream started, is basically finished. It's just some small tweaks I'd like to do. And then, if we're gonna do a demo release, I assume that the trailer should say something like play the demo instead of wishlist on Steam. You know, the call to action should probably be to play the demo instead. But like, overall, most of the stuff is kind of done, so it seems fairly realistic. I don't know, let me know what you guys think. What is up, AE? Welcome in, man, good to see ya. Why are you wearing Fingerless gloves? They are compression gloves. I wear them because my hands are fucked up from typing too much. That's the state we're in. And with that being said, we're gonna have an even more stressful month, most likely. Because the thing is that it's like 5 weeks almost. The fest starts the 27th of October, I think. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have like almost 5 weeks. However, we need time to like playtest the demo and so on. So preferably, I need to have a demo build up in like at least a couple of weeks, so that we have like at least a full week of something to playtest it and potentially do some bug fixes and stuff. In a 3D FPS you don't need things like that, but with a 2D FPS it's a must or it will feel too still. Yeah. No, it's definitely something to look into, the cursor animation. I don't know, yeah, it's interesting how... I'm surprised I haven't really thought about that before. I did do something similar in Memento Mania, I think. In Memento Mania I'm fairly certain I made the cursor a little bit smaller when you click on stuff, but I don't know why I never thought about it for this game. Demo time, indeed. Have you put a secret D20 in the game yet, by the way? Ooh, I probably should do some little thing like that as well. That should be fun. Sounds like a solid plan. I think so. Next week is October. Yeah, it is fairly close, Jax. It is fairly close. Like I said, fortunately the fest isn't until the very end of October, because obviously it's gonna, you know, coincide with like Halloween and stuff. So we still have like a fair amount of weeks, but it is close. To be clear though, like, this doesn't have to be the perfect final end-all be-all demo. Like, if this demo isn't 100% perfect, I think that's okay. It needs to be stable, it needs to be polished, but I don't think it has to be the best demo ever, because like I said, we're not joining the next fest. When we're in the next fest, I think we need to make sure that the demo is as good as possible. Mother Sheep with the raid. Speaking of releasing stuff, did you guys know that Mother Sheep is releasing his game Faith in Despair in like a month or something? A little bit more maybe? Faith in Despair. I think it's in November, if I've been keeping track correctly. Yes, the 12th of November, Mother Sheep is releasing Faith in Despair on Steam. So ladies and gentlemen, go and make sure to wishlist this game, follow the game, try demo, all that good stuff, support our fellow developers. Thank you very much for the raid, Mother Sheep. Let me give you a shout out here as well. Go and check it out, people. It's a really cool game. I definitely wanna give this a go. It looks insanely polished. Like, looking at this game, the main thing that like impresses me is like how polished and juicy everything feels. Like, it very much feels like a professional game. Do you know what I mean? Nice little sound effects. And it's a cool idea too, because it's basically a deck builder where instead of just getting your default cards or whatever, like the twist of this game is basically that you kind of customize the cards yourself with like triggers, actions and modifiers. So you get like a base card and you will like modify it. It's really cool stuff. Go and check it out, people. For anyone coming in, if you don't know me, I go by Mad Sherpy, and we are currently working on a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom, and right now I'm trying to plan out to see if we could finish a demo in like a couple of weeks, because we are in the Horror Fest in October. I think that as long as the demo is very close to the quality of the final product, then it's a good idea. Yeah, and I think, because here's the thing. The current version of the game, I'm quite happy with. Like, that's kind of the quality that it will be in the game. So I think it should be fine. Like, I probably won't have time to put too much thought into the exact demo sections and that kind of stuff, but at least it's gonna represent like the quality of the game in a somewhat good way, I think. Button Software, welcome in. Gree looks incredible. It really does, man. Shroud of Gloom is the future goat. Cheers, man. Just noticed that huge bullet looks like it's... What are you on about, Wachacha? Why do you make me uncomfortable on a daily basis? Why does this happen? No. Quiet, Wachacha. Quiet. We wish listening these, let's go, man. Yeah, so I did a little bit of like an October to-do list of potentially the stuff we need to do, which is a fair amount of things. But I think it's possible, at least to get the most important things done. First of all, before we get into it, also make sure, if you haven't, to check out Shroud of Gloom, my game on Steam. Can wishlist it right now. Much appreciated. Don't you try to shame me, Swedish chef? I am by no means a chef. I think you heavily like misunderstand me if you think I'm anything of a chef. That is probably the last thing I am. So, the deadline would be around the 26th of October to have everything sorted out. Because the fest starts on the 27th, and I think it's good to not do things last minute, which is odd for me to say. So the main things we need to do is obviously finish the demo, like that will be the main priority. Here we have even more of a deadline. Technically this is not a deadline to finish the demo, but I need to have a build ready, I think, so that I can schedule the demo a couple of weeks before. Because as far as I understand it on on Steam, the platform itself will start to kind of like push your demo and promote it a bit the first like 2 weeks before releasing. And I think it needs to be up as coming soon for 2 weeks before you can release it. Which means that it doesn't need to be final, but we need to have a build ready so we can schedule it in time for the demo to release, you know, at the start of the fest basically. Would also be nice to finish, schedule the trailer for YouTube, maybe get some traffic from that. Like I said, there's a few small tweaks I'd like to do, and I think the main thing is that I assume we're gonna want to switch the wishlist now text into play the demo now. That seems to make sense. We should probably only have one call to action, and I think if we have a demo release, it should probably be to play the demo. And then of course the demo will have like call to actions to wishlist the game and so on as well. Updated GIFs would be neat as well, that should not take too long. Like this might take, finishing the demo, say we do this in like 2 weeks, spend a couple of days on trailer, spend like 1 day updating the Steam page, that would be like 2.5 weeks. Shouldn't take more than a day to prepare all of the announcements. It feels like this should be done in like 3 weeks. And then potentially I would even have time to finish the next devlog for YouTube and get some extra traffic, how that kinda market the demo a bit as well. Because then we're gonna get some, basically we'll release the demo, we might get some traffic from the fest itself, and then the YouTube video, if that one does well, that might bring, as well as the trailer, those might bring some external traffic to the Steam page, which I think could make it so that we perform even better in the fest. It seems like this is by no means the priority, but I think it would be good if we could make it, because like my last devlog got what, like 12,000 views. Getting like 10,000 extra eyes Now, of course, everyone wouldn't even go to the Steam page, but say that I have 10% conversion. That's still an extra like 1,000 players that might go to the Steam page, which means that Steam is going to see that like, oh, there's more traffic to this game, maybe we should push it higher. You know, I'm kind of guessing here, but it seems like a decent idea. Not the cooking part, but I bet you are off stream, you just yell pork all the time. Or burk, that would be. But that's a wrong that's not the Swedish wakacha. That's like Danish and Norwegian. What are you on about? Captain Onosa, welcome in, man. How you doing? Halloween is just around the corner now, isn't it? It is indeed. Halloween stream, shopping a schoolgirl outfit. That's not gonna happen. I think though, with my beard, if I let out my long hair, put on a beanie and wear these gloves, I think I could dress up as a proper homeless man. But I feel like that could be a little bit insensitive, so we're probably not gonna do it. But I'm just saying that, like, hypothetically, I think I would pull off a really fucking good homeless man at this point. Like, if I just rough up my beard, let my hair out, wear these gloves, it's like halfway there, man. This is the wrong to-do list, I see nothing about marbles on here. Yeah, so that is the other thing that this means. Like, if we're gonna do this, it probably means that we're gonna need to stay in focus mode for a while to make sure that we can get this stuff done. Because it is gonna, like I said, no matter what, it's gonna be a bit of work, but I think it could be worth it. Might be one of the more stressful months so far, but I think it could be worth it. Just wait a few months. Solid mountain man look, yeah. But yeah, like I said, the main thing would be to get the actual demo done. So the question is, what do we need to do to have a playable demo? What's like a good demo emoji? Because this is definitely the most important thing, right? This is what I should spend my time on. Let's do a controller. And then we're gonna do demo checklist. What are the most important things we need to have something as a demo? Well, one thing is that we need to figure out where to cut the game off, if you know what I mean. Like, what parts of the game should be the demo, if you know what I mean. Potentially remove some story/lore stuff if it doesn't make sense for the demo, potentially. We need probably some new ending screen with a call to action to wishlist the game and then go to credits, or have a button to credits, or skip credits. Because normally you would go straight into the credits, but here I think it's more important to end with like a call to action. I think Codra did something similar in his Roadblight demo, which obviously I steal everything from. You want to contain the section of the story ending on a hook showing your basic gameplay loop. Yeah, so that is actually quite important. Like, what should be in the demo? I think, as you're saying, like, we do need to... Question is, story, I'm a little bit uncertain of how much you need to actually show in terms of story. Just the same thing like ending on a hook. It doesn't necessarily need to be a like proper story hook. Like as in like a narrative hook or whatever. It could just be, as long as it feels like it leaves something to be wanted, right? And with some hook thing. Show off the core gameplay. That one I think is pretty much sorted. I do have some horror elements is probably good, and potentially a jump scare at the end, just to set the tone a little bit. Like, because we do need to show off that it isn't just a point-and-click puzzle game, it is also a horror game. Like, both of those. So, like, we need both puzzles and horror elements. Like, both of those need to be shown off, basically. I made a somewhat similar game where the aim was to light every room in a mansion. Oh, that's interesting. The art was very minimalist. Damn, yeah, it sounds quite similar. Yeah, you can light pretty much every room, but it's not like the point of the game. So what, did you have like puzzles to light up the rooms? Is that how that worked? You could also make the demo a prologue. You could do that. The only thing is that makes it more difficult, because a prologue is basically like a prequel kinda thing, a small prequel, isn't it? The only thing that's difficult with that is that would basically mean that I should make custom content for the demo. And as we said, we have about 3 weeks maybe to sort out this demo. So I don't know if I have time to make like any custom content that way. Like, I think we can modify the content we have a bit, but we probably don't have time to make a bunch of new content. Also, we should add a main checklist. After finishing the demo, we need to playtest the demo. That is fairly important as well. If you have the time, then a story about another character that dies in the house. Yeah. Yeah, I think both that and like the prologue thing could, like, that kind of stuff could be good. It's just the time aspect of it that I feel a bit hesitant about. Like, it feels like it easily could end up being quite a bit of work. Something else we would do is potentially like tease the player with other puzzles, but with other full game puzzles, but make sure they can't be solved. Because it would be an issue if there was some puzzle that you could technically brute force that's gonna give you like information that you don't need in the demo. Like, I would rather, in that case I think it's better to just show that, oh look, there is going to be more puzzles and stuff, but then we're just gonna be a little bit naughty and make sure that currently isn't a solution for them. But then also make it, you know, somewhat obvious that you're not gonna need to solve this for the demo. Does that make sense? I wouldn't do credits, just ending with a CTA, then back to title screen. I actually think you're right. I don't think for a demo like this, there's a good reason to. At least we shouldn't automatically go to credits. I think maybe we just keep the credits button in the menu, but then when you finish the game, we just do like a CTA. Potentially at the CTA screen, you could have 3 buttons. One that is to like wishlist the game, 1 to go to the credits, and 1 to go back to the main menu. That could potentially be a way to do it. But yeah, I don't think we should. For this, we probably shouldn't force the player into credits, because the CTA is going to be more important. Could use the same puzzles and places, just a few items missing. Yeah. Like, I would see the ending, like the character dying in the first intro sounds playing on the background, called or slamming in person watching. That could be cool. Once again, it's just the time aspect. Because if we're gonna do like another character dying, this means I'm probably gonna we're gonna start having to make some, potentially some like cutscene stuff. Like there's gonna be a couple days that we lose because of that. We'll see. You want at least a few puzzles you can solve for satisfying gameplay? Yeah, to be clear, we're definitely gonna have, like, I think puzzles has to be in the demo. There needs to be a few puzzles for the player to solve. I just mean like, because I think it's better to leave the other puzzles in the game rather than to deactivate them and make everything look like there's less stuff in the game. But then just make sure that they can't be brute forced, basically. But for the actual demo, we definitely need to have at least a couple of puzzles for the player to do. And also add a hint to the screen with the puzzles you can solve, saying this content is available in the full game. You could do something like that, that is true. So people don't spend ages trying to break your lock, that isn't possible, yeah. I wonder if there's a good way of doing it, but doing it like more diegetically or like in environmentally or whatever. Because the only thing that I'm scared of is like having a text that pops up that this isn't available until the full game. It feels like that could be a little bit immersion breaking. Whereas I think I might actually have a pretty good solution for it. Like I could still have the things, but just make them so that you not only can't you brute force them, but you just like can't really interact with them, but we can still kind of show them off. I think I have some ideas for how we could do it. Color differently, that is a little bit difficult because I have like one color in my game. Unfortunately, we are at a little bit of a disadvantage when it comes to color palettes. Reverse of the yellow paint system, yeah, no, good point. You could probably do something like that. The only issue is that red would be the color that makes the most sense. Like red, you can't do this, but red is also the only other color I have, so there is already stuff in the game that is red. So getting that, like, I don't know if it's good to get it into the player heads that red stuff shouldn't be interacted with, because sometimes it should, even in the demo. Like places of interest on the map are colored red, for example. And that might make the player think that they shouldn't interact with those, which could be an issue. We also have one thing that probably is the priority here, which is to figure out how to structure the demo in Unity. I know, for example, Jin told me that we could make like a new scene, but that almost means that I'm gonna have to start doing a bit of custom content or something. I mean, I just have to duplicate the one I have and modify it. Otherwise, what some people do is just make an entirely new project or a new branch, but that also seems a little bit bad, because the issue with that is that if I do any bug fixes or polish specifically for the demo, I would then have to redo it in the full game, as well as vice versa, which that seems like an annoyance. So what I'm kind of thinking is potentially doing some conditional compilation, you know, as in some like if demo type thing, or just have a demo flag. The only issue with having the demo flag, which would basically mean that like, oh, if you click on this door, normally you would just go to that room, but if demo, go to the call to action and end it, you know, or like, if demo, this thing shouldn't be interacted with. The only problem I could see with this, I don't know if there might be a potential issue where someone could kind of hack the demo, manage to just flip this bool, and basically get the full game. That's kind of where I see conditional compilation as potentially a better idea. Because this, I don't think, like, this doesn't technically even need a flag. Like, which is unless you can, is it possible for people to mess with the, no, because this happens in compilation. So you shouldn't be able, this seems like it would probably be a little bit more work to like get this working, or it's slightly more complex than just having a flag. But I think it would be a lot safer or whatever. You can get stuff from one branch to another, although Unity content is not very good for that, if I recall right, or if I recall correctly. Okay. I have an is demo flag, it saves me a lot of headache. Yeah, I feel like at least having it in like the same project seems like it would save a lot of time and confusion. The full game isn't finished yet, is it? It is not. However, we currently have, I would estimate, around like 45 minutes. I would say that the current content is around 45 minutes. And I am going to assume that we should aim for a demo to be like around 15 minutes. Which means that basically a hacked demo would unlock like quite a bit of extra content that I might not want to show people yet. It's still not gonna be everything, because like the plan for the full game is to, you know, get something around 2 hours. Easily hackable. If people want to hack your game, that at least show interest. I do suppose that is true, but question is if I want that to happen. That's why I feel like conditional compilation could work pretty good, because I technically don't even need a flag for that. Like, in that case, we can just do something like, you know, if demo, then make this shit uninteractable or destroy it immediately. You know, we can do some shit like that. What is up, Bit Gamey? Welcome in, man. Hope you're doing well. How's it going? Going quite well. Trying to plan out a potential demo for the fest we're in October. Slightly stressful because we would only have a few weeks, but I think it is possible to maybe sort something out. Going back into photos, be back later. No worries, coding. Thank you very much for lurking. Appreciate ya. So yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel like conditional compilation maybe is the way to go. Wait, the game dev can be stressful. I'm out. Yeah, good point. Good point. Yeah, because this, I don't know if you could like hack conditional compilation in the same way, whereas if we just use like a boolean flag of sorts, I think it's way easier for someone to, I don't know what the fuck you do, like decompile the game and flip this bool or something, and then basically unlock all the content. I think so. If someone knows more about this, let me know, but I assume that conditional compilation would be quite a bit harder to get around. Because I think, couldn't I use conditional compilation to even like destroy a bunch of rooms in like Awake and basically make it so that this, even if you would glitch the game somehow and get access into a room you shouldn't be in, then, like, you know, basically you're not gonna be able to get to the room anyway. Or like, if we're in this demo, just fucking make this door unlockable. Yes. If you have to destroy things in a wait, you can probably hack that too by not calling things in a wait. Then the question becomes how much else of the game are you gonna mess up by that? Because obviously I do a lot of stuff in a wait. But good point, that should probably be the case. I don't know what like the options we have are. Like those were the ones I thought of. Like separate scene, separate project, or basically it would be a duplicated scene, a duplicated project, a is bool flag, or conditional compilation. Those are like the immediate strategies I can think of. If content is in the build, it is reachable, is what I think. You would have to completely exclude something from a build. But that's why I wonder if I can still use conditional compilation to do that. Like, well, I would have to do the reverse though, which is a bit annoying, wouldn't I? Like, could I make it, rather than destroying in a wait, could I make it destroy stuff while compiling? Is that possible? Because otherwise what I would do is that I would basically wrap everything inside of a if not demo and make sure that that doesn't compile if we are in the demo. Because then, if it doesn't compile, it's not in the build, right? But that requires a lot more work compared to just like... It's easier to make specific things happen in the demo than it is to make stuff happen while not in demo. Does that make sense? I know that's a little bit of a weird weird sentence, but I think you understand what I mean. What is up, Phytone? Welcome in. How have you been? Good to have ya. Hope you're doing well. Okay, I'm gonna... Let's see what ChatGPT, our AI overlord, has to say about this. In Unity, what are some different ways of, I don't know, making a demo for your game? The ones I can think of are duplicating the project and having a separate project for the demo, duplicating the scene and having a separate scene for the demo, or what did I say? Using a is demo flag, is demo boolean variable. Is a flag just a bool variable? Is that flag programming? What is the definition of a flag? Is a variable or bit that acts as a signal to indicate a specific condition, state, or control a program's behavior. Flags are typically boolean, true, false, but can also store other values, and they are used in conditional statements. Okay, so basically 90% of the time it would be just a bool for something to describe some form of state. What is up, Jin? How you doing? In my case, it's just a boolean. Yeah, I feel like that's the easy way to do it. Or using conditional compilation, as in like hashtag if demo. Can you think of other common ways to structure a demo, and what are the pros and cons? In my case, it's duplicated scene with demo prefix. I put those in the build for the demo, and the regular ones are for the regular build. Yeah, we should do that. The only issue I see with that one is that it should also... The nice thing about having a Boolean or conditional compilation is that we can always work on the same stuff, and it will always affect both the demo and the full game. Because if we do that, the only issue is that if I do some nice change for the demo and I go like, oh wait, this is gonna be nice to have in the full game, now I kinda have to redo that change for the full game as well. Whereas if we add something like this, that happens automatically. Like if I fix something for the demo, we fix it for the full game. If we fix it for the full game, we fix it for the demo. Like that's the only advantage that I see from doing this compared to doing these. Duplicating the project or duplicating the scene. But then the issue is that, as we said, like just a is demo boolean variable seems way easier to hack, because doing a separate scene and just not having the other scene be in the game is basically means, yeah, it won't be in the build, which means that people can't access it, right? So from that like security standpoint, it would be better to do a separate scene. Exactly, and so the demo is always up to date. Yeah, so if we ever want to update the demo after working on the full game, we basically just flip the flag or enable the conditional compilation and do a new demo build. Like, it feels like long term this is a easier way to work on a demo and the full game. This feels like it could be... This seems easier for the demo while making the demo and for the security of the demo. Security as in like not being able to hack the full game. But long term, it seems like this could cause a bit of headache. What is up, Choo Bob? Welcome in, man. How you doing? Okay, so let's see. Here are some more common patterns. Pattern themes used for Unity demos. Quick pros and cons for each, including the ones you mentioned. Okay. Separate project, hard fork. Copy the repo and strip content. Pros, safe against content leaks. Tiny build, easy to hand off. Tiny build doesn't matter, because, let's be honest here, my full game is like 250 megabytes. Like, I'm not gonna have an issue with the demo being too big. You can break things freely. Cons, highest maintenance. Bug fixes diverge, save telemetry duplication, merging is a pain. Yeah. Separate branch from the same project. Easier merges than a hard fork, simple mental model, clean difference, still branch drift, conflicts around shared assets, requires discipline for backports. It seems like these become a bit annoying. Scene seems better. I would say that duplicating the scene seems better than this. That's also why I went with different scenes, because I remember reading Balatro had its demo cracked and full game was unlocked. Because the dev went with a boolean check as well. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm scared of. And that's why it feels like you could do something where conditional compilation could make it a bit more safe. Demo main scene with blocked doors, shorter routes, etc. Very fast to produce, predictable QA scope, content drifts between scenes, bug fixes must be repeated. Not necessarily. If the bug fix is straight through code, it should still be fine. Just that, you know, it would still be the same code in both, if you know what I mean. So it's only if it's a bug fix that has to do with like the content or whatever, rather than the code or the prefabs. Risk of hidden references to full content. Build time scripting symbols if demo. Global or per assembly definition symbols to exclude code or features. Zero runtime overhead keeps unwanted code out of the binary, good for platform/store toggles. Cons, can fragment code paths, easy to overuse, still need to handle assets. Okay, is demo. One binary, quick iteration, easy QA, flip a switch. Cons, all content ships in the demo unless you also gate assets. Data mining /leaks, must be careful with menu paths. Yeah, just then Yeah. This is basically what I'm a little bit scared of when it comes to having a Boolean variable. Addressable catalog variants, profiles. I don't know what this is. Build a demo addressables catalog containing only demo groups and a full catalog for the real game. Strong asset level control, small download, same codebase, easy CI automation, don't know what that is. Requires addressable discipline, cross-references, can accidentally pull full content. This seems complex and I don't understand it. Asset bundle only. Ship core app plus a minimal demo bundle set, full game ships more bundles. Feature pattern via UPM packages. Okay, I think I'm too dumb for a lot of these. Scene list equals the gate. Demo build settings include only a subset of scenes and maybe special bootstrap. Trivial setup now, blah blah blah. If a demo scene references full assets, they get pulled in, can still bloat size. Wrap a scene blocker. Load normal levels additively, but inject demo only blockers, doors, timers and PCs. From a wrap a scene. Careful additive load flow. Don't fully understand that one either. Time-based? Nah. That I don't think I would like to do a time-based demo. Do you I could use some help? I'm new to Unity and have zero coding experience. I'm trying to make a historical game using topographic maps to create accurate terrain. How do I get it to read the reference map correctly? Are you doing it in 2D or 3D? Okay. Topographic is like this stuff. So basically so that you can see like the heights and stuff on the map. To create accurate terrain. I'm gonna be honest, I've been coding for like 2 years or something, self-taught, and I have no fucking clue. I wish I could help you, but this seems more complex than the stuff I have worked on so far. That would be my honest answer. Potentially someone else in chat maybe has a better answer for you. But I would only provide guesses, and I don't know if that's... that might be unhelpful. It might do more harm than good. When you say historical game, what kind of genre? Because I guess historical is kind of the theme of the game. Like, what genres are you in? Is it like some strategy game of sorts? Why are you worried about it exactly if people can unlock the full game version from the demo? Just like people pirating your game, basically. You can't really avoid that either. No, but the difference is that I could avoid it now. I could avoid leaking the game and leaking spoilers or content like 6 months before the release. Whereas like when I ship the game, of course like people are gonna fucking hack the game or start pirating it or something. But at that point at least the game is out. So I feel like there is a bit of a difference there in my opinion. I don't know if that makes sense, but like it feels like it would do more harm to have a big leak of content now compared to when the game already is out and people might already have access to it anyway. Because spoiling something big in the game now could even hurt the sales later on, where maybe people are less interested in playing the game because they've already had it spoiled by some. Now, of course, my game has like 500 wishlists, and if someone leaked it right now, it's not like that would be like huge news. It wouldn't be like a fucking Hollow Knight Silksong leak or something, let's be honest. But, you know, it's the... I guess it's the more so the thought that matters, whether it is practically a big problem or not. I would maybe turn those topographic maps into gradient maps and use them as a height map. That sounds clever. That made sense? Okay, a lot of these are like above my head. I don't know, maybe fuck it. Maybe we should listen to Jin. Maybe doing a separate scene isn't that bad, because if I do bug fixes, or if I do bug fixes to prefabs or scripts, then that will still end up in the full game as well. The only annoying thing is that when I start making more content or redesigning rooms, that's not even an issue as long as the rooms are prefabs too. If I make all my rooms prefabs, which they probably should be anyway, then I could actually have them update correctly. Which means I could get the new content fairly easily. Like, I feel like a separate scene, but with a lot of the same prefabs and stuff, and just doing like prefab overrides in the demo, seems like it might be the best of both worlds. It means that we can still get bug fixes and content additions to apply for both the demo and the full game, as well as bug fixes in code, but we can also make sure that the full game content can be like fully deleted from the demo build. It will still be kind of gutting to spend so long working on the game you're so passionate about and it gets cracked and leaked immediately, yeah. Separate scene sounds good actually, then you have the demo route, it doesn't intervene with the full game, yeah. I think if we do duplicate the scene, but then we use a lot of prefabs and the same scripts for stuff, it feels like that's gonna give us the best of both worlds. So I think maybe we're gonna do that. I think now I'm leaning more towards having a separate scene. It could kind of give me the ease, as long as we structure everything correctly with prefabs and stuff, of not having to do twice the amount of work. But we also get the like 100% guaranteed safety of people not being able to crack the full game. Or semi-full game, half game. More than the demo, yeah. Okay, I think we're gonna do it. I think we're gonna do it. Fuck it, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to work. So I think the call to action is gonna be a separate scene as well. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I am slightly nervous. I'm gonna be honest, I am slightly nervous. Oh fuck, there's a big thing we're gonna need to do as well. There is a big thing we need to do. Which is to finish the damn tutorial. If we're gonna put out a demo, because I think my current tutorial after we switched the intro place is a little bit messy. So we cannot publish a demo without a proper tutorial. That is going to be fairly easily. Or, yeah, whatever. Tom waits for the game to load. There we go. So then... Well, the question is, how do... Oh, you know what? We can actually use a Boolean flag to, when you click on the start button, to figure out what to do. Like, if demo, load this scene. If not demo, load a normal scene. However, since we don't add the normal scene to the build, even if they would hack that bool and be able to flip it, they won't actually be able, like the scene won't exist. So most likely we're gonna get some like error or something, or like a crash, I don't fucking know. But like if you try to break the game and the game crashes, that's kind of on you. Right? So we can use the bool to easily change where the start button will take you. But then we just don't include the scene for the demo. That's kind of what I'm thinking. And I don't know if we maybe should even add a little wishlist button in here. Okay. So we're gonna rename this into demo test. Gonna have to do a new feedback form for it as well. I think I'm gonna do two. We're gonna do one for the demo test, and then I think it's still good to have an option for feedback in like the actual demo as well, but just have it be a little bit simpler. Just to be very clear, I think it's a mistake to view a demo as playtesting, because a demo isn't playtesting. So we're gonna make one build for playtesting with a specific feedback form, and then another build for the actual release demo with its own feedback form. That's a bit simpler, just like, oh, did you find any bugs? Or like, what did you think about this, basically. Okay. So this is my game. So I think we should start off making sure that we have the... I need to make every room into a prefab. New rooms. These are no longer new rooms. So let's create a new... create a new folder, call this Legacy. Here we're gonna go boom. Basically all of this. All of that are legacy stuff. Then we're gonna turn all of these, every single one is going to become a prefab. I think that's gonna make my life easier. All my UI elements. Let's make this into prefab 2. Make this into a prefab. Make this into a prefab. Do I even use this? I don't think I do. I think that is old stuff. Fuck it, maybe I just make my entire UI canvas into a prefab. The thing is that it's more annoying working with prefabs. It would probably be good. I think I'm gonna skip the save system for the demo. Because it's gonna be so short anyway. And it's gonna add a lot more work to get the demo or the save system fully working. What's up, Lupo? How you doing? I used Proton VPN before. They are good. Do they pay you well? Well, I have a affiliate partnership with Proton, which basically means that I get a share of any sales. If that makes sense. So how much I get paid is basically how many I convert, if that makes sense. Or it depends on how many I can convert. Okay, I think to be safe the entire UI canvas, we're gonna turn you into a prefab too. We don't need to turn the game canvas into prefab though. But we should probably make my timeline manager, let's make you into prefab. Background? Nah. Easy save manager. To be fair, we could probably just remove that one. Nah, let's make you a prefab. Well, why are we loading so much? Don't crash, please. Please don't crash. It would mean a lot to me. Unity, what are we doing? Should we do a prediction whether Unity crashes or not? We should be fine. It's actually very rare for me that Unity crashes. So I think we're good. We're just gonna... my computer is going up in... there we go. High fucking speedy. I hear my fans going crazy, but it did work. We're fine. Let's make sure to save. Let's do a lot of GitHub stuff here as well. Did I forget to push last time? No, I think all of this is from now. Prefabs. Sure, that's what I'm gonna call this. I'm gonna call this prefabs. Push this. Okay. So this, I think, is basically ready to be duplicated. So let's do that. Projects, scenes, game. Oh, do I need to copy paste? Is there not a duplication thing here? Copy paste. There we go. Game 1. We are going to rename you into... Fuck it, let's just call this demo. That's what we're gonna do. No more game though, right? We still have game though, it's not enabled now. Since I basically have... I mentioned this before, since... From what it looks like right now, I have like 3 weeks to finish this demo as well as the trailer and everything around it. So unfortunately that means we are probably gonna stay in focus mode for a little while going forward. But we'll go back to it as per usual in a couple of weeks when all of this stuff is over. Riots. Better off without it if it interferes with your focus. Yeah, just I'm a little bit afraid. Like normally I don't mind it. But now, since this could actually have a big impact on how well my game performs, I think it's fairly important that we do try to get some work done. Okay, so we have a demo scene. There is another one I want to do, as I mentioned. How is that Sustrom? What are you on about? What are you on about? I think I'm gonna do a separate scene for the demo end as well. I am going to duplicate the credits. Why do I have a menu folder here? Global volume? Sure, whatever you say. Let's clean this up a little bit. Let's do a legacy folder. Game old, room 2, test. Let's put you in here. Let's see, initialization, splash screen, main menu. On the main menu you can go to the game or to the credits, or now you can go to the demo or to the demo ending is what we're gonna call this. Credits controller.
Hey, Chirpy, focus.
I'm mad focused. Fade out song. Shit, I don't remember how I decided what song to play. But we will figure that out. Localized titles. Retry localization. Okay, we're not gonna need that. Let's copy this stuff. And then we're gonna remove the credits controller. Oh shit, is this a prefab? It is. Okay. Prefab. Fuck it. Can I unpack you completely? Should be able to. Let's do that. Prefab, unpack completely. Okay. So end of credits. Oh yeah, for a while I was thinking about having a room in the background. But I'm gonna delete you. I'm gonna delete you. We are going to keep the background. Gonna rename this into demo ending canvas. Let's see. But let's get rid of that one. Might just steal the game logo from here though. Oh shit, that's old. Oh, I don't use that like end of credit scene anymore. Right. I have too much old stuff in this game is what I'm realizing. This is the one we want. We can put you here. Anything else I want? Don't want you. Don't want the credits. We don't want the credits controller. So we're gonna do a demo ending controller. Controller? Fuck it, that's what you're gonna be called. Whoops. Did that work? It did. Wait, can you guys not hear the effects? I can hear them.
Flawless.
No, they should work. They should work. It was just delayed a bit. Yeah, it might be partly stream delay that causes it. Actually, how long is the stream delay? Oh wait, it's probably really easy for you guys to check. Strom or someone, if you type a message, how many seconds does it take for you to see the message pop up above me? I think that's the easiest way to check the stream delay. Yeah, because it's immediate for me. 2, 3, okay, that's good. I think that is what the delay should be. It should be around like a couple of seconds. Sometimes it can get longer on Twitch, sometimes you just need a little refresh to reset it, but I have like the short or the low latency mode or whatever on, so it should be fairly low.
Souxy Duck challenges the community to a marble race.
Fuck it, let's do it. So in that case, let's snooze the ad. We might keep the marble races in here, because these are quite short anyway, so it's not a big problem. Worst case, we might just make the cooldown longer, or set amount of times per day. We'll see. Souxy Duck, as the Redeemer, which map do you want? The Descent? Let's do it. 5, 10? Yeah, let's do that. Let's do 5 by default, 10 for subscribers. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to join the little marble race, then type !join in the chat. And as the new tradition is, we shall also do a little prediction. Let's do it. This time the prediction will be, since Saxidat is the challenger, the prediction is, will Saxidat win? 2 minutes to vote. Cast your vote, people. Let's gamble some points. Do you wanna remain a bit safe? Are you a non-believer, thinking he's not gonna win, or do you go high risk, high reward, thinking he will win? That is the question. Look at all these beautiful marbles. Fuck it, let's get myself in here as well. Why not? Wish I could bet my points. Yeah, it's annoying, man. In Sweden, you legitimately have to boot up a VPN to be able to bet channel points. So far, we are sitting at 2,500 points, thinking Saxidat will not win. Which means that if anyone bets that he will win, even I think even 1 point, you will get all of it. Unless more people think he's gonna win, because then it would be a split depending on who bet the most. Fucking hell, look at that, it's actually 50-50. 2,500 points, both on yes and no. Another 2.5k on him not winning. We have some gambles on, ladies and gentlemen. About 30 seconds left if you want to predict whether you think the challenger Saxidat will win the race or not. It's time for you kids to gamble a little bit. See if you can up your channel points. I wonder if someone bets 0 points, can they still win? Can they still win channel points even though they can't bet them? Okay, the vote is over. Yeah, I think it was about 2.5k on Saxidat winning, and about 5k on him not winning. I don't think you can win with 0. Yeah, it would make sense, but I'm actually unsure, because if no one else bets, will Twitch just remove those channel points from existence? I don't remember whether 0 times anything is still 0. Yeah, if that is what the calculation is. Now, I don't know. Like, if no one else bet anything, maybe that's like an exception where they're like, fuck it, let's give them the points. I don't know. Is your points versus the points of people that bet against you? Okay, we're gonna be starting the race in about 10 seconds, so ladies and gentlemen, if you want some marbles, this is your last chance to type !join in the chat. Here we go. One, go! Let's see who gets through the Plinko first. Strom taking a pretty good line. Oh, but so is Saxidat. I see at least 3 Saxidats getting through early here. However, this is the descent, which is a map where things can turn around quickly. So although Saxidat is first right now, a few people are gonna catch up here through the gates, and we also have the flipper, which can quickly turn things around. Strom, Wakacha, myself and Jin first through the flipper. Gonna snooze this ad, ladies and gentlemen. But here we have what is called the second starting line, because almost every marble is going to catch up here before we get through the Arcanoid. See, I see at least a handful of Saxidats here, so it is possible. But he is not going first into the Plinko here. So question is, does he have a chance of catching up? Mothership racing through the Plinko. Mothership and myself first into the last spinners here. We both make it in, and Mothership steals it just in the last second and gets the #1 spot. Myself second place, The double Wakacha, 3 and 4. Myself 5th. Jin, Strom, Wakacha, Strom, and myself. Sachidak did not even end up in the top 10. That is unfortunate. At least one Sachidak getting into the goal here. Do we have... Oh no, we do have a few. We do have a few. Now the next question is, who is last? Ooh, we have a Jin. Oh no, never mind. Mothership. There's a Mothership marble still stuck in the flipper. Having a bit of issues getting through that one. No one has gotten disqualified so far, I think. Let's see, we have the slow Jin is catching up, getting through the last spinners here. What is Mothership doing? Is he still in the flipper? Oh my, he got caught up in the gate again. Oh, but now he gets through the flipper. So at least he will be able to finish. That is a bit unfortunate. He's quite far behind the other marbles. To be fair though, we did have other marbles, so... Oh god, he's even struggling through the swooshes here. How does he do in the Arcanoid though? Not that good. This is the unlucky marble of the day. Oh, that was a pretty nice line, but apparently decided to climb all the way up again. Oh damn, he is actually getting stopped at like every single thing that he could be stopped at. Yeah, Mothership is trying to climb back up, it did seem like it. But he ends up finishing still. And that is the end of the marble race. So, for anyone who was a non-believer, which was 3 people, you will split the points of the believers. With that, we are going to complete the prediction. Will Sachidak win? Nah was the correct answer. Enjoy your channel points, ladies and gentlemen. The speed on the first spinner, yeah, that one is pretty quick. If you have like hundreds of marbles, this one can actually knock you outside of the map and get you disqualified. But it's also a little bit fun. It's a little bit fun. First and last, very true, very true. You are both first and last on both of the extremes, eh? GG, people. Let's get back to work. Credits controller, we don't want you, but we want our new demo ending controller. We are going to paste this stuff in, because we're gonna reuse all of that. It seems like IntelliSense is broken. Who could have seen that one coming? It's not like that has ever happened before, has it? Irony, if anyone couldn't tell. It's like every time I compile something, make a new script or whatever, every single time IntelliSense crashes. I mean, the good thing is that all it requires is a very quick restart and you're basically done. So that's nice. Demo name localized titles does not exist. Oh, do I still have that function here? Yeah. Turn to main menu, we're gonna need that. We are going to need a button to go on wishlist. Possibly a button to go to credits. Maybe. I think we might add a go to credits button. We're not gonna force it, but we might add the option to go there. Load scene credits. Oh, is this where I set up the... Yeah, we need to add more scenes here. So we want the demo scene and we want the demo ending. We do have some ads coming up in about 1 minute. Appreciate your patience. I'm gonna go and quickly get some more coffee during the break, but I shall be back in just a minute or so. Okay, is there not something else I need to do? Yeah, private string. So this is the name of the scene, so I only have one place I need to change that. So we're gonna add the demo scene and we're going to add the demo ending scene. In the load scene switch chase, we need to add new ones. So we're gonna have a chase load scene event dot scene demo, which is going to say new scene is equal to demo scene, and then we're gonna break, and we're gonna have a chase load scene event scene demo ending. We're gonna say that the new scene is equal to demo ending scene, and then we're going to break. Okay, ads are running. Let me take a quick break here and just get some more coffee, and I'll be back in just like half a minute. Appreciate your patience. Omni Digital Tech with the raid. Sorry for the bad timing there, I was just getting some coffee. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. Mellified, nice to have you. Omni, good to see you, mate. How have you been? Do I have a custom shoutout? I think you have a custom shoutout. Do I? Okay, otherwise I shall sort that out. Big shout out to the one and only Omni Digital Tech, yet another game developer here on twitch.tv. Go and check him out if you haven't. For anyone coming in, if you don't know me, I go by Mad Chirpy, and we are working on a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom, which is going to be part of the Steam Scream 4 Fest in October. So currently the plan is to try and sort out a little demo, which is kind of nerve-wracking at the same time. It's also kind of exciting. But yeah, it will be the first playable thing I publish from this game since the Game Jam, basically, which is kind of mad. But yeah, if you want to get a better idea of what my game is like, then here's a little teaser for you. There we have it. Game is available on Steam for wishlist, so, you know, if you want to be notified when the demo releases, go and click that little wishlist button. Appreciate ya. Super excited to play this for Next Fest. So, to be clear though, I'm not joining the Next Fest now in October. I'm in the Horror Fest at the end of October though. I think it starts the 27th, so that's kind of when I want to publish the demo. The plan is still to join the Next Fest in February, where we will shortly thereafter have the full release. That's the plan at the very least. So yeah, exciting stuff. But I think, from what I understand, I think it's best to join the Next Fest. That's the closest to the release, so you kind of get that like momentum towards the release. So that's currently the plan. And also, to be honest, I didn't even have time to apply for the Next Fest because I didn't think I was gonna be making a demo. I decided like yesterday to make a demo, and I have 3 weeks to do so. So it's gonna be a little bit of a stressful time, but we do have all of the content. We just need to slice it up correctly. So I don't think it should be too bad. I think it should be fine. Did I not call that the demo ending scene? Oh, demo ending scene. There we go. So I'm trying to sort out the end of the demo here with some little, instead of going to the credits, I think we're gonna have like a separate ending that gives like a call to action to wishlist the game or something. Did you do something like that, Omni, for your game? Did you have like a demo ending? I can't remember. For anyone who doesn't know, Omni actually semi-recently published his demo for his game Psychasso, which we did play this on stream. It's a really cool game where you basically play as a serial killer who creates paintings with their victims' blood. A little bit gory, but you know, it's a really cool game, so go and check it out if you haven't, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. What are we doing? Fade, blah blah blah. That should be fine. Load a new scene. I don't think I need any more than that. I wonder where I set up the songs for the different scenes. I actually can't remember. Oh well, we'll sort that out when we get to it. Demo ending controller, because there were no play song. Oh, in the audio library. I see. Songs and ambiences. You know what? I think we're gonna do the credit song anyway, so we actually don't need to do anything. We can keep this the same way. Ooh, unless you go to credits though, that's gonna be a bit weird. Because then it's not gonna be timed correctly. So maybe we don't do a credits button here. I think we're just gonna put the credits button in the main menu. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Now, demo is just live forever. We've been using it as a public testing for the early access to throw out some of the deeper bugs not found by testers. Gotcha. I wonder, what did the code red do? Because I remember he had like a... Like each time you want to run in this game, you got like a type of demo ending with some call to action. Let's check that out. For anyone who doesn't know, we do have some YouTube channels to check out if you're interested. Let's see, I think, didn't I make a video on my second channel when I played his game? I think I did. Yet another raid, back-to-back raids. What is up, Smalls the Kobold? Welcome in, man. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. What have you been up to? Anything you want to share, anything you want to show, let me know. That goes for you as well, Omni, if there's anything else on the Steam page you want to share. Big shout out to Smalls the Kobold, yet another developer on Twitch.tv. Go and check him out if you haven't. Frostern, welcome in. Good to see you, man. We are currently working on the demo for the game. Very impulsively, I decided yesterday that we're gonna make a demo for the Horror Fest in October. So yeah, we got about like 3 weeks or something to make a fully polished and stable demo. It's going to be a little bit stressful, but I think we should be able to do it. Put a little task thing on here today, maybe. Let's do it. How you doing, Smalls? I saw in the raid in previous stream that you had just finished showing off your trailer, and I thought it'd be funny to raid in to make you show it again. You know what? Fuck it. Do you guys want to see the teaser again? Let's do it. Here's a teaser for my game, in case anyone hasn't seen it. There we have it. Game is available on Steam for wishlists. Make sure to click the little wishlist button if you want to be notified when the demo releases. Omni says, we did think about making it available for a limited time, but it's so useful for gathering info. Yeah, I don't think there's a... I've seen some arguments for making the... like, getting rid of the demo when you release the full game. But otherwise, I don't think there's much of a reason to do it, I imagine. As long as you have a decent demo, I think it can only do you good. At the very least before release. But also, what the fuck do I know, so take everything I say with a grain of salt. If you mean the end of the demo, yes, we limit plays to 3 game days. Then after that, the credits roll and you get asked to wishlist. Yeah, that was what I meant. So, do you do the wishlist call to action after the credits? Is that how you do it? Did I arrive right after raid? You did indeed, Frosten. You did indeed. I do also have a streamable link showcasing the new UI I've been working on. Send it, man. Let me see. Let me see. Finish at the top of the credits. Okay, nice. Okay, I just want to double check what Code Red did in his game. Let's see. I think you only showed once you completed a run, which I should have done at the end, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. What did he do here? Demo, thank you for playing. Find out how to be randomly selected for the full game playtests. I could do something where... You know what we could have done? We could have added links to apply to be a playtester or a localizer at the end. That is something we could do. Something to think about. Add to wishlists. That is the most important button. And then continue journey, in our case, I guess we just go back to main menu. But possibly having something where you can apply to playtest or localize the game could be pretty nice to have. Okay, let's check this out. Is there audio? So this is Kobold's game. He said he's been working on some new UI. Oh, dude, I love this, like, diegetic book. Ooh, okay. That looks very smooth. Oof, headshot. Yeah, I like that you do a lot of little animations and stuff. Like the UI isn't just static, it doesn't just appear, like it slides in. Like those small little details do so much. Same thing there, you kinda scroll it to the next scene or whatever, rather than just like immediately go in there. I think that stuff adds a lot of value. Yeah, even here, this stuff kinda slides in from the left. Slides away when you click on it. Oh, when you scroll down the map, I didn't notice that at first. That's a nice little detail too. Did all the flags land individually as well? Is that what happened? Yeah, look at that. That's a nice little detail. Those kind of bump out when you click on them. This one slides in. Yeah. As far as I know, it looks like you are doing a lot of stuff correctly. It looks really smooth, man. Good shit. Good shit, man. How is it? Do you have a Steam page, Smalls? I don't remember. Do you have a Steam page for your game? Not yet, it's on the to-do list. Okay, gotcha. Make sure to let me know as soon as you get it up, so I can put it on the wish list. If you like the diegetic book, you'll be happy to know that the entire level select board is entirely in-world. Oh, let's go, man. Yeah, I'm a big fan of diegetic UI. I try to have as much as possible of it in my game as well. So like, in the actual game, like my map and all of that stuff is fully diegetic. I try to do as much stuff as possible diegetic, just because it, especially for something like this where I feel like immersion is very important, I feel like it does add a lot of value. So, if we start the game, I can show this off quickly. So, basically the flashlight, you could argue, is diegetic. Like, obviously you see the hand holding the flashlight. You can click on the flashlight to turn it on and off. There is also like key bindings and stuff. Map is very similar. Like, it's actually the player holding the map, and it does update as you go on. And if you get to like new floors and stuff, to switch map, I also use diegetic UI, where you can go up and down, just clicking on the map you're holding behind you, or whatever. The inventory is like semi-diegetic. Like, I suppose you could argue that this button is a bit diegetic, but then the actual visualization of the items you have isn't really diegetic, because I'm not gonna do with the forest inventory. That is fucking mad. That's where I I leave it. Inspectable objects, also try to do those diegetic. So books and journals and all of that kind of stuff. I don't know. I like diegetic UI. I think it's cool. Let me get you a clip of that. Do it! Gaz, welcome in. Omni raid, probably ages ago. You leave for 5 minutes and he vanishes. No worries. Welcome in, man. Hope you're doing good. Okay, let's check this out. What did you say? This was the level selection, I think. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, that is actually this is a thing in the world too. That is really nice. I do like that. Good shit, man. It looks great. How long have you been working on your game, Smalls? Okay, what do we do here? The most important things is obviously the, let's see here, demo ending stuff. Well, I do think we should have the logo of the game. I think it's very important to have a CTA and a wishlist button. I think these are the most important things. Potentially to have some kind of like, you know, thank you for playing thing. And potentially links to apply for localization / playtesting. That's a maybe, but it could be a good way to get some more people for that stuff. Which, if anyone is interested, you can find links below the stream in the Shroud of Gloom section. Other than that, we obviously need a button to return to the menu. This is kind of the things I feel like should be in there. Or could be in there. Let me know if you guys think of anything else, or if you think there's something of this that's not good to have here. Started in March? Damn. When started after the release of Block Shop? That is not too shabby, man. You've come a long way. When do you think you're gonna... Do you have any, like, you know, rough estimate for when you plan to release it? Brunin, welcome in. How you doing, man? Hope you're doing well. That game looked so good, it makes me want to work on something. Cheers, man. Ice Cream Stick Modzo, welcome in. How you doing? Good to have you, man. March next year, shortly after February Next Fest. Ooh, so we're basically on the same timeline then. That is kind of what I'm thinking as well. I'm thinking of having like a updated demo for the Next Fest in February, and then hopefully doing the full release shortly thereafter. Maybe 1 or 2 screenshots of content of the full version, or at least show what the full version has in bullet points. Some little tease for full game content. That is a good idea. I started working at a new job 3 days ago. Senior software architect. I mean, that sounds pretty good. How are you liking it so far? I mean, you did do the wood face emote, but I hope you are enjoying it. Okay, we're gonna have a logo in here. Should we do a panel? We should probably do a panel. Let's do an empty parent, and then we're gonna add a vertical layout group. I'm gonna put you guys at the middle center. Let's have this one scale to the screen as well. Let's try something like that. The only annoying thing with doing the text is... How do I differentiate it from the buttons? Make the buttons bigger, maybe? I mean, they also gonna... I think it should be fine. Let me do this. Let's go into the main menu and copy a couple of things. Main menu canvas, main menu art, no. Let's get... I think I might put the version text in there as well. And then let's copy one of the buttons too, so we can have the same, have it be consistent. That is a good question though. I could have a feedback button as well. I don't think we can have all of this. This is becoming too much. So we'll have to pick and choose the most important stuff. Demo ending. Why did that happen? Why are these not... Oh, do I need spacing? Why is the spacing so fucked? Boom. Boom, boom. What? Oh, is it one of these things again? Use child scale? I shouldn't need to do this though, should I? Okay, use child scale height. And then we're gonna do like... Oh, actually. Let's make the version text a child of the logo. So I can position you where I want. Like there or something. And then... Maybe we do parent object. Might do that. Let's do a empty... Let's do a empty parent. So the version text here. And then... Yeah. Because now I can control the spacing. Because I might want different spacing from the logo. Just try to learn new things, how my team is working and what they're doing, etc. Installing a new laptop. Okay. Nice. So far, do you feel good about it? Scope creep in the game. Let's see. It's not really... Why are you positioned so weirdly though? Oh, just let's do this. Center you. And then we're gonna... Yeah, now we can do this instead. We go boom. And we take the version text. Center you. Then we are going to bring you down here. Logo. We can make this one a bit bigger to get some more spacing. It is right now I would have too many buttons. Because it would basically be, obviously the most important one is the wishlist button. Add to wishlist. Or should we just do wishlist? Wishlist now. Wishlist. I don't know. And then, like all the buttons we could have would be this one, a feedback button. We would have a like apply to playtest button. We would have a apply to localize button. And we would have a main menu button. But this is clearly too much, isn't it? Like, there's too much going on here. Especially if we then also are going to add some type of like, thank you for playing. Now this wouldn't be a button though. To be clear, we're not going to do all of this. This is just for testing purposes. Thanks. Sure thing. Like, this is way too much. Do you have a Discord for Shroud of Gloom? No, I don't have a specific Discord. However, in my Discord, I have a role and a category specifically for Shroud of Gloom. So if someone joins the Discord and they only select Shroud of Gloom, then basically all they will see in the Discord is the Shroud of Gloom channels. So far I've made it so that the Shroud of Gloom Discord is basically a portion of my Discord, if that makes sense. Also, link here for Discord in case anyone wants to join it. Yeah, this is way too much. I mean, if you skipped these two, it's not that bad. Wishlist, feedback, main menu. That's pretty decent. Then again, it wouldn't be bad to have somewhere in the demo where people can apply for this stuff. The main issue is this is too much, I think. I'm fairly certain that this is just too much going on. I might even skip this, to be honest. What do you guys think? Should we have the thank you thing? I know it's not in your game style, but I quite like when games use the tabs that are Steam style. Wait, use the tabs that are Steam style. Can you explain what you mean? Wait, like a tab on the right hand side that says wishlist now with Steam icon? That's a good shout. I'm kind of wondering maybe if I should do that for... Because I think for this wishlist button, I feel like that should be the main focus. Since this is basically the main call to action of the demo, will be to go and wishlist a game. In the main menu, I do have the little Steam button you can click to take you to the Steam page. I'm kind of wondering maybe if I should do some... I could do some tab thing for this stuff. The applications. Because those... This is too much. I feel like we can't have 5 buttons. However, maybe doing some you know, smaller thingy up here to apply to playtest or localize, that potentially could work. Maybe we should make this button even bigger. Let's see here. Height 7.5. Which is the same as the font size. In that case, you should be 10. That should give me equal spacing. Ah, but it looks a little bit weird, doesn't it? When they're not the same size. Unless I make this one smaller. Like if we would go... like 5 here. Is that weird? That feels a little bit weird. It feels a little bit weird. And with that, I'm away to the stool run. Catch you later. No worries, Vintage. Appreciate you hanging out. Catch you later, man. I always like to thank you for playing parts, but maybe that's just me. No, I do think it is good. I would like to have it. I do think it works like this, to be honest. If we make it... if we don't have like all the buttons here. I like menu with buttons like settings in the bottom left. And then the logo top right. But that seems more like... yeah, that seems more like a main menu type thing. With this isn't, to be clear. Like, this would be the, like, after you finish the demo, this is what we show them. I feel like it's different here. What do you think? Wave feedback brings you to the Shrouded Bloom website, where you can provide feedback, but also has the links to apply for test plus localization. That's a pretty good shout. Now, I don't have a website, however, like, the feedback is a Google form. We could have links at the top of the Google form where you can apply to playtest or localize. Because here's what I would say. I think the people who do end up going to give feedback are probably more likely to apply to localize or playtest the game. Because I think majority of people are probably gonna skip these buttons. And I would probably say that getting the feedback now is almost more important than... getting localization is good. Because we still have quite a few target languages that I don't have any applications for. Especially, like, the most important ones for my game, I think, that I'm gonna end up wanting to have is the, like, the big Asian languages. Because I think point and click and horror games are fairly big in, like, China and Japan. Korea as well, I think. So, like, getting localizers for those languages would be really good. Steam discussions, you can also make 3 pin posts, playtest, localization, and a feedback thread of a form where people can just reply or you encourage to make them new threads. Yeah, I do have links on the Steam page for it, to be fair. I just boot you to credits, then main menu when you beat a demo. I think that's a mistake. For a demo, for the normal game, I would do that. For a demo, I think that's a mistake, because the most important thing with the demo is to get people interested in the full game, which means that the main thing we want them to do is to wishlist the game. So I feel like it's almost better to not even boot them to the credits. Like, literally, this is the end, where we just have, maybe even add to the text, like an extra call to action to go and wishlist the game. And then in the main menu, we can have a credits button for the people who do want to see the credits. But I kind of like the idea of maybe putting these inside of the feedback form. I could also merge it into a new menu, like maybe clicking on a button here would pop up all 3 buttons for playtesting, localization, and feedback. But that would be like, oh, feedback and applications. That's gonna be too long, I think. Yeah, I'm not sure I like that. I think we're gonna do like Mothership mentioned, maybe, well, not with the website, but maybe putting the localization and playtesting applications inside of the feedback form. I think I'm gonna do that. That cleans this up quite a lot, but they are still available somewhere. Put it behind the logo. What's up, Slayton? How you doing? Can you make the button say help me? Yeah. That is true. Because all of these are different ways to help the development of the game, like either by giving feedback, applying for localization, or applying for playtesting. That is true. That could be like an umbrella term. That is true. It's quite bad, and it better not get any worse. I am very sorry to hear that, Slaytan. I do hope it gets better. What should I put as a extra call to action here? Like, I don't know, make sure to wishlist the game to be notified when the full game is released. Holy shit. This feels... This is like too much, isn't it? We could do some little thing like this, potentially. Size equals 50%. I don't know if I like this. If you make it help me, it's gonna get more people to click. Twitch YouTube link somewhere. I do have that in the main menu. In the main menu I have these, which I do suppose we could throw in that too. Potentially. Wait, let's get them in and see how it would look. When I have these. Main menu... hyperlinks, I think that's the ones. Should do something like that. And I kind of feel like we should move the panel up a little bit. Okay, how could I shorten a text like this? We don't need to make sure, we can just say... Wishlist the game to be notified when the full game is released. No, to be notified on the full release. To be notified on the full release. I don't love this. I don't really know why. I feel like it's just too much going on. Oh, you guys know what I did? I ended up applying for a dev kit for a Steam Deck. That should be kind of exciting if they end up sending me one. Then I can actually make sure that the game works well on the Steam Deck. Oh, it's localization. When do you say alpha test? Oh, did I forget to override the thingy maybe? Where did I do that? I think it was in the main menu maybe? Settings, demo test, yeah. Apply all. Demo ending, save. Let's see, I should have most of these. Let's see. Feedback, you should be correct. Open feedback link, menu feedback. This is main menu. Do I have a main objective main? Menu. Menu controls, bum bum bum. Do I only have return to main menu? Save and quit. Oh, I need to make sure that save and quit just says quit in the demo, because I'm not going to include the save system. And we're going to skip the slots then as well. When you click on start, you should go immediately into... into the game. What are the return? Back? Menu back. I do have that one. Fuck it. Let's do it for now, so you would say back. Ah, I don't love that. I think that should say main menu. Do I not have a main menu button anywhere? Oh no, because in the game if you pause, that's when it says save and quit. That is the main menu button. Okay, fuck it. I think I want this one to say main menu. So let's just add a new one. How do I do this? Add table entry. Menu, main menu. English is going to be main menu. The fact that I said that in Portuguese, what would you say? Menu principal or something? Is that what you'd say? Wait, how would I say this in Swedish? Huvudmeny. Huvudmeny. Is that a word? I think it makes sense. Huvudmeny. Menu principal. Oh, that is the... interesting. Menu principal. It's principal. There's no accent on principal, is there? No, principal. It shouldn't be. That should be the same for, I think, both Brazilian and European. Let's try that. Thank you, Brunin. Let's rename this one too into main menu. And then here we are going to have the wishlist button, which I might not have a thing for either. Wishlist, I don't. Do I have something for Steam? No. Bellatrix Violet, thank you very much for the follow, welcome in. Okay, so we need to add this to the localization table as well. Add table entry, we are going to call you menu wishlist. English is going to be wishlist. Ah, fuck. Do önskelista, but the thing that's weird here is that in English you can use wishlist as a verb. That doesn't really work in Swedish. Önskelista, that's only a noun. So then I would have to do like a full phrase, like add it to your wishlist, like lägg till I din önskelista. But that becomes a long ass fucking phrase. I think when I finally finish my Not Safe for Work game, instead of feedback, I'll name it feedback. Ameripon, welcome in, right as we are talking about Not Safe for Work games. Perfect timing, how you doing, man? Also, why are you always wearing gloves? I'm wearing compression gloves because I have started getting a lot of problems with my hands. So it does help a little bit with the pain. I don't think it fixes any issue, but, you know, it helps with the symptoms at the very least. Hey, Not Safe for Work, my wheelhouse, exactly. How you doing, Ameripon? Önskelista sounds fucking weird. Feedback is a nice word, because that is the same in a lot of languages. Like, you know, Brazilians, they would just say feedback, right? And I think Portuguese would use feedback as well, I'm fairly certain, as like the English loan word. And we would in Swedish too, like, kan du ge mig feedback? Like, can you give me feedback? Dam feedback. Would you say that in Portuguese? I think you would. But wishlist, I am very unsure. I don't even know how to say it in Portuguese. And in Swedish, like önskelista doesn't work because it's not a verb. And it's not... It would have worked if the button took you to your wishlist, but that's not what it does. It takes you to the Steam page so that you can do the action of wishlisting. But then, I mean, lägg till på din önskelista, that is a fucking mouthful. Like, I can't... Oh, fucking hell. What is happening here? These are functional. What the fuck? Like, I can't do that. It's too long. Maybe I should just be cheeky and call it wishlist. On baby duty, or rather baby duty, literally. Brunin, do you have some good translation for wishlist in Portuguese, as far as you know? To be honest, at least it grabs your attention to the wishlist button. Yeah. Would it work to just do wishlist in Portuguese as well? Just, I don't know. It's a hard one to translate. Because most languages, I imagine that wishlist will only be a noun, not like a verb. And the question is also whether people use that specifically on Steam. It has to, it has to make sense in relation to the wishlist or the act of wishlisting on Steam as well. What we could do is add the Steam button here as well. We'll see. Thank you for playing. Wishlist the game to be notified on the full release. I think we should just say on full release. Thank you for playing. Wishlist the game to be notified on full release. That works, doesn't it? What's up, Jotson? How you doing, man? I found that more people are willing to give you feedback if it's labeled as reports a bug over just feedback. That is interesting. The only issue I see with that is if someone doesn't have a bug, but they do have general feedback, and they don't click it because they think it's all about bugs. That's the only issue I would see with it. How you doing, Jotson? Hope you're doing well. Don't watch as a verb too, but I would probably just leave it in English. The other option would be a full sentence like adicionar a lista de desejos. Fuck's sake. Desejos. Why did that become a fucking tongue twist all of a sudden? Desejos. Right? Desejos. I think it would be something like that. Wait, is in that poem? Terra de mil desejos. Oh, I can't say it now, what the fuck? Terra de mil desejos. Não saber se quem que sem deseja. Can't you use önskelista as a verb? Can you? I mean, I guess you just lista. Lista is technically a verb. If you list things. Right? Like, jag listade en massa blah blah blah. Like, I listed a bunch of stuff. So maybe it would work in Swedish, to be honest. Önskelista. I mean, I guess, yeah, you might be right, Slayton. But lista is technically a verb. So önskelista should technically be a verb as well. Like, all I find is it being used as a noun. But I do see the point. Önskelistor. Önskelista. Yeah, these are all nouns. Skriver önskelista, gjort en önskelista, på min önskelista. But it feels like technically you should be able to use it as a verb as well. Create a list of desired items in store. Couple of registered a large department. But then they say skriva önskelista och registrera önskelista. Which now you use a different verb with it. If they have feedback, they will write on your Discord or here now. Report a bug feels like I'm helping you in some way, where feedback feels like I should make game suggestions. The thing is, like, obviously bugs are really important, but my main hope is for the demo to be, you know, obviously as stable as possible. Like, in the current version of the game, there's not any bugs I'm aware of. Of course, that doesn't mean that there are no bugs. Obviously, there are bugs I haven't found, because I've only had a handful of people try the latest version. But I would almost say that I'm more interested in hearing the feedback. Because the good thing about having people go to a feedback form compared to going here or on the Discord is that I can almost tailor the feedback I'm looking for a little bit, if that makes sense. Like, in the form, I can ask the things that I'm the most interested in, and then at the end just add, you know, do you have anything else you want to say, or whatever. If that makes sense. Because otherwise it's easier for people to maybe give me some feedback, but not other types of feedback that I might be looking for. You're pronouncing it correctly the whole time? Okay. I got like way too into my head over that word. There's too much, just there's 3 different like shushing sounds in that word. You have the, since it's a S between 2 vowels, you have the weird, like that doesn't become the sh S, right? It becomes the z S. And then you have the J, which is like a hard J in Portuguese, so it's like a j. And then at the end, you have the proper like hushing S, which is the sh sound. So you quite literally have z, j, sh, right? Which is, that, I mean, it gets fucking, it messes with my head, man. The zejus. The zejus. What's up, David? How you doing, man? Welcome in. Önskan is a noun. Yeah, önskan is a noun, and önska is a verb. So that can also be used as both. Wishlist hasn't been a verb either until someone made it. Yeah, that is true, probably. I think that it's just that, especially in regards to Steam games, it's very common to hear wishlist being used as a verb. And I know shopping platforms too. I think it's more common in English to see something say like, oh, wishlist this item, compared to in Swedish. In Swedish, I don't know, would we say önskelista den här artikeln? I think we would say lägg till det på din, like I think we would make it longer. Most of the time. Wishlist hasn't, are you sending them to Google Form? I am indeed, Ameripon. I'm gonna have like a Google Form for the feedback. I find that to be a very good way because, as I said, I can kind of influence the type of feedback I get a little bit. Because a lot of the time people will give you very valuable feedback, but maybe miss out on simple feedback because they don't think that you're looking for that. Whereas the good thing about having a feedback form is that I can like, obviously I can tailor the questions to make sure I get the type of feedback I'm looking for, which I think is a pretty big advantage. What is up, Trash, the absolute legend? How you doing, man? That's a nice version number. Thank you very much. It does get updated once you boot up the game. I'm gonna snooze this ad, fuck it. So that's just a little placeholder. It should say some demo version thingy. Boom. Do not share demo test, bom bom bom. Obviously the do not share is gonna disappear once we make it public. Wishlist, feedback, huvudmeny. I don't know what's happening with my fucking buttons here. Oh, does it have to do with the scale? Because I'm changing the scale. Oh, I think the scale in this scene might be different to the main menu. Wait, what is my actual canvas? Yeah, 1920 by 1080, whereas I think that the main menu canvas is native size 320 180. Okay, we need to change that. So let's go into demo. That should be the issue. Demo canvas. So does that mean... Do I need to change my camera settings? No. What do I do here? Yeah, reference resolution. This should be 320 by 180. Uh... 100, default everything, blah blah blah, expand 100. Let's do the same thing. Demo ending, expand 100. Okay, it's correct. What is up, Cheetah? How you doing? Hey, we're making the demo. That is the plan. Slightly nervous, slightly excited. Okay, so now this should be fairly easy. Let's see. Panel, you should still stretch. This might have to be a lower number. The stuff in the panel, let's see. We just need to put the scale correctly, I think. So this, I think, should be set to 1. Same thing on these. I think we should have 1 in scale. 1 in scale. And then basically everything should just have 1 in its scale. And that should be right. It looks correct. Okay, so from the bottom you should be like... Well, it should be like this divided by 6. So we're gonna do like 9. Why is the logo not moving? This should be like 25. Did I say minus 25? That looks correct. This one we can make a lot smaller. 43 divided by 6 is around 7. I should do this for my credits as well. And the credits already work as is, so I'm gonna leave it. Oh, panel, the spacing needs to be like 2 or some shit instead. Yeah, apparently Swedish games opt for lägg till I önskelista instead. Yeah, I think that is more common, but it becomes so long, that's the only issue. That's the only thing I don't like about it. It becomes like, you know, thrice as long as the other buttons. I mean, it is the most important button, so I don't know if that's an issue, but... we do have some ads coming up in a couple of seconds for the non-subscribers. Appreciate your patience. I might go and take a quick little bathroom break and get some tea during the break, but we shall be back shortly. Appreciate you sticking around. Okay, let's do something like that. We're gonna put this at like 18, maybe 17. That's fine. Oh, you know what? No. You should just touch them here, I think. Let's do 13. Okay, it's starting to look better, and now the buttons should work correctly, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, that feels a lot better. We do need to localize this little thank you text as well. I wonder if... I should probably try and get the Swedish and Portuguese translations fully working for the demo, so at least we have some localization. And then we'll update the other ones as we go. as we get more applications and stuff. I don't know if we should bring in more languages now. We could. I do have applications for more languages. However, the question is whether we're gonna get it done in time. It depends on how willing the applicants are to grind them out in like a couple of weeks. I don't know if I want to like, you know, force people to do that, because obviously it's voluntary applications. Okay, ads are running, so I'm gonna take a short break here. I'll be back in just a minute or two. Appreciate you sticking around. See you soon. And on that note, we are back. Thank you for your patience, guys. Okay, I don't know if this is exactly what I wanted to say. How does this look? And let's make sure the buttons work too. Let's see. Menu button, you should call. This one. Demo ending controller. Return to main menu. Open link feedback. That should be correct. This one needs to open the Steam page. Feedback button, we're gonna remove you. Instead we are going to add, what do I call it? Hyperlink button, I think. Link will be to the Steam page. Boom, hyperlink button, open link. Now all of those buttons should work as intended, as far as I'm aware. Wait, did he just open the Steam page by playing? Because in that case it's not working. It does. Why? Oh no, I don't want to force it open. Oh, because I put that in the fucking localized string. Whoops. That is not what I wanted to do. This should be a part of the menu button. I see. So when I try to localize it, it instead opened the Steam page. Whoopsie. This one should take you to the Steam page. What is up, Hamster Hammer? How you doing, man? Good to see ya. I'm doing quite well. We are working on some stuff for the demo of the game. Say wishlist, opens the Steam page. Feedback takes you to the feedback form, and main menu takes you back to the main menu. Yeah, I have a lot more space in here. That's the first thing I notice. Okay. Should I add more spacing? Maybe we should. Panel spacing. Do I have 5 in the main menu? I think it might be. How you doing, Hamster Hammer? Maybe something like this. So this, for anyone coming in, this is supposed to be like the end of the demo. I don't know if I liked this text. Thank you for playing. Wishlist the game to be notified on full release. I think it's good to have a very direct call to action. I don't know if this is the way I want it to be. Definitely not like that. Should have made it more grayish. Maybe copy the color of the version text. I don't know if I want this to, the whole wishlist sentence to be on one row. Maybe. What do you guys think looked best? Like this, or like this? Three rows or 2 rows, like this. Fuck off, man. I knew that was gonna happen. Good, just started working on my game for today, setting up the play death process. Ooh, nice. What's your game again, Hamster Hammer? Sorry for me not remembering. I think... Have I asked before? 3, you like 3 more? It is more... It's certainly more symmetrical to have 3. 2 rows, let it breathe. Oh yeah, the NES Legend of Zelda light. Yeah, I remember. Sorry, man. Damn, this is actually tricky. I am very indecisive here. I actually kinda like both. I think if we do like this, we might need more spacing from the version number. It's important to always stalemate and put chat votes, exactly. Let's do a poll. Which format looks best? 2 rows or 3 rows? Let's do a little 2-minute poll here. Let me know what you think, guys. Whether you think this looks best or this looks best. 2, 3. 2, 3. Very small detail, probably not what I should be focusing on, but I am very indecisive here. Right now we have 2 votes for this one, 2 rows. I think we should try and make the spacing equal between the buttons and between the version number. No matter which one we pick. I hope we get to vote this in every language. No, we're not gonna do that. Okay, it seems like 2 rows are gonna win, so let's keep it like this. What's the easiest way of doing this? I think we're going to... Let's make you a bit smaller. And maybe make you a bit bigger. Is that relatively equal?
Hello.
What is up, Spectacular? Welcome in, man. Oh shit, we have the version text up here as well now. How do I get rid of that one? Show in menu, show in initialization. Okay, so we need another one, which is going to be called show in demo ending. Oh, fucking hell, what am I doing here? Oh, I should have done a switch case instead. Oh, can I even do that? Yeah, I could. If next... Oh, the next scene is main menu and do not show in menu, then disable it. It's splash screen, disable it. Initialization and don't show initialization. Okay, this is a bit weird, but fuck it. If next.name is equal to demo ending and don't show in demo ending. How you doing, Spectacular? How's your Wednesday so far? What is this? System canvas, version and number, showing demo ending, disable. I'm gonna have to apply this. There we go. Oh yeah, speaking of Spectacular, for the Czech localization, I'm gonna need to find a new font. Because I realized that my font does not like all of the accents in Czech, in the Czech language.
Focus.
I'm mad focused. What is up, Hilfert Games? Oh, weird. Here it works though. It doesn't work when I build the game. I know that the C and S disappears. How are you doing, Hilfert? Hope you're doing well, man. I think we are pretty much decided. I think we are gonna try and get a demo out in time, which is exciting and slightly nerve-wracking. Yeah, exactly, all of those letters, it seems like my font doesn't like. So we're gonna have to do something where we need to switch. If the player chooses to play in Czech, we need to switch the font. So we'll see. If we have a lot of extra time before they release the demo, maybe we could try and do... no, wait, we would still need to localize everything. I don't know if I want to put you through that with, like, time constraints. Man, yeah, it feels a bit crazy. It's the first time I release anything playable publicly for this game since the Game Jam. So, you know, it's... like I said, it's exciting, and it is also absolutely nerve-wracking. I recently found out it's nerve-wracking. It's not nerve-wracking, which I thought it was. But apparently that's just a common misspelling / mispronunciation. It's nerve-wracking, like you're racking nerves. Fucking who could have known? Who could have known? I didn't fucking have a clue. Anyway, randomly a tangent, but... It's both, I think. I don't think it is. I think it's both. I think these two are correct. Nerve-wracking and nerve-wracking, I think, are both considered correct. I think nerve-wracking with only R is the, like, old school or like the classic spelling of it. However, I thought it was nerve-wracking, which I don't know why, but that's what I thought it was. Doing good. Going to office is done for this week. Oh, you're home rest of the week. Nice, man. Is nerve-wracking same way it's butt naked, not butt naked? Yeah, that's also another common one. Technically correct, but it's common for people to say wrecking. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I suppose it still kind of made sense, right? Like, just logically, it kind of made sense, but apparently it's not like the proper way of spelling it. Now, I reckon it made sense. Should I made the same mistake myself? Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, technically, it makes full sense, but I was so sure it was nerve-wracking. I've always known it as racking, as racking itself has its own definition, like racked with pain. But those, I think, when I looked it up, it seemed like both with or without W, it seems to still be correct. Like both of those are considered correct, whereas with the E, as I thought it was, is apparently technically not correct, even though it does kind of make sense. How far away do you think you are from releasing your demo, Hilfert, out of curiosity? Okay. Still don't know what I think about this. Is it too much? Should we skip the hyperlink buttons at the bottom? I do have those in the main menu. Is it too much going on? How would it look without them? What is up, Pons? How you doing? Welcome in, man. Lemon demo, you're funny. Come on, man. Like, you should be able to do it in like a week or two, right? And also add multiplayer. Multiplayer demo. Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, Hilfert is yet another developer on Twitch.tv. Go and check him out if you haven't. Supports our fellow developers. Do I want the hyperlinks here? The thing is, unless you Alt F4, you are gonna go back to the main menu anyway. And at that point the buttons are here, so I might skip them. I might skip them to make sure that this scene is as clean as possible and most of the attention is towards wishlisting, because that obviously is like the purpose of this, right? Excuse me? Yeah, I think I might do this. Don't plan on the demo until just before release, depends on exclusive deals if they happen. Okay. Not sure demo can be done in a week, the menu part is a lot of work. Yeah, ironically, I've spent like, I don't know, fucking 2 hours or something just on this. Which is not ideal. To be fair though, like I said, like this would be an important part of it, because, like I said, like the main thing we want to push people towards is wishlisting the game. To be fair, we did set up the demo structure and everything as well with the prefabs and the new scene and stuff, so that is sorted too. We had quite a bit of planning before we got into this. A lot of plans for internal playtesting though, of course, yeah. I don't know. It could also be, like, I don't want to make any full-on promises. Like, the plan right now is to release a demo. If we end up getting too close to the fest and I don't feel confident enough for this, we might just scrap it and push it forward and do the horror fest without the demo. But I do think that getting a demo out for this horror fest would increase the likelihood, the probability of our game performing well in the fest. So it would be good if we can get it out. But it does depend. We're gonna obviously have to playtest this demo and stuff as well. Bring in a couple new people that haven't done like the puzzles and so on to see that it works well, see the average playtime and so on. Is this the whole demo screen with a wishlist button? Yes. It's gonna be, you get access to the menu, just to get a little taste of the game, you know, you wanna tease the players. When's the Horror Fest? It starts the 27th of October and runs until like the 2nd or 3rd of November. So we have some time. I would need to schedule the demo at least 2 weeks in advance, but that doesn't mean that the demo has to be done, it just means that I have to have a approved build, I think. which I've already submitted the demo store page or whatever. So I think we should do a very minimal, like half-broken demo build first, just to get Steam to playtest it so we know that they have approved it, and then we'll sort out all of the other stuff. So yeah, that basically means that we have around 3 weeks to complete the demo. We have less than 5 weeks to finish the new trailer, schedule that for YouTube, as well as... yeah, and then after that we have another, like, at least another 2 weeks to do some playtesting in QA on the demo. We need to update the Steam page, but that should be quick. Just need to change the GIFs. So we should be able to do that in less than a day. Preparing all of these social media announcements would be good. And if we have time, it would be pretty nice to finish the next devlog, the first proper Shroud of Gloom devlog. Because then we could have a little call to action in the end of the devlog and be like, go and check out the demo. And then, you know, we're gonna get some traffic from the fest on Steam, we're gonna get some traffic from the video combined. Maybe that does push it a little bit and, you know, makes Steam favor the game a little bit more in the fest. That's kind of the hope, at least. So I have a month to complete my demo. Oh, are you gonna have a demo in the fest as well, Slayton? Want feedback? I'll give you a long rant feedback. That's perfect, man. That's what we want to see. Okay, let's sort out this page for now, and then we can work on the actual demo stuff. I don't know, maybe if I should even do a quick build today, so that I can upload it to Steam and submit it for review. Just so we know that that part is done. Because it would be very annoying if we actually finish a proper demo and then I don't get it reviewed in time, so we won't have it in the fest anyway. That would be very unfortunate. Okay, let's add a new table entry here. We're gonna call this menu demo thanks. No, demo CTA, sure. English will be this one, Swedish will be thank you for... what? That's English. Swedish will be tack för att du spelade. I hate my language sometimes. Everything sounds so much weirder when I do it in Swedish. What sage? Lägg till spelet på din önskelista. I wonder if I should just go inför den... It becomes so long. Maybe I can just do lägg till spelet på din önskelista. But then now it feels weird to say wishlist here. If I say önskelista here. If I complete my demo, I will have my demo in the fest, but it will require completing my demo, and you know I spend my demo working time on watching your stream. We can do co-working, Slayton. I'm gonna have to stay a bit focused to get this done as well. I know Swedish. My nemes is Körpi und I lekia to... Yes. You should add a secret version of the Swedish language where you use slang. Schysst spelat, bror. That would be pretty funny, to be honest. That would be kind of funny. I mean, you should do that in every language, to be fair. Just don't fucking... Damn! Well played, mate. Bum. I'm not logged in. Give me a second. Let's see, what did I do in the credits? Dun. Holy shit, we're starting to have quite a bit of localization, you know? Credits, come on. Sorry, I'm just hiding because there might be some spoilers in here. Yeah, credits. Let's see. In Brazilian Portuguese, we did muito obrigado a você por jogar. And in European Portuguese, muito obrigado a ti por jogares. Okay. This is fine. So, muito obrigado a... Wait, is it with the apostrophe? No. Você por jogar. I'm gonna do muito obrigado a ti por jogares. Well played, brother. Exactly. I know Swedish as well. Rögle muffle. I have no idea. It's something like that. It's something like that. Easy clap, GG's. I mean, unironically, it would be pretty fun to do something like that. Okay. What do we do here? Something like addition... Nah, I guess, since this is a... trying to prompt someone to do something. Addition... Sua lista de desejos. Maybe rather than going wishlist the game to be notified on release, should I just go, thank you for playing, please add the game to your wishlist? It would shorten it a little bit, which might look a bit neat. Rather than wishlist the game to be noted... I mean, I guess the good thing about this is that you explain what... You quite clearly explain what the advantage of wishlisting is. Like, if you wishlist, you will be aware when the full game gets released, right? Whereas if you go, please add it to your wishlist, now it sounds a little bit more like, you know, be kind to me and just add it to your wishlist. So they are kind of different. As long as you know Tak, you can pretty much participate in 50% of conversations in Swedish, fair enough. Add to your wishlist or else, that one could work too. You should name the localization to Swedish. Thank you, Tak. You're welcome, Tak. Sorry, Tak. Yeah, sounds good enough to me. Wishlist the game to be notified on full release. Wishlist the game or you will fucking regret it, mate. That could work too. Or Please, please, please wishlist the game. I'm literally begging you. Could do something like that. Like, we don't want to seem too desperate here, right? Or just add the game to your wish list. That's what I'm currently doing in Swedish and Portuguese. Thank you for playing. Add the game to your wish list. Please add the game to your wish list. Please add the game to your wish list. I'll make a joke out of it so people actually consider it. I mean, it could probably work. Thank you for playing the game. Full release coming soon. Wishlist now. I kinda like that as well. Add a dancing skeleton. Wishlist now gets bumped into people's subconscious. They won't care. Oh wait, are you saying that wishlist now is worse? Wishlist the game or 20 years of bad luck. Wishlist the game unless you want to be beaten by a Swedish man that is scared of horror games. There we have it. What if we do a quote? We do something like, you better wishlist the game. Sincerely, Hillfoot Games. Oh, what about this? What about this? The game Long Gone will have multiplayer if you wishlist this game / Hillfoot Games. This could work. This could actually work. Perfect. If you don't wishlist the game, maybe the game is too scary for you. Yeah, like, kind of make fun of them. Say might, so you're not legally bound. Well, the good thing, Devious, welcome in, man, is that I'm not legally bound, because I'm not the one saying this, right? Like, technically, Hillfoot is the one that becomes legally bound by this. Because it's a quote, right? So we should be safe. Don't wishlist the game if you're too scared to play the full game. That could actually work too, to be honest. It costs $0 to wishlist a game by insert age years old developer. Yeah, can I use reverse psychology on them? Don't wishlist the game if you're a fucking chicken. Maybe a bit too much. And then you get taken out for false advertisement, yeah. Yeah, I wonder if Steam would approve it. Yeah, we add that sound effect. If they click on any button except for the wishlist button, we just have a little chicken sound playing in the background. And then we delete System 32. Feels like we're onto something here. Hey, Jazz with the 7 bits. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. The chickens for Shroud of Gloom Steam group won't be happy about that. You should have 2 buttons, one with a chick picture on it, the other wishlist now button. That's also pretty clever. If not wishlist, then delete system, yeah. Fuck, why is this so difficult? There's so many ways you can do this. When you hover the main menu button, it turns into a wishlist button. Every button is actually a wishlist button. That would be kind of funny. It would also be funny. What if you could like check their Steam account, see if this game exists on their wish lists, and if not, we do something where we don't allow them to quit out of the game. We even do a special key binding where if you click Alt F4, you actually boot up another instance of the game. Will you wishlist this game? Yes. Ask me again in 3 days. Or we do something where you have, like, add the game to your wish list. And then we have another button that says, like, do not add the game to your wish list. You know, pull one of those. Just add unskippable ads unless it's wishlisted. It feels like we have so many like good moral ideas here, I must say. Need to get ready for my stream. I'll catch you later, chap. Have a good one. No worries, Hilfert. Have a good one. You as well. Thank you for dropping by. Yeah. Okay, we need to do something. I don't know about that. Please add it to your. Please add the game to your wish list. I don't know if I like that. Well, what did Jin say? Add to your wish list is one button. Add to your future buy list another button. That should work. Let's see, Jin, you had another idea here. Thank you for playing the demo. Full release coming soon. Wishlist now. That does add a bit. It does add a bit more urgency to it, which I think could be good. Thank you for playing. Full release coming soon. There you could also do the whole like wishlist now to be notified. It doesn't change the opacity. That's interesting. Dude, I'm way too indecisive for this shit, man. Don't say please. Yeah, I don't think I want to, because that sounds... It sounds a little bit too much like I'm begging for a favor. It should... I think it's better to frame it a little bit, because that sounds more like you're doing me a favor. It should sound more like you're doing yourself a favor by wishlisting the game, right? Enjoy the demo, wishlist the game to know when the official game is released. I think something like that is better, because it shows why you should wishlist it, right? Making placeholder music with Sony, holy shit, I can never afford for the real music with the skill of making this. You made your wishlist button do an animation like a shade or something? Yeah, we could. We should definitely do that. Personally, I like the simplicity, only because many people see the same message throughout every demo they try. So make it simple and direct is my psychophysiophilosophy. That was a fucking mouthful. Also, I'm torn whether to make a Steam public playtest or no. Like one of those sign up for playtesting thing. Yeah, I didn't, because I wanted control of who can playtest. However, I don't think it's bad either. You can also make it... You know, it doesn't have to be so that everyone who clicks the button gets immediate access. You can like choose to take on new people. I don't know, it depends a lot on the specific situation, I think, what is best. I think the issue for all types of games is that they are not as replayable. So I don't think... Like, you want enough playtesters to get all of the feedback that you want. But one issue could be that if too many people have access to like the full game playtest, there might be a lot of people who won't end up buying the game because they've already played it. Do you know what I mean? Which isn't really an issue if you're making like a roguelike or something. Or like an MMO. Anything that's more replayable, I suppose. Just give them the info, let them decide. You can control plus give override keys, so I just don't know if they will actually fill out the feedback form. Yeah. Oh, just meant for the demo, to be honest. Yeah, if you're just doing the demo playtest, then I think you could almost do a public one if you want to. Yeah, it does depend a little bit on like how many people you can get filling out the form. I think I've had like 30 or something fill out the playtesting form. I think I brought in like 20 playtesters so far. But I also obviously have kind of like, how do you say, like marketed the playtest a bit here as well. You have a Steam manager, can't you check if the current Steam ID has the game wishlisted? I did kind of think about it. It would be funny. I never got to playtest Yours or Hilfert's, unsub to both of you, shaking my head. I never saw an application, Jin. You haven't applied. I didn't know you wanted to playtest. Outrageous. Don't flip this on me. I will unsub. Yeah, what are you gonna do now? Thank you for playing. Full release coming soon. Wishlist now. Maybe we just do this. Maybe we just turn this button into wishlist now. I don't know if I like that as much though. We do a giant red arrow swinging and pointing to the wishlist button. We take control of their mouse, forces it to this position and automatically click on it. Automatically open the Steam page whether they want to or not. Yeah, that's gonna get a lot of people to wishlist the game. Okay, I kinda like this. Thank you for playing. Full release coming soon. Wishlist now, you bastard. Muito obrigado a você por jogar. Something em breve. Adicionar a lista de desejos. Adicionar. I think you would be. I don't know if I need to say Azure. I think I can just say Alishta to desejos. Full release. I should say full game. Like, can I say Jogo Chayu? No. That's just full game soon. Fuck. Jogo Chayu. Vai chegar em breve? I have no idea if that's correct. Tack för att du spelade. Det fulla spelet. Like saying full release, the fulla släppet. Like it doesn't work as well in Swedish, does it? I didn't know there were applications. Yeah, I think I'm fairly certain that my commands stopped working when I switched the bots. I think I've forgotten to add them. Oh, the localization one works. Why doesn't the playtest work? That's odd. Yeah, I must have forgotten to add the playtesting one. But if anyone is interested in playtesting, I have the Shroud of Gloom panel below where you can apply. Make the game save throughout, only one save and load. Then if they complete the game, the play start continue button turns to wishlist now, and then on exit the save is deleted. The button returns to start play. Wishlist now for the full release. That should work too. Is Miss Chirpy? Wait, is Miss Chirpy what, Trash? How long is your demo? I'm thinking about trying to keep it to like just 15 minutes or something. Relatively short. Because obviously my game will be quite short, so we can't have too meaty of a demo, right? Like it would be weird for me to do like I think Chris Sokowski says you should have like 45 minutes playtime for your demo. That would be like half my game, and that feels a bit weird. I don't know if half my game can be the demo. So it's going to be short. I think I'm gonna try to keep it below 15 minutes. For someone who doesn't get stuck at the puzzle, but I think the puzzles will probably be fairly easy in the demo. Use all your time on title card and never make the demo itself. Yeah, that should also be the strategy. It is what we are doing at the moment. What is up, David Winsands? How you doing? Can a full game be translated better than full release? I think so in a lot of languages. I would expect that to be it. Full release is a little bit of a weird statement, isn't it? The fulla släpp. I mean, it would be understood in Swedish. I just don't know if it sounds very natural. The fulla spelet kommer... Yeah, I think the fulla spelet, like the full game, sounds better. Nice, yeah, I think my demo is going to be about 10 minutes. Yeah, I think it's also fine for us, because I think people are more okay with horror games being... First of all, the horror games themselves being short, which means that I think people are more used to the demos being short as well. I think if you're making like a roguelike or like a strategy game or something, it's very different, but for us I think it's more common for these type of games to be shorter. Yeah, I'm kinda scared considering he has like 15 languages he wants to work with. Well, to be fair, we're not gonna have all of the languages in the demo. At least not on this first release. "25-minute demo is good as well, to be honest." Even that is... It could be considered fairly long for my game, because my game might end up being like 1.5 hours. At that case, it's almost a third of the game. That's the demo. Like, percentually wise, that sounds like a lot. I forgot where. Paradise distracted me, the chocolate. Oh, where is Miss Chirpy? I don't know. She might be working late. She is an hour behind us. So the whole demo is just a menu with wishlist, please? Yes. Click 2 times and this screen pops up. How you doing, David? You doing okay? Having a good Wednesday so far? It does become a lot longer in the other languages. Muito obrigado a ti por jogares. Jogo cheio vai chegar em breve. I don't know if that's correct. That might sound weird. It should be technically correct, I think. Like, full game will arrive soon. I think that should be technically correct. I don't know if it sounds natural, though. Adiciona a lista de desejos. That's the only thing. If I don't say wishlist here, it sounds weird for this button to be called wishlist. I could just have this button say Steam. No. No, I don't like that. Tack för att du spelade. Det fulla spelet kommer snart. Lägg till spelet på din önskelista. In Brazilian Portuguese, I feel like o jogo... Oh yeah, I should probably do on no matter what. O jogo completo chegará... Chegará em breve would suit it better. Okay, so it's like the... Yeah, it's the weird conjugation for future plans. This is... I don't do those conjugations. That's too much. There's too many. There's too many. I'm joking. But that does make sense. Where am I? Here. Okay, so we'll do... O jogo completo chegará em breve. I think we should do jogo here as well. I don't know if I should do... Should I do complete too? Rather than Chayo. It's like whether you want to say the whole game or the complete game. I guess complete might make more sense.
Time to stretch.
Jogo completo vai chegar em breve. Remember to stretch your hands before extreme conjugations. Probably true. Let's do it. Yeah, we'll see. I might have to take on the... Because most of the Portuguese translations are done. But I would need someone to double check them. So I might take on some of the applied localizers for Portuguese and have them double check the translations. I don't know if we're gonna do more languages for the demo right now, because that might be a bit work. I mean, it would be in case someone is willing to, you know, push out like 200 lines of, or 200... It's not just 200 words, it's 200 instances of texts in like 2 weeks, which, I don't know, since people are like, you know, voluntarily applying to localize, I don't know if I want to like push people to do that. I might need to rethink my music, like using 16 bits or buy some already made cheap ones. Oh, is this the sooner one? Placeholder music. It sounds pretty good though. Reminds me of the music I had in my... the vibe is Latin. The vibe is very similar to what I had in my Viking games. It's so fucking long! Lägg till på önskelista. How do you say shopping list? I think we would almost say the same. I mean, you shouldn't say like köplista, but like shoppinglista would work as well. Inköpslista. I don't know my own fucking language anymore. I'm forgetting Swedish day by day. Like almost unironically, it's almost not even a joke. I notice myself getting worse in Swedish because I speak so much English nowadays. Maybe I should do this. But oh, it's gonna be so long in Portuguese. What, like... You know, I could balance this as well by making the feedback button longer. Like, here we could say like give feedback instead. Maybe. What do other games put for the languages? Good question. I don't know. Also, what does Steam do? Okay, here they say add to your wish list. What do they do if we do, what is it? L question mark equals Swedish? No? Question mark L equals Swedish? Lägg till på önskelistan. Which is rather than, did I do your? Wishlist. Lägg till på önskelistan. I mean, we could just copy what Steam says. Portuguese. Oh, that's interesting. plus lista de desejos. Desejos. That's a fucking difficult word, man. I don't know if I would like to put that in the game. Like, Steam does it like this. But that feels weird here. Should I use a word that's not as long as No, I forgot the word. Addicio... Nah. Wait, is that how you spell it? I don't even know if that's correct. Key languages for game translations include established field groups: French, Italian, German, Spanish, the major Asian markets, Japanese, Korean, Simplified Chinese. Significant growth markets like Russian, Brazilian, Portuguese, and Turkish. Means that I don't know if we're gonna have time to add all of these. The annoying thing about the Asian languages, and like Russian too, is that I'm gonna need to find fonts and make sure that that works well and so on. So what's up, Shopologist? We are currently working on the demo for the game. I'm hoping to potentially release a demo for the Horrorfest at the end of October. I mean, if Steam uses it like that, then that means that's what they always see from that perspective. It's true. Would you think wishlist was enough? Kind of like internet word nowadays? Yeah, I do think it would work in most of them as well. If I find Shipemate, that's dope. Yeah, it would be both a bit nerve-wracking as well as exciting. Like I mentioned before, it would be the first time we publish something playable since the Game Jam. The good thing about doing this is that, like, even though it might look weird that it becomes longer, it does grab your attention more, right? Just naturally, because it takes up more of the space or whatever. Why is the spacing weird here? I don't like that. Is it because I'm using... Oh, do I need to use this one? Huh. Horizontal vertical mapping. Is there a way to fix that? Unsure. I'd like to say, yeah, it would be nice. Is the chirp? What is up, Mrs. Morjestaveli? How you doing? I never hear anyone say in Finnish toivelista. We just bastardized the English one to wishlista. Yeah, you could say that in Swedish as well. Like, wishlista mitt spel. Wishlist my game. That would work. I don't know if it would look weird in text though, like writing wishlista. I don't know. That one feels more odd written. Let's just stream over the long way, yeah. Hey son, we're doing the demo now, that is the plan, and then we'll see whether we actually finish it or not. Like, this could be a last minute abort mission type thing. But it's the plan at the very least. Kind of wondering if I should make the feedback button here say like give feedback instead. No, I can't be bothered. I wonder if I should do the same thing for European Portuguese. I think that should be correct. That should be shorter too. Jogo completo vai chegará em breve. Sure. Are there any Easter eggs in the demo? Yes, there will be. There will be a couple of Easter eggs in it. We'll never get to the demo part. Just think about the language to use in the menu for 3 weeks. Yep, that is very possible. I mean, we spent like fucking 3 hours on this shit. We need to get off this. Okay, are we happy with this so far? Add to your wish list. This is now a list of the desires. I need someone to double check if that's correct. I don't know, Brunin, if you're still here. Does that work in Brazilian Portuguese? Lägg till på önskelistan. Thank you for playing. Fully released coming soon. Wishlist now. Muito obrigado a você por jogar. O jogo completo chegará em breve. Adicionar lista de desejos. I can't speak Brazilian Portuguese. Muito obrigado por jogares. O jogo completo chegará em breve. Adicionar lista de desejos. Tack för att du spelade. Det fulla spelet kommer snart. Lägg till på din önskelista. Yeah, I think I'm happy with this so far. You are here? Does this work in Brazilian Portuguese, would you say? Adicionar a lista de desejos. Since this get longer, I need to make sure that the hitbox is a bit longer too. To be fair, it's fairly long in English now too. Yeah, we might be able to keep it the same. On Steam, if you change the page to Swedish, on time when hovering the Steam page, UI is önskelista. Yes, but that's different, because that's the button that takes you to your wishlist. Whereas if you check on an actual game in Swedish, it says lägg till på önskelistan. And this is kind of the action we are prompting them for, right? Compared to... because it's not a button that takes you to your wishlist. It's a prompt to make them add the game to that wishlist. So there's a slight difference. This Jonar would be correct? Okay. Oh yeah, wait, I need to do the button too. I'm gonna assume it's the same in European Portuguese. Just ask ChatGPT to translate it. I mean, I think that is a fine strategy for the placeholder, but I wouldn't trust ChatGPT enough to put it in the full game without someone double checking it. Okay, I think we're gonna leave it at this for the time being. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, so... let's see, what else do we need to do? This scene is basically done. As long as we have music here, but I think we should have music here. Yeah, we do. That's a slower start on this song. Okay, I'm gonna say this scene is done for now. I didn't break the credits, did I? It seems fine. Yeah, maybe download a demo of a big indie game and see what they say. That is something we could do. I'd argue ChatGPT is fine anywhere else than in narrative writing. I doubt ChatGPT would keep the tone of writing, but grammatically it will be very close, yeah. I often find that ChatGPT goes a bit too far, and there's a bit too much, like, you know, fancy adjectives and stuff, like to the point where it kind of becomes a bit too extreme or whatever. This list isn't fully updated, by the way. There are more people in the supported list at this point. Just a little reminder. Roll credits, let's go. Yeah, that still seems fine. I almost wonder if I should remove some of these. Or what we could do is switch out the text down here and have a link to help localize the game. That should be pretty nice. Kinda market the localization form a little bit. Okay, I'm pretty happy with this. Let's do more stuff. Let's do more stuff. Demo checklists. Some new ending screen with CTA to wishlist the game. That is done. Just need some way to get to it. Okay, finishing the tutorial is gonna be one of the most important things. But let's do more unimportant things. Anyway. So, we're gonna need to do something in the... in the version manager. We are going to add a... let's do a... well, I could check the Steam manager too, but no. Let's do a public bool is demo. Yes. I'm gonna add that. Then I think, like the update log, I don't think I want to have in the demo. So menu canvas. Where is that one actually? Is it in here? Let's try to make stuff very programmatic. Why can I not select this? Buttons, update log, there we go. Okay, I'm gonna add a new script called disable if demo. Yeah. That might be useful in general to have. So we're gonna do a private void await if version manager dot instance dot is demo game object set active false. Thank you very much. Is something else enabling this? Oh no, I never checked the demo thing. Right. Settings is demo is going to be true. Now it should disappear. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Settings. Settings UI. Boom. Let's open this prefab. Language settings. I'm gonna switch the little disclaimer here and say apply to localize the game into your language. And we are now going to make this into a menu button. And we're going to add a hyperlink button. And the link will be to ah, fuck, I'm not logged in. Scheisse. What is up, one man? How you doing, man? Good to see ya. Okay, wait, let me quickly log in here. Boom, there we go. Let's see here. Share. Copy link. Try it in incognito to make sure it works. It does indeed. Link will be this one. Bit Casual, welcome in. How you doing? Apply to localize the game into your language. Apply to localize the game to your language. Into your language. To your language. Oh, did I not connect the button? Apply button. I think I would say to your language. Doing sort of okay. Sorry to hear that, man. Just made it say apply to choose language. Yeah, force them to click this one to even be able to select the language. Yeah, we just forgot to connect this. Hyperlink button, open link. And then we go into disable you, enable you, disable you. I am not going to translate that one, I can't be bothered. Yeah, localize the application, let's go. I like how I'm doing all of the little things except for actually making the demo. Isn't that kind of funny? I'm doing everything around the actual content of the demo. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. We are gonna say that the game is now playable in Swedish and Portuguese. Gonna try to get that to work for the demo. Oh. Why is the prefab still like this? Anyway. Which means that these 3 languages should now be white. Boom. First you finish 90% of the demo, then you finish the other 90%. If you change the language, does it change what the buttons say? Yes. Every button except for the one I just made. Because I can't be bothered. This one, for now, is just in English. In my language options, I'm gonna have a link to Duolingo. Yeah, affiliate link. Do it, man. Add a sanity mechanic, and when it gets close to 0, the language swaps to Danish to show the draining sanity. Could also do something where, like, if you select Danish, we'll like Alt F4 out of the game. That can be kind of fun. I'm joking, people. Okay. That's pretty much done, though. Start button needs to work. So that should be in the menu manager, I suppose? Because here we have the... Wait, we have to override the play button, right? Yeah, this is the one that opens the save slots and stuff. So here we will instead say if version manager.instance is demo. If we're in the demo, then we are instead going to transition to game immediately, because we are not going to have... We're not going to have save system in the demo. Fuck it. Invoke load game. Okay, same thing here. We're going to say if version manager.instance is demo, then we want to do the same thing, but we are instead going to load the demo. Let's see if that works. Cannot load scene, invalid scene name. Okay. Scene is called demo. Demo, bum bum bum. Okay. Oh, I never filled these out, did I? So where is this? This should be in the system canvas or something? Transitions. Yeah, transition manager. What the fuck is that? NDA scene? No idea what that was. Demo scene is called demo. Demo ending scene is called demo ending. Main menu game credits demo. I don't know what the fuck this is. Do I use this anywhere? Doesn't look like it. Oh wait, is that like the initialization scene or some shit? Oh no, wait, it's right, NDA. Yeah, it's for the... Oh, I never ended up using that one, right, because it's in the initialization scene. Okay, save. Please put a picture of a globe or something next to the languages button. That could be kind of cool. I do already have a globe in the game, but it's probably too big, I imagine. We did make a little spinning globe in one of the rooms that you can actually spin as well. Fuck. Scene demo couldn't be loaded because it has not been added to the build settings. Ah. I see. How do I do this? Add open scene, is that how I need to do it? Okay, so we have to go to the demo ending, add open scene, we have to go into the demo. There we go, add open scene. And then later when we actually build the demo, we're gonna just disable the game, so they won't have access to the full game. And that means that even if they hack the little is demo bool, they will just break the game basically. They're not gonna get access to anything. Main menu. Nothing worse than setting your language to the Chinese by mistake and trying to work out if you need to go to... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's when you just need to remember where the fucking button was. Okay, start. Boom. In here. And we load the demo scene. Let's fucking go. Nice. That still works here. That's good. I think I'm gonna remove the highlight color. I don't think people are gonna be able to change highlight color. I don't think I want that. I mean, we can keep the actual, like, functionality for it or whatever. Like, the code can remain in the game in case I change my mind. I think we're gonna disable that setting. Can we get the button if we press upwards, upwards, downwards, left, right, BA? Yes. It would be kind of funny almost just for the joke of it, to add some little cheat code where you can actually get some type of cheat. Same thing here. Puzzle hints and flickering lights. If those settings aren't working at the moment, then they shouldn't even be in the game. That's what I'm gonna say. That's all fine. Audio settings, that's all fine. Which is weird because gameplay settings is literally just going to be tutorial tips, but oh well. Not even cheat, just that someone will always try the Konami code. Oh, is that a special one? Didn't even clock that. Could even just play fart sound. Yeah, it could be fun as a little Easter egg or something. Okay. Most of this seems fine. Okay, let's play with some build settings. Initialization. That's where I have like playtesting info. I might keep that for now. We're gonna remove it for the public demo. Splash screen, main menu. We're gonna disable game. Credits, demo, ending, demo. Okay, I think it might be time to actually go into the game. I think everything around it is pretty much done now. I think the menu will be fine. I'm happy with this. Do all of these work? Theme page, Discord invite, Twitch channel, blue sky. Yep. That all seems good. Oh, something... You know, we're almost done with all the stuff around the actual... around the demo, as in like not the demo. Maybe we should just make the demo feedback form as well, or at least prepare it. I think for the public demo, we're gonna do it a bit differently. I think we're gonna do a lot of a shorter one, because this is gonna be average players, which might not be as likely to give a bunch of feedback, so just do like the most important stuff. Maybe even do like no mandatory thingies. Or get your very own copy of Marbles. Would be interesting to hear about how you limited game scope for the demo. Or would it give away too much? Do you mean like what my thought process will be in like where to cut it off? Is that what you're asking? I don't think Sharpie understands scope. Add a crypto scam to the demo. Okay, let's see. Let's do this. Bum bum bum. How do I do this? Make a copy. We're gonna call this one Shroud of Gloom demo version 0.3.3. Yes. Copy. Okay, let's do. Let's sort out the public one. Yeah. Let's sort out the public one. And then I can fix the... Because we're gonna do some private playtesting first. I hate that I can't switch to... Sorry for the flashbang, but we're gonna have to do it. So one thing I thought about was... So here, thank you for playtesting? No. Now for the public one it would be thank you for playing the Shroud of Gloom demo. Appreciate you taking your time to share feedback. Your insight will help us improve the game and create a better experience for the players. This form shouldn't take more than a few minutes to complete. Please be as honest as possible. We don't need that one. Budget. Thank you for your support. And then here is where we could add, if you want to help out further, you can. We're going to do a quick list here. Apply to playtest the game. Apply to localize the game. Why not? Rather than having it in the game, we put it in the form. Boom. Did you hear about those games on Steam that stole people's crypto wallets from their computers? What the fuck? Is that why we need demo approvals nowadays? Probably. Well, the bad thing about the approval system is that it's still very easy to get around, because they don't check every update you do, they only check the first one. So what you can do is just upload a build, have Steam check it, like remove all of the bad stuff, and then once it's checked, re-add the bad stuff and then make it public. Like, it's fairly easy to get around it, to be honest. At the same time, having them approve every build would be a little bit annoying too. Like, imagine if you need to do like a quick, urgent hotfix or something, and then you need to wait 3 to 5 days for Steam to approve it. What is up, Hadouken? How you doing, man? I like how I've started, like, just fucking not caring about mispronouncing your name anymore. Like, your name is Hadouken, and it's like I just give up halfway through and I just go Hadouken. Do you know what I mean? Fucking shameful, man. On my end, that is. Sounds like a plan. Would you like to share your name/username? We should keep that one. Have you played an earlier version of the game? No, we don't need that for the public demo. How did you find the puzzles? Maybe. But I don't think I'm gonna have it be mandatory. Did you use the new keyboard shortcuts? That was for internal playtesting, so... I mean, I guess we should do, did you use the shortcuts? Because it is interesting to see how people play the game, but I don't know. I might remove this one. I think this needs to be fairly short. How long? Maybe. How long did it take you to reach... A one man with the gifted sub to Frosten. You absolute legend. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate you, man. It does mean a lot. Enjoy the badge and the emote, Frosten. No ads as well. I've given up on you as well. I think you should only check it for newer developers, so you can sort of have like this Steam trust score. That is a pretty good point. That could be fine. Just then at least for the people that are already trusted, it's kind of fine. There's not many people in here that don't have a sub. It is true, we are currently sitting at 232 subs, which is fucking insane. Or technically 33, I don't think it's updated yet. Thank you all so much for the support, I really do appreciate you guys. It does really help out. How long did it take you to reach the end of the demo? Oh shit, wait. Now you can't check the playtime anymore, because that's on the save slots, which we're not gonna have in the demo. Let's remove that as well. Did not reach the end 15:30. Let's make this non-mandatory as well. I mean, you shouldn't. It shouldn't take this long. So let's just do more than... No, wait. Technically, I don't need this, because Steam will give me information about the playtime. So maybe we could even skip this for the public form. Just that is kinda, like, what I want to know here is like the average playtime, but Steam will give me information about that. So for the public one, I don't need this. Might even skip these anything you want to add sections as well. And then just do anything else you want to add at the end. If you have a recording of your playtest, people are probably not going to record themselves playing the demo. Do you experience any bugs or technical issues? I'll probably put this one higher. I'm not gonna do any mandatory here. How much would you expect to pay for the full game? Bum 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 bum. Yeah. I think the public one is just going to be something like this. And then I'm gonna have a different one for the playtesting we do beforehand, maybe with a few extra questions. I think this is good enough for now. So, let's save that one. Chappy draws video, gamedev and becomes a streamer opening CSGO cases. I've never been hacked, I guess I'm too cool. Please nobody take that as a challenge. Making the game is so hard, I spent an hour and barely moved forward. I mean, kinda same here, man. I haven't done anything of the actual demo. I've done almost everything around it. I mean, LTT got hacked, so I think it's dangerous to be overconfident, yeah. Yeah, because I think, especially going like, I'm unhackable, that is, relatively speaking, a pretty good way of incentivizing people to do it. What's the option of free for the question of how much I expected game to cost? That is not an option. Still feel like LTT are bummels, don't like them for some reason. Attention, this message was highlighted. Thank you for your attention. No worries, man, of course. Okay, menu stuff is done. Is it time to go into the game? Demo ending should be done.
Slayton challenges the community to a marble race.
Let's do it! Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for another marble race. As the Redeemer, Slayton, which map do you want to play? Still recall the day my subscription for McAfee expired. I got hacked less than 24 hours after. Been renewing ever since. As I told them and they were able to fix my laptop. That got hacked even though my subscription had expired already. Teleporter? Let's do it. One little thing about the teleporter. I do have to give this as a slight little warning. At the very end here, you see that there is a little diamond shape in the absolutely last section right before the goal. That one is for some reason slightly bugged, so the diamond isn't actually visible. The hitbox is there, but it's not visible, so don't get too surprised when you don't see it. Let's do 5 marbles default, 10 for subscribers. Let's go. Type exclamation mark join in the chat if you want to join the race. And of course, as the new tradition is, we are also going to start a little prediction here in case people want to bet some channel points. So we're gonna check if Slayton, the challenger, will win. Prediction is up, so feel free to cast your channel points if you wanna do some betting on this race. Fuck yeah, I might join as well. You know, we can have a couple of chirpy marbles in here as well. Don't know what's with Twitch, but when I join the stream I always have 0 channel points until I press the button, then I have 10.9k. Oh, that's interesting. We currently have 666 points bet on Slayton winning. So far, no one has bet on Slayton not winning. If anyone else wants to join the race, all you gotta do is type exclamation mark join to enter the race. I don't know how to bet. It should be a little thingy at the top of the chat, if it didn't open automatically, that you can click and select which side you want to bet for. Unless you're in Sweden. I mean, you can still do it in Sweden, but then you can't bet any points. You can only bet 0, which is a little bit annoying, but... Yeah, literally, if anyone bets no, you have the highest probability of taking all of Cheetah's points. You have like 10 seconds to bet though, so it is going to end very soon. Well, why not in Sweden? Something gambling laws, which is a bit silly because it's... you know, it's fake internet points, but for some reason you're not allowed to bet. Like, you can select an option in Sweden, but you can only bet 0 points. You can't actually enter like a higher amount for it. It's a little bit silly. Okay, last chance to join the race. Type !join in the chat to enter. We're gonna be starting in about 10 seconds. No other bets, I really hope he wins. Yeah, otherwise the points will just go into the void. Ooh, a lot of marbles getting caught by the fan there. We have myself, Cheetah, One Man and Slayton first into the Plinko section. Not rigged, I promise. Ooh, Slayton did take a good route here, but does get a little bit stuck towards the end. However, me and One Man are having trouble through these swooshes here.
_man_ is forcing you to stand up for 10
Let's
minutes.
do it. It seems like we have a Cheetah and myself first into the second fan/teleporting section, but we all get caught. However, I promise it's not rigged. What the fuck, Cheetah? Right at the end, he manages to go past me. So ironically here, Cheetah both wins and loses. Wait. Did Slayton even join? Oh, he did, yeah. I was gonna say, otherwise it would have been impossible for you to win. So Cheetah basically won the marbles, but he lost his channel points. Okay, let's stand up, people. Negative stream review did not stand up. I am standing up. Is that all of the marbles? I think that is all of the marbles. And with that, the prediction ends as well. We had 2 people betting on Slayton winning. No one betted no, but unfortunately no was the correct answer. So we are throwing a few channel points into the void. And with that, the race is over. The laptop was completely taken over, I couldn't do anything on it at all, but whoever hacked it never said anything that I could tell. Felt more like they hacked it to get any data on the advice. All rise for the sacrifice, boss. Okay, this is good. Let's go into the demo. So, at some point we're gonna delete a bunch of rooms to make sure that they cannot be reached. Most important thing though is to try and make something that can take you to the ending. So let's try to do that. Let's go here, and for testing purposes, also let's remove this fucking test book. You shouldn't be here. So guys, we do have some ads coming up in a little bit. I'm just gonna make it so that if you go to the left here, then you win. So we're gonna add a... Do I have something? Switch scene on click? No. I do have the victory, trigger victory on click. What does that one do? Publishes the victory event and plays the victory song. Okay, we don't want to use this one. Oh well, I could just change what you do. Like if demo, then do this instead. Could do that. The thing comes up with the prediction results, but not the betting. Weird. That is odd. Like, what we could do is something like this. If version manager dot instance is demo, then instead of doing any of that stuff, do I still need to trigger the victory event though? I like that my function is called good game, well played. Change state, game over. I mean, that is actually fine. Wait, what then opens the menu? Oh, that one. Is that one? No? I am so confused. Oh, maybe I have... Do I have a different one, like finish playtest or something? Ending. What? Oh no, we still publish the victory event, which means that yeah, the UI manager listening to that one and brings up the victory menu or whatever, which we don't want to do here. I'm gonna take a short break and just reheat my tea a little bit, and I'll be right back. Give me like half a minute or something. Cheers. And on that note, we are back. Appreciate the patience. Okay, what did the game manager do on the victory event? Change the state. That would be pretty good to do. Because otherwise you might be able to continue clicking on stuff. Oh, you know what? That is actually fine though. We can publish this. We can publish that one. And then we are going to event bus, publish new load scene event. Scene bool fade. Okay, so load scene event, scene demo ending true. That's what we're gonna do. And then the way we fix this is that we just go into the UI manager, which I think listens for the victory and does this. Victory menu set active true, canvas fade. We don't want to do that, so here we're just going to say once again, if version manager instance is demo, that should have been static. Then return. Don't do anything. I think that should be fine. This is if I have something that you click on that brings you to the end though, which I'm not sure of. It depends on how we do the end. Just realized. It's fine. Let's see if that works. On victory, game over event seems legit. I don't think I have seen that build back before. Yeah, I think it's a pretty nice way to still have some... There's still something happening, playing some old clips and stuff. Oh, is the intro on in the background? Is that what's happening? This is how Donald Trump was born. It was always about me. Okay, so we should be able to go here. And then if I click here, nothing happens. Great. Did I not add that thingy? Or is the version manager not set up correctly here? Is that it? No, is demo is true. Exit left. Trigger victory on click. Victory event, load scene event. Demo ending, true. Why does that not work? I feel like that should work. What if we disable the exit on click? What? Interactable is demo. Ah, wait. Did I do the other one with the exit on click? Yeah, is final door. Do I do it here? Wait, if it isn't final door, then you do this. Okay. But I don't do anything if it is the final door? So that... this basically doesn't do anything? What the fuck do I do in the other one? Let me see. Are you in... prefabs doors? I think I made a playtest end. Yeah, is final door is checked and trigger victory on click is on here. It feels like I'm doing the same shit. Okay, what if I do check that one? But that shouldn't make a difference for trigger victory on click. Because as soon as we call interact, we should check if this is the demo. In that case, publish this and load scene. But it seems like nothing is working. That the end door looks terrifying. Yeah, it shouldn't technically say new door, or the end I mean. Like it obviously won't do that in the full game, but it's a way for playtesters to know that if they walk through this door, you know, you will reach the end, in case there's something else they want to check before. Because otherwise, you might be surprised when it's like, oh shit, I wanted to do that first, and now you gotta like replay the game if there was some specific thing you wanted to test. So I added that little thing as a little placeholder. Okay, now it did something at least. Invalid scene name. Did I forget to apply stuff? I did, okay. Let's do this the proper way. I think I did this from the main menu? Yeah, apply all. Should paint in my study room door leaf so I don't get disturbed all the time. That's a very short demo. Okay. That seems to work, so that's good. Let's jump into the demo again. And now let us let's fix this room then. Wait, when you override, can you remove specific ones? Trigger victory, yeah, revert. Revert. And we can apply all of that. We don't need the test book there in the real game either. Okay. So now we know we have a way to finish the demo. So I just need to figure out where that should happen. And whether or not we should finish the game with a jump scare. What do you guys think? Yay or nay on finishing with a jump scare? But yay if it made sense. How do you want to be remembered? If it makes sense. You define if it makes sense. Okay, but first of all, I think the most important thing is to make sure the tutorial is good. I don't think I will feel able to publish a demo unless the tutorial is good. And I also need to make sure that this stops working, because that is fucking annoying. Room manager. Game started. On start. I mean, to be fair, I could have a save file and just never have you actually load it. Wait, loading happens automatically, doesn't it? Okay, we just made sure that the game never saves. And we should be good to go. Okay, I'm gonna do this. For each transform child in room container, child game object active self. Yeah, if there is one that is active, then do all of this and return. If you don't find an active room, then either load the one from the save file or load the starting room. I think that should be good. If you do something a bit surprising but not a jump scare. Anyway. What do you have in mind, Gita? What do you mean surprising? Because I do think we're gonna need some little... We're probably gonna need to make like some kind of special ending for the demo. At the same time, I probably won't have time to make like a full-on custom cutscene and stuff. What am I testing? Oh yeah, if I loaded the room correctly, which we did. Enable tutorial tips. Reload. Game shouldn't be loaded because it has not been added to the build settings. I need to get rid of that button. Let's see here. UI... Menus, pause menu, reload button, disable if demo, easy peasy. This cannot say save anymore either. We need to do some change here. Pause menu. Where is my fucking pause menu? That was weird. Menu button. Here, I'm gonna want you to instead say quit. This should be an override. Correct. And then we need to do something. UI manager, return to main menu. UI manager, return to main menu. Load scene event menu. Here, save game. So, if version manager.instant.isDemo, and then we flip this. If this is sent to the demo, then save the game. If it is the demo, don't do fuck all. There's always this wonder of what the game is about. What's the world, what's the monster, what's the mystery. So I think there should be some sort of enlightenment at the end of it. So be it the monster or the plot or whatever. That creates a connection in the player's brain and thus leads you to wanting more. Yeah, that does make sense. That does make sense. What's up everyone? Like the sound playing at the end. Distant creaking door opening. Is there someone else here? And then fade to black. Yeah, I might have some ideas of what we could do. Is my flashlight... Do I not have a tutorial for the flashlight? What happened with that one? But I do get a tutorial for the inventory. I don't get the tutorial to open the map. And it doesn't look like the room is loading correctly. That's a bit odd. Why is the room not loading? Oh, I might turn this off as well. Right now, in the beginning scene, you can actually walk backwards to check the trunk of the car. But I don't have anything in there. So at that point, I think it might be better to just not be able to go backwards. Yeah, now the map is updated. Okay, I wonder if this is an issue for some reason because I'm starting here. Right, what happens if we start in the cutscene? Does the room update? What is up, Vintage? How you doing, man? Welcome back. How's it going? So far, so good. We finished basically everything around the demo. Like, the demo ending, making sure that the main menu made sense, and like the feedback form, and all of the stuff that isn't the actual demo. And we just started working on the actual game. So we now have a way to reach the end, or at least we have the code to be able to have that work. Oh no, the tutorial triggers. Okay, let me see if the map works as well. Z to O. Press Z or click on the bag to open your inventory. Click on items, blah blah blah. With an item selected, click to interact or press R and B to deselect the item. Okay, so here it might be nice to get the tutorial for the map as well. And yeah, that one is functional now. But I wonder, it's also... It's a little bit... I don't like bombarding the player with like tutorial stuff. Like, it would be pretty nice if we could teach it when you need it. The issue is, how the fuck do I know when the player needs to check the map? I mean, I could just do it once they reach an end. It's like, if they go all the way over here, they can't continue going. Or something. Then you can open the map and be like, okay, it seems like I could walk this way. You know what I mean? We could do something like that. Just to not have all of the tutorial stuff show up at the same time. And I might... Oh shit, starting to work now. I might have to do something where... I feel like I could improve the inventory tutorial. How are you doing, Vintage? What have you been up to? I don't know if I should make this darker as well. Because one issue is that it's almost too bright to the point where you feel like you should be able to click here. So I might have to make the outside be darker. Check items in your bag to use or inspect them. The weird thing here is that if you open this one and close it, that is still... like, this doesn't actually disappear until you pick up a usable item. And we show this one instead. Also, maybe a bit weird that maybe it should disappear if I let go of an item too, because I'm technically doing one of the things, right? With an item selected, click to interact, or press R and B to deselect the item. Like... maybe... fucking tutorials, man. I'm good, thanks. The wife is putting Sparrow to bed and I'm about to continue working on my Journey Jam game. Nice, man. How is it going so far? This should change too. You should be able to click on the map now, since the map isn't really interactable anymore. Because that's how other inspectable items work. Like here I can click outside, or I can click on the objects. Like wherever I click basically, except for the flashlight, will close it. So I think the map should be the same. Map, open map. Which means that... how do I want to do this? Open map. I wonder if I should add it just to this one. Interactable, raycast alpha pixels. Publish Unity event on click. Did I have this somewhere else before? But then... this one is non-interactable. And I need you to be able to hit this hitbox, since this is part of the user interface. This one is not a raycast target. Is this just the map? No, that's actually... oh, is the hand and the map? Okay, that's good. Okay, in that case it's fine. In that case, what we're gonna do is... remove non-interactable. We are going to add interactable. We are going to highlight objects. No. Set default color. Yes. Deselect item. Yes. Raycast alpha pixels. No. Always interactable. Yeah, I think so. Always successful. Yes. And then we want to add a... whatever I do here. Publish unit event on click, show map false. Copy. Paste. That should do it. It's going well. I'm a little scared of the lack of issues I've had. It's going too well. I see what you mean. I wonder if I should teach the mechanic of... just teach the mechanic of charging the flashlight instead. And hope that they understand that other items work the same way. Like, click on a battery to select it. Then like, click on your flashlight to charge it. Is that enough for people to understand that, like, if they have a key, they need to do this? Okay, that's an issue. It doesn't work when I click on the map. We need to make that a non-raycast target. Clicking here should work though. Yes. Okay, so the actual maps... ah, shit. Everything needs to be not a raycast target. That is a little bit annoying. Unless I make you... unless I make them children of the actual map, because then I think it would still work. Because I think children's raycast targets basically trigger the parents' raycast target. I'm fairly certain that's the case. So I wonder if I could just do that to solve it. I think potentially that I could. I'm going to try that. Apply all of the overrides. I'm gonna go into this one. And let's see what happens if I take map floor 1 and I make you a child of the map image. You disappear. Ah, fuck, but it's a non-lit layer. Well, shouldn't you be a child as well? Just put you here? I think that should be fine. I think that should work. Yeah, boy. I think the map is a bit too slow though. Because I made it a lot quicker when you switch between maps. And that made me realize how slow this animation is. Maybe same thing here. I think this animation should be quicker. I think all of these should be quicker. It's somewhat realistic that it's slow, I suppose, but it feels like... It makes it feel slightly irresponsive. Map show position, show map ease, map button. Do I not have... No. Show button duration, hide button, map animation duration. What if we go crazy and we like half this? And then we're going to halve the other one as well. For the button. I wonder how that's gonna feel. When does the jam end, Vintage? I mean, it does feel a lot more responsive. That is a little bit quick though, isn't it? Should probably be a little bit slower than that. The button I think is fine, but for this one maybe 0.42. Yes, that's what we're gonna do. That feels pretty good. Oh fuck, these are... Oh, I forgot I broke these at some point. Shit. We need to fix that. Yeah, now this one feels way too slow. Yeah, I think they all need to be quicker. So that should be the inspection thing as well. Doesn't seem like I have any serialized variables here. Show item. Play, bum bum bum. Publish, bum bum bum. Where is the timing though? Here. Do fade. Okay. Do local move. Animation duration. 0.65. What did I do on the other one? 42. Which means I'd like to just remove that one. Let's check the map as well, because I think the sound effect was a little bit late now. Speaking of that though, where is my map? Show map 0.25. Let's do 0.05. It should be the same timing as before, I think. The question is still when I'm going to show the map tutorial. What should trigger the map tutorial? Yeah, that sounds better. Much snappier. Maybe a little bit too quick. No, I think it's good. I think it's better that it's a bit too quick than not being quick enough. Because if it's too slow, that gets more annoying. Inventory. Show duration, hide duration. Is that for the button or... Oh yeah, it is, because the opening is technically instant. Okay, so we're gonna do 0.42 here as well, and then we do 35. Didn't I do the same on the other ones? Yeah, fuck it, let's do the same. That's a bit of a weird bug, but... There's a little bit of a delay when you try to open it again. I don't remember why that is. Key binding pressed. There's somewhere where I return. Dude, absolute spaghetti. Set active open. Tutorial tip. Enable button. Inventory animation. Oh no, it has to do with this, doesn't it? It has to be at a certain position for you to be able to open it, I think. Some weird thing I did. Okay, I can't be bothered. I'm gonna leave that. Okay, so... Most important things, fix the tutorial. Okay, so you're gonna start here. Tells you to turn the flashlight off. I think the background should be darker, because it almost feels like I should be able to click on stuff here. I don't know if I want that to say whether Crawford Manor. That's a bit of a placeholder thing anyway. Is that localized? I wonder. Not me jumping between different things here. No, that never happened. Oh yeah, shit, I need to move all the other rooms. Yeah, I'm jumping too much. Map, open prefab. Let's see here. Floor 0 should be here. Floor 2 should be here. Floor 3 should be here. Okay, next up I want to check if the title, are you localized? You're not. Okay, so we need to localize you. Localize. Add table entry. What's the prefix I would use for this? Game, I guess. I use marker for the other stuff. So I'm just hiding this because I have some spoilers in the localization sheet. Menu general. Objective. Cutscene. You should consider the map to be a document, technically speaking. Marker. Menu. Oh, I don't have something called game, do I? I have one called game saving. Hi Mad Shopping, what's up? How you doing, Wolfeats? Good to have you, man. We are currently working on the, believe it or not, the demo for the game. We're in the, as some of you might know, we are in the Horror Fest at the end of October. So started thinking, maybe it would be good to have something playable for that. Would probably make the game perform a bit better. So currently trying to see if I can somehow manage to finish a little demo in like the next couple of weeks. Yeah, that's the plan. How you doing, Wolfeet? Strum, how you doing as well? Hope your day is going well. Entry name. Let's call this map. Floor. General floor? No. Map, floor, main. So I'm not gonna do the Crawford Manor stuff here. I think I'm just gonna call this main floor. What do I call this in Swedish? That is the question. What do we call it? Fucking grundvåning? Entréplan. Could call it something like that. Or we could also go with the upper lower type thing. What do I even call this in English? In English I say basement, main floor, upper floor, attic. I think that's what I say. So we could go like nedre plan or bottenvåning. Nedervåning, yeah. Nedervåning, övervåning, vindkällare. Källare, bottenvåning, övervåning. Let's go nedervåning. Nedervåning. How do factorize this in Portuguese? Let's worry about that later. Oh shit, I have an unlit title as well. Localize. This just needs to be the same. Floor main. Huh? There we go. Floor 0, both of these should now be localized. You're gonna have a new table entry, which will be map, floor, basement. Which, let's see, I said basement floor. I might do that. I think it might look nicer if this is a bit longer. Yeah, I think bottom plan could work as well. Bottom plan could make more sense in some regard, since you can be outside. Like, you're gonna start the game outside. Which you could argue is like technically not part of the nedervåning, since that's like the lower floor. Well, it's not really part of... Bottom plan sounds more like... It would make more sense when you're outside, I think. I think nedervåning is fine too, though. Basement floor. And then we're gonna do källarvåning. That works. Källarvåning, vindsvåning. Yeah, that's fine. 2. I'll localize this. Boom. Add table entry. Map. Floor. Upper. Upper floor. Wait. Nedervåning, övervåning. Gå upp på övervåningen, ja. Once again, not me forgetting my own language. Last but not least, we have this one. Add table entry. And this should be map, floor, attic. Attic, floor. And last but not least for Swedish, we're going to do vindsvåning. It's funny, but I think I use English more than Swedish on a daily basis. So do I, man. Like, you know, I stream for like 8-9 hours, like multiple times a week. On those days, I definitely speak more English, and a lot of the other time, like, you know, my partner is British as well, so a lot of the time I end up speaking English with her too. Like, I definitely for like the past year, I've been speaking more English than I've been speaking Swedish. So unironically, it kinda feels a little bit like I'm slowly forgetting my own language. Oh wait, I need to make sure I override everything here. Let's go through it quickly. Prefab override marathon here. And then we're gonna override. I assume I want to override everything here too. Yeah. Sorry guys, we do have some ads coming up in a little bit. Also, when doing game dev stuff, you learn the words in English and can barely speak about it in Swedish, and that goes for everything. Like every weird obsession I have, like the niche words, I almost only know in English. Because that's, like, even with Portuguese, it's easier for me to translate into English. Because it's easier to find learning material in English. So most of the time when I studied Portuguese, I did it through English. Like, I have a bit of a weird, like, watch obsession as well. Same thing there, like, I can name almost every part of a watch in English. Fucking no way I'd do it in Swedish. It's kinda funny. Main floor. Okay, let me... Let's give myself the master key. I'm gonna cheat a little bit just to unlock every map. Okay, that should be every map in the game. What do you even call an array in Swedish? I would not know, I have no idea. I actually have no fucking clue what you would call that in Swedish. Yeah, no clue. I do wonder though, I would assume that it's the same thing even professionally, right? Like in a Swedish game dev studio, there's probably a lot of English loanwords being thrown around, right? I would assume that to be the case. Okay, main floor. Upper floor. Attic floor. Basement floor. That looks good. Oh yeah, I didn't do it for Portuguese yet. Swedish. Nedervåning. Övervåning. Vindsvåning. Källarvåning. That feels good. Okay. One more thing done. You know, I think we should finish this demo pretty quickly, to be honest. Like, we just need to slice up the content correctly. And the demo is pretty much done. Welcome back from the ads, guys. Oh shit, we do have one important thing though. Something happened when I made my own masks for certain things in the game. I think that is what caused it, but I somehow ended up breaking the masks of all of my drop-down settings. You see how the resolutions continue below this thing? Like, this does not look good. Well, it kind... It's weird though, because there is some mask, like the VSync option, which is below, that one does disappear, so it's kind of like the size that's messed up. Is it the same thing here? No, I think that's the lowest resolution. Yeah, we can't have it like this. How many drop-downs do I have? Is it only... Yeah, it is only in the video settings. We do really need to sort that out, because that is... It's gonna look bad. Menus... Settings UI... Video settings. Why does this happen? Resolution... Drop down label, arrow. I assume it has to do with the template. Oh, you know what? It would be easier to do the bottom one first, figure out the issue, because that one I will be able to see fully. Which is what? FPS? Oh no, it's still didn't be covered by those, never mind. Okay, it doesn't matter. Drop down, background, viewport, masking disabled due to graphic component being... Okay. Yeah. Scroll bar, image doesn't have a border. What has happened here? Sliding area. Handle, content, item background. Masterable is not checked, but I don't know if it should be. But where should the mask be? I assume it would be on one of the parent, like the... Here, viewport... Auto hide and expand, spacing -3. Viewport... I feel like it should have something to do with this one. This one is masterable. Oh wait, are all of these masterable? These are not. Is that the issue? Do they need to be masterable? Okay, let's do it this way. Let's add a layout element. We are going to ignore layout. just to make it so we can actually see what's going on, we are going to move you over here. Now, next up we have items. We are going to duplicate these. Does that not work? Oh, they remain in the same place? Because I guess what we want to do is make sure that this gets hidden, right? Group, toggle group. Item background, masterable? Not masterable. Item checkmark. This one is masterable. UI default. So confused. Like, where do I set the actual mask? Do you know what I mean? Because I assume you should be automatically hidden once I go outside of that one. Tag, untagged, UI. Viewport. Image type sliced. Fill center. Mask thingy. Show mask graphic. Okay, this is the mask. This is where we have the mask. Okay. That's good to know. Okay, viewport contains the mask. Content is empty. And this is the element. Let's put you here. Or actually, let's keep you in the same place, but duplicate you and move the duplication. Okay, what did I say? Viewport, you are the mask. Show mask. But like, it doesn't fucking mask it. And I don't know, this happened, I'm sure this happened right after I added my own masks in other places of the game. I'm fairly certain that is what fucked this up. But I don't see where I can select like the layer or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Because on the other one I've selected like which mask layer I want to use. So I don't know if it... But this one doesn't have that. Material, radius target, masterable. And everything in the item is masterable, isn't it? I mean, it isn't. But then again, if I take the check mark, that one is masterable, but it doesn't do anything. I've had issues with most not working with custom shaders. Not sure you're using them here though. Yeah, I don't have any like custom shaders, I don't think. Like the thing I did, it had to do with the... I added it because of the intro cutscene. Because I have, in this scene, we have rain particles, right? Those use a mask to only show up on the windshield. And not on like the other stuff. Right, so it doesn't rain inside of the car basically. So what I did here is that what did I do? Oh no, I suppose it's on my particle effects maybe. Car rain particles. Here, windshield mask. I made a windshield mask that looks like this. I added a sprite mask. Did some alpha cutoff shit. Sprite sort point center, rendering layer mask, unused 8. Okay, let's try. Let's disable this one. Oh wait, it might be automatically enabled anyway, since I'm in this scene. No? Okay, so now we can't see that at all. Whoops, I turned off the settings. Settings UI. Yeah, it does work. Look at that. When I enable the windshield mask, this stops working. Okay, so what if I switch to another layer? That doesn't do anything. Alpha value doesn't do anything either. Layer water doesn't do anything. Order in layer 0 minus 50 500 doesn't do anything. Rendering layer mask, light layer default. Okay, unused 30. Uncheck that one. Doesn't do anything. What if I enable the sprite? No. But as soon as I disable this mask, it stops working. Rendering layer mask. If I don't have that one at all, then it's fine. But as soon as I add a layer here, that one stops working. Question is though, if I don't have a rendering layer mask, then it's not gonna work, is it? Yeah. Because I suppose that my particle effects renderer was using the same rendering layer mask. It is using 2 though. Which I don't know if it needs to do. Well, wait, if I revert this, unused 8. To be fair, whether these show or not though doesn't make a difference. But why does this affect my other mask? Oh. Checking custom range seems to fix it. Okay. Let's try to have that one checked. And see if the particles work. Yeah, this is functional. Please give me particles. Fuck! Okay. So now the question is basically... Can I... do something where that is functional at the same time as I can see these. Because now if I uncheck this, I can see the particles. But now that doesn't work. Can I make this play continuously? Well, as long as I can see him like this, we should be fine. Yeah. Okay, if I check this, that works, but this stops working. What if I order in layer 1? -1. Minus 500. 500. Oh, these only show the same? Huh. Oh, that one has to be front back. Okay, 500. Okay, so now something's happening. Now I can see this one, but that one is broken again. Okay, if I put 0 here, it disappears. So this one can be 0, 1, 2, 3. On 3, it stops working. So what if I move all of my drop-downs to a higher sorting layer? Or I leave this one at 2? Because here it seems like both are functional. Oh, yeah. Do I see all the raindrops? I'm trying to see if I can see a slider show up where a raindrop doesn't land, because that would be an issue. Otherwise, it would be fine. I mean, it kind of seems to be working. Maybe we just leave it like this? Did anyone land there? I think it's working. It seems fine. And that is functional too. Okay, I think we might just leave this and hope it's fine. Can you set the parent to not be masterable and maybe won't carry the other master down to its own children? For what? For the windshield or the drop-downs? For the drop-downs? Okay, let's try it. Let's toggle that one off again. So this is what we had before. Now we can see the raindrops, but that one is messed up. Then we're gonna go into the set. Let's try it, let's try it. Resolution. You don't have any masterable stuff. Drop down. Masterable, yes. Uncheck it. Doesn't seem to make a difference. Yeah. But I could probably change the layer, couldn't I? Like settings, UI, video settings. Where do I have resolution drop down? Do I have some order in layer here? Somewhere. Facing. Viewports. Doesn't seem like it. What's up, Boolean? How you doing? Different layers shouldn't impact each other, or do they? Yeah, it feels like they shouldn't. Normal layers, not orders. Do you mean like the UI and stuff? Like this layer? Yeah, because this one is on a UI layer. Whereas my particle effects are default and the mask is default. So it's on different layers here as well. It is a bit weird. Doing great, nice to hear, Boolean. Where have you been up to? Anything fun? But yeah, but it seems like if I do custom range and I only set this to 2, I can see the raindrops and this one seems functional. Sorting layer default. If I change this to UI, then what if I do a different one then? Oh, there is a particles layer. What if I set you to particles? Because now that one does work. What if I... Okay, does that mean do I have to change my particles somehow? But that's not this type of layer, is it? It's a sorting layer. I don't know if I have a sorting layer here, do I? Yeah, sorting layer. Particles. Oh, okay, I think that's a fix. Just been super busy, lots to do, not enough time, not enough fun. I see what you mean, man. Just me, or does it rain inside of the menu now? Oh, not when I toggle this one, though. No. There's some rain here. Fuck. We unlocked a new issue. Particle system on the same canvas. The particle system isn't even on a canvas. It's one of the, for some reason it ended up being that way, it's one of the few things I have which is not on a canvas. So like this mask, for example, this is an actual sprite. Almost everything else in my game is on a canvas, but... which in my mind makes it even weirder that these are affecting each other. Particles order in layer. What if I put this at 0? No, it's still showing up in front of this one. What if I change the mask? Wait, let me make sure. There we have a raindrop that shouldn't be visible. What if I push this down? No. Oh, maybe? Nope. Wait, do I have to change the sub-emitters as well? Ah, I didn't change the sub-emitters. What if I put you to particles? Did that just make it worse? I feel like that made it worse. Check the material your particles use. Sprite unlit default. See if you can change the rendering queue in debug mode. Wait, there's also a sort mode. No, that doesn't sound like the right thing. Otherwise we could leave it, like we did get it to work before. Having them all on the same layer thing, but then setting the sort order. In the drop-down menu? Well, no, though the issue is that we have... When I did it this way, the issue is more than just a drop-down. Because we can see particles here. They should be behind this background. Question is though, are they in front of the drop-down menu? Yeah, they are. So this kinda ended up messing up even more. Now it's just not... Like, technically the drop-downs work now, but this doesn't. Because the thing is, if we set this to 1, we set the sorting layer to... What if I do background? And then I set this one to background, and this one to background. Shit. They disappeared. Yep, no more particles. Okay, we can't do background. I think we had this on default. And then I put this to default as well. Now the mask here is messed up, but the background works. However, I think if I put this at 3... When I put the order in layer for the front to 2, everything seems fine. It feels like this isn't the full-on fix, but it kinda seems to work. So I'm kinda wondering whether maybe we should just leave it at that. It feels like a weird solution. However, it is a solution. I'm kind of wondering whether we are at one of these, you know, don't fix what isn't broken type things. Like, if this works, do we need to dig deeper? Could be that this messes up something else at some point. That's possible. Like, does my outside particles work now? They do. Room particles? Yeah. So all my particles seem to work. Oh, you know what we could do otherwise? I just realized. If the issue is that the particles show up in the menus and stuff, we could have just fucking disabled every particle as soon as you open a menu. That could have been another fix. However, I do think we're gonna keep it like this, because it's working. Whether it's the best solution or not is another thing, but it does seem to work. So let's remove it. Let's remove that one and then say that the resolution drop-down should not ignore the layout, and then we are going to disable the templates. Last but not least, disable the video settings, enable settings menu, and then disable this. And then recenter you. As long as it's working, I guess. Oh, you know what else we should remove? I just realized. This. Hold escape to skip cutscene. Because this is right now the only cutscene we have, and you can hold escape, you get this thing, but you can't actually skip it. Like, skipping this cutscene is just spamming. So we might as well, instead of confusing people, we might as well remove that one too. Just do this. No one will ever know. Well, I shouldn't have the thingy pop up either, to be honest. So what is that? That's like my... I have some fucking cutscene manager or something. Yeah, timeline manager. I don't think there is anyone that is skippable like that. The current state is cutscene. Input get key down. Oh wait, I used the old system here? That's interesting. Because this is not my input. This is Unity Engine.input. Okay. So we comment that out. Is that all I need to do? Play cutscene. What, but when do we actually skip it? All I do here is enable the skipping object. I don't actually skip it. On cutscene skipped. Skipping object set active false. Oh, maybe I don't use that one, because maybe it's the thing that triggers this one. Direct to stop. Why can't I see the references? That's weird. Input manager. Publish cutscene skip event. Just gonna comment that out as well. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about this. Okay, and then we... Oh, what happened here? That's a bit odd. Yeah, holding escape doesn't do anything. Why do you stay at PL? Huh. Is that because I paused while it was typing? Hmm. No, it works. That was odd. I can't recreate it. I somehow paused. I think that one uses a coroutine. Okay, what did I do? Oh, is it because I changed language while it was typing? No. Was it because I changed the controls? Because that's all I did, wasn't it? I switched language, I changed the controls, went into some of these, back. Okay, seems to be working, so let's leave it at that, I guess. Okay, I want to see if we can make the outside even darker. Because like I said, I feel a little bit iffy about it right now. Because it's so bright outside that it feels like you should be able to click on stuff without the flashlight. At the same time, I don't think I want that to be the case. Unless you don't pick up the flashlight until you get inside the mana, that's when you actually pick it up. But no, I think you should start with it. So, question is... Okay, we have some semi-lit layers here, it seems like. Outside entrance, because we have this. Outside light. Like, I could just play with the intensity of this. Do something like this, you know? Oh shit, did I add non-lit layers to all of this? Because that is still visible. Fuck. To be fair though, even like this, it feels more natural that you wouldn't be able to click, because it does feel a lot darker.
Boolean challenges the community to a marble race.
Let's do it! Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for another marble race. Boolean as the challenger, do you have a preferred map? Teleporter, let's do it. Once again, slight reminder that the diamond obstacle in the last section is slightly glitched and doesn't show up, but the hitbox is still there, so don't be surprised when you bounce into nothingness. Let's start it. Exclamation mark join in the chat to get some marbles, and as the new tradition is, we will also start a new prediction whether or not Boolean, the challenger, will win. Cast your vote, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, slightly confusing. Boolean and Wolfit ended up getting the same color. And for anyone else, if you want to join and have some marbles, type exclamation mark join in the chat. Holy shit, look at that. We have 1,000 points bet on Boolean winning. Anyone wanna steal his points? Bet the opposite. Maybe Tall, welcome in. Damn, we're getting a lot of green marbles today, innit? So far, no non-believers. Everyone thinks Boolean will win. We are confident in the challenger today. That is a lot of green, it is true. Oh, there we have it. We have 10 points bet on Boolean not winning, 20. Which does mean that even with just a few points, if Boolean doesn't win, whoever just bets no will get all of them channel points. Unless someone else bets as well, that is. You have about 40 seconds left to bet if anyone else wants to join the little gamba here. Okay, I don't know if I should join right now on this few marbles, because I would, since I'm technically, by technicality, a subscriber, I would almost like double the amount of marbles in here. Okay, about 20 seconds left to gamble. So far we have 1k on Boolean winning and 20 channel points on Boolean losing. Which is, Boolean is going very high risk, low reward right now. You have the chance of either losing 1,000 or winning 20. With that, the bet is over. Last chance to join. If anyone else wants to join the marble race, type !join in the chat. Yeah, this is terrible. Yeah, usually betting against the challenger is the safe bet, so I'm kinda surprised more people didn't. We will be starting. Might as well join, Sharpie. Do you think so? I mean, I am going to make your odds even worse, because I would get another 10 marbles in here. Make it even more exciting. I mean, if you say so, I'll join as well. If anyone else wants in, type !join in the chat. Otherwise, we're gonna be starting in about 10 seconds. Slayton, welcome in as well. Okay, start, 10 seconds left to join. Instant regrets. Race is on. Every single one got caught by the fan there and into the teleporter. We have Slaytan currently in the lead into the spinners here. But we do have the Plinko section, which could turn things around here. Slaytan and myself first through it. Slaytan does have some trouble through here though. Ooh, another Slaytan marble bounced straight through. So far, it is looking good for Slayton. Does get slightly stopped there by the spinner, but will be the first one going into the second teleporter. But you know what? I think it is decided. Boolean takes the win. The double maybe tall in second and third place, Wolfeet in fourth, and Boolean the challenger in fifth place. Double Med Sherpy 6 and 7, double Boolean 8 and 9, and Slayton in 10th place. A lot of slow Sherpies here going down. Was that last one? No, we have a lonely Wolfeet that's struggling in the teleporter. But he does manage to get through, bouncing on the invisible diamond, and going down into the finish line. And with that, I think every single marble has finished. Boolean, I did. My point indeed, maybe tall. You will take home every single point for this. That is a good return on the investment. Maybe tall bets 20 points and will end up earning 1,000 points. Not too shabby. With that, the race is over though, so let's complete the prediction and get back to work. You said Boolean takes the win? Oh wait, did I? I meant Slayton, to be clear. I meant Slayton takes the win. I might have misspoke. It is very possible. GG, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, let's see how would this work without the outside light. Oh wait, do I need to override the prefab, I think. I had Boolean 1 too, whoops. Oh, it's the same color as this, which I don't know if I want it to be. I kind of feel like the background, even though you're outside and there should be a little bit of light, I feel like the background here should be darker than the inventory. This is what we had before, which is even brighter. I think it should be darker. It is slightly annoying because it does mean that we're gonna have to remove a bunch of... actually, where is the non-lit layers? Oh, as children here. Is that it? Yeah, non-lit layer. You and you should be disabled. Okay, basically what we want to do right now is to make sure that everything in here disappears. Window outside, here we could just override the prefab. So let's go in here. Non-lit window. Non-lit window. We're gonna disable both of those. Go back. Those are now hidden. Car, I'm gonna assume this is the non-lit layer. It is indeed. Let's turn that one off. The stairs. Oh wait, is that part of the outside base? Non-lit. There we go, look at that. To be fair, I don't think I want it to be like this though. I don't think the outside should be completely pitch black. I mean, it could work. But it feels like there should be a little bit of light. Which we can do with the outside light. Are you telling me this is... No, the outside light is a prefab. Good. So I was thinking we could just add like 0.1. That's too much. 0.2 is what I had before, but I think 0.15. Let me try 0.1 and see how that looks in-game. You can just about tell what's going on here. Now you can see that the inventory is quite a bit brighter, as is the flashlight. Now it makes more sense that I can't click on stuff. I don't know, maybe if it could be even darker though. 0.05, how dark is that? You know, I might even do this, to be honest. This is what we had before. This is what we have now. What do you guys think? I love it. Now let's try this. So now we just need to make sure that the other outside scenes get a bit darker. Because I think it's an issue if it looks like you don't need the flashlight. Because then people are gonna try and click and be annoyed that it doesn't work. Also makes more sense to tell the player to turn the flashlight on if it very much feels like you need it. You know what I mean? Okay, so let's override the outside entrance. I'm gonna open the prefab. And we are going to override the outside light. That should make every... Is the outside base a prefab? Ooh, it actually is. Okay, then this should be quite easy. So... Fuck, it isn't. Why don't I make more prefabs? That's the question. Okay. Outside the trunk. You know what? I don't think that should be in the demo. So... We should have a... How do I do this? Oh, backwards connection. This is what enables it. So if I just remove that one, you shouldn't be able to go backwards here. Agreed? Yeah, I think so. I'm going to have a brightness configuration prompt before the player starts the game. I probably should do something where, like, this color should be barely visible. Maybe do a slightly darker one that shouldn't even be visible. Like, if there's a color that's... Oh, well, basically this color. I can see it on my second monitor, but not on my main. This dark one, with this amount of light, should be hidden. And then stuff like... Well, basically, this color should be barely visible. And then this one and all of these different colors should be visible. Yeah, something like that would probably be important. Because I should say I do have a brightness slider, which unfortunately does affect the bloom a lot as well. You can see that you get like 10 times more bloom. Yeah, because now this is too bright. I should probably do a slider for the bloom as well, instead of just a toggle on-off. And yeah, this is too dark. Now, at least on my main monitor, I can't see anything. I probably should, you know? Because obviously I'm basing everything on the mid brightness on my monitor. But obviously nothing says that it will look the same on other people's monitors. Like, for example, I'm fairly sure if I move my game over to this one, yeah, it's a lot brighter. On my old monitor I have, it's like 10 times brighter. I'll switch the stream to one of my monitors, the brightness definitely changes. This game is a perfect candidate to have the player adjust so one part is visible and one shouldn't be, to get the correct brightness, yeah. You know, should we try to do it? It wouldn't be that difficult, because what I can do is I can get the color that should be barely visible, as well as the color that should be... Like, I want to get those non-lit. But if we add an image in here... Fuck. Because I need something to compare to, but I want it to be a non-lit image. So UI image, boom. This should be the same color as the very barely visible thingy. which ironically just got more visible because of the bloom, I think. I think the bloom lights it up for me, which is a bit ironic. But it's basically... Okay, that's too dark. I think I need to... 0.1, 0.1, 0.1. No, it's darker. Oh, wait. I can just pick the color. Well, that would work if I could fucking see the color. Wait, I need to do I need to do this on my other monitor? I can't see it. Because this is the color that should be hidden. There is a gray here somewhere. Thank you for lurking, Boolean. Appreciate ya. Keep up the good work, man. Cheers, man. You as well. I legitimately cannot say it. What if I move this one to my cheap monitor? Oh, that didn't work. I can't move you here. Oh. Question is though, I still think that this one, the bloom of this one lights it up for me. So let's make you dark first. Then see if I can find a little pixel line here somewhere. Because obviously I don't want to select the... Oh, I see it. This is the one. Boom. So it's... Yeah, because this, I can see the square now on my other monitor. Whereas here it's completely dark for me. Okay, so this is the color that we want. So we are going to copy this color and then exit play mode. And then, what do I do? Should this be a different scene? Or maybe just do it in the main menu? Yeah, I feel like it's too much work doing it. Oh, but in the main menu, then you will see the splash screen, and then I think it should happen before you go into the main menu. The easiest way to make that work. I should put it in initialization, to be honest. Because that scene always loads. That's also where you select the language. So we should have the player like... Because what I do is when the game boots up, I force the player to select the language. So that if someone... Say someone struggles with English, they wouldn't have to find a way through the menu to find the language they want. So I suppose we could do something where you boot the game up. First thing that happens is that you get to select your language. Because that's the most important. Immediately after that, we show the brightness section. And then we boot into the splash screen as well as the main menu in succession. Cheap monitor like you peasant had anything else? Well, my main monitor is kinda nice. My main monitor is pretty nice. It's definitely no like crazy super high-end thing, but my two secondary monitors are a bit shite though. They are like more than a decade old. Could be something that prompts by default the first time, then also have it somewhere in the main menu, same as language. Yeah, exactly. I think maybe what we should do is even remove the brightness slider completely from the default video settings and instead have a button that says like configure brightness, and when you click on that one we open the same thing again. This is a really good idea. Cheers guys. I don't know why I hadn't thought of this before. Just obviously the brightness is really important, that it's like right in this game too. And as you said, Wolfit, this is like the perfect candidates to have them adjusted in this way. Smiley HD screen. Okay, fam. In that case, we could even start doing it here, because that's gonna be easier. So let's open up. Let's make sure I don't copy something now, because then I'm gonna lose the color. This is going to be a part of the settings UI, which is in here. Settings UI, boom. We are going to duplicate the video settings. And then we're gonna rename this into brightness settings. Yeah. Now enable you, disable you, enable you. In here, we are going to delete every... Should bloom be in here as well? Because I think the bloom kinda does affect... No, I don't think so. That feels weird. You wouldn't click on brightness to change the bloom. Okay, so we are going to delete everything about resolution, display mode, blah blah blah. Down to frame rate. Goodbye.
Nazdar.
What is up, No Jewel? How you doing? Screen check, bloom, lens stat, film grain, confirmation pop-up. All of these should go away too. All we want is the brightness slider. And then I wonder if we should make custom symbols for this. Because isn't that what game often do? They go like, oh, this dragon should be barely visible, but the sun should be visible. I know Skyrim has this. Skyrim brightness setting. They have one of those things, don't they? When you first boot up the game. Dude, I'm so certain they have one of those things. This is another game. Oh yeah, you could just put titles below it and say... Yeah, so it could even be the same thing. Yeah, your logo, we should do that. Brightness calibration, most of the games have it, yeah. Yeah, I think... I probably should have added this even earlier, to be honest. I'm gonna need a player pref or something to remember if the player has set this up or not. I think I want more than this though. I think I want to have like invisible, barely visible, well seen. I think that's what I want. Game brightness calibration. Not visible, barely visible, clearly visible. I think I want to do something like this. The good thing about doing the logo is that we would get the red color in that. Maybe we just do like the S or something. Yeah. Adjust the slider until you can barely see the darkest image. Make sure that your system display blah 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 blah. A lot of information there. Adjust the brightness. Oh yeah, this is... Where is this? Adjust the brightness until the flame is visible and dragon invisible. What game is this? Oh, is this Baldur's Gate? No? Is it? I think this might be Baldur's Gate. Is that Baldur's Gate? Don't know why I care so much about this. Is your game going to have HDR support? I want those two colors to be just right. Damn, this has a lot. Adjust the brightness for the display until the symbol to the left is barely visible. Okay. Damn, you guys giving me more work while I'm already stressed enough to get this demo out. I do think this is a really good thing to do, though. Okay, to start this off, let me just add a few... Let's actually make an empty thing here, which we are going to call... what do we call this? Brightness indicators. Brightness... I'm gonna call this elements. The most generic fucking word you could ever find. And then we're gonna throw in an image here. We're gonna set U2 on new color. Boom. I cannot fucking see this. I literally cannot see it. Let's make this like 20 by 20. 30 by 30. Okay, so this one should be invisible. Let's see, let's actually do something like, let's call this invisible image. Because then clearly visible image. I think it would be good to add these little texts as well. Ah shit, we're gonna have to localize all of this. Clearly visible. You know, we do something like this. Where the fuck is my logo? Yeah, logo, pixel art. Ooh, do I want this to be pixel art though? I won't be able to change the size. Maybe this should be one of the few cases where I maybe use like the icon instead. It depends. How big is like the S or the G here? And if I made this into a square, you would be 19 by 19. That is pretty small. Because obviously it has to be pixel perfect. Is that fine? I think it would be good if it was bigger though. What about the G? The G would be... The G would be 30 by 30, which is what I set before. I think that's good. Kinda looks like a bee, the more I think of it. Shroud of Bloom. I do have a lot of bloom in my game, to be honest, so you know what, it kinda works. I think it's fine though. But it kinda, you could read this as a bee. Okay, exports as... Brightness testing symbol, sure. Let's do that. 100% size, visible layers, .png, yep, it's bought. Do we need to set the import settings perhaps? Single, point no filter, none of that stuff. Read write. I actually don't need that on this thing. Apply. Clearly visible image. Bright. This is just gonna say GG. Just realized. Okay, and then you... This thing, you should be centered. Let's do -21. That's a bit crazy, isn't it? Okay. I think that's good. Maybe these should have a parent item instead. Parent object. Yeah. Let's do this. Let's make a parent thingy. Let's do clearly visible. Now we can just rename this one into image and title. Yeah, we do something like this. We're gonna put you at the bottom and we're gonna connect you to the top. Now if I wanted to increase the spacing, whoops. If I wanted to increase the spacing, I can just do this. You don't need to be this wide though. Let's do boom. That looks good. Okay, so this is a completely white image. Yep. Clearly visible. We're gonna duplicate you. And then on elements here, let's make this 37 tall. And then 320 wide. And then we're gonna add a horizontal layout group. We are going to do like maybe 10 in spacing, and then we're gonna middle center is what we're gonna do. That is so not middle center. Oh yeah, because I have a hidden one here. Because I wanted to save this color so that we can add it to like this one. Can anyone naturally see this on your display, out of curiosity? Is there anyone that can actually see this? I can see it on my old one, especially if I look from the side, but I don't know if that's fair. Oh, you know what? I can actually see it on my other monitor. Just about, like, it's almost invisible. On my main monitor, there's no way. Like, there's nothing in here. I can barely see the one on the left. That cannot be true. There's no way that's true. Okay, so we're gonna rename this one into invisible. Invisible. That is how you spell it, right? They call it not visible. You know what? I might actually like that more because it's gonna be consistent. Like, not visible, barely visible, clearly visible. You know what? I might prefer that. Details matter, eh? This is how you never finish games. Not visible. Now we can delete that one. Yeah, the question is, how many do I want? Technically, it should almost be fine to just do this, but I think at the very least, we should have something like barely visible. Yes, I could almost eyeball this, but it feels more serious to actually pick a color inside of the game. Oh, what's that website? Game UI database. Shout out to whoever showed this to me. Also terribly sorry for not remembering. But I do appreciate you. Game mode and screen select title screen settings options display. Maybe I should just search for. I mean, this is brightness. Wait, let me try just searching instead. So I can't see UI and accessibility. I guess it should be considered that. Camera UI elements. Animation, color, themes, genres. Brightness. This is an interesting one. Instead of going like this should be hidden, this shouldn't be, blah blah blah, they go, you should be able to distinguish between all of the individual segments. Interesting. Until the left logo is barely visible. What is it for? Do you mean the website? It's basically a website with a shit ton of just screenshots and videos from different games. A lot focused on like UI elements and stuff, like categorized. So it's very convenient to being able to look up how other games do like UI and so on. And obviously as I show you can sort it. Oh, I meant the IV in the picture? Fair enough. Never mind, I'll just shut up then. I'm joking. Don't really understand that one. This is a kind of interesting way of doing it too. Actually taking the logo, but then splitting it up for these different ones. Oh. I should do 6. Spell out Shroud. Letter by letter. Oh, but that was too small though. I could do Gloom. Nah, too much effort. We can always change this stuff later. Just brightness until flame is visible and dragon invisible. This is the website in case anyone else finds it useful. So we are currently doing a little brightness calibration menu thing. Well, I should have the localized string for this. Bright, yeah, menu brightness. The game's not multiplayer, so there's no competitive edge to setting the light very bright, so you may as well just have a picture of your game and a slider. Yeah, the only issue with that is that it might not be entirely clear to people what part is, like, what the thought of the game is, like how bright the game should be. Because then they might look at the picture and think, okay, all of this should be clearly visible, so let me max out this. Or people go, oh, this is a horror game, so everything should be really dark, and they go too dark instead. Whereas, like, if we do something like this, I can make sure that, most likely, the player will set their brightness so that the game looks the same as it looks when I play, on my PC, on my monitor. Which is, I assume, what the goal is. Now, obviously, you could argue that maybe I got it wrong. The game should be a bit darker, the game should be a bit brighter, but then you can still adjust it. Creator knows what brightness the player needs. Yeah, it should be that way at least. It should be that way, that is for sure. Outlaws when you run out of batteries and have to run around 100% blind. What is up, Timbo Det? How you doing, man? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Okay, I wonder if I should actually switch this up too. Maybe. I think it would look better if the slider was centered, which that didn't do fuck all. What did I move? Oh, that was the text, I see. Slider, boom, 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 we center you. Almost feels like this slider should have been even wider, but oh well. And we can do this as the little description thing. Let's do this slider, let's put you at the bottom, and then we're gonna do 2.5. Brightness, we're gonna pin you to the top, I think, yeah. Then we're gonna do -4. Yeah. That looks good. They will get to that menu and instantly GG, true. Well, playing some Rocket League and lurking your stream now. Thank you very much for lurking, Tim. Appreciate ya. Hope Rocket League is doing good for ya. I haven't played that game in fucking ages. Maybe we should do some view games at some point. Shout out to Tim as well, yet another developer on twitch.tv. Go and check him out if you haven't. I think the game should have a 2-hour timer before you're allowed to play, just the clock. just a big old clock ticking down. It says 2 hours left until you can play every time you start the game. Why am I so far down? Okay, so we don't need to say brightness. We don't need this to say brightness again. So here we can do something like adjust the slider. Well, I don't fucking know. Until it looks good. Wait. Game brightness calibration. Because since I said not visible here, there's no point in saying until that thing isn't visible. What do you say? Adjust screen brightness. I mean, I guess that works. Calibrate your display. That actually does say brightness in a slider. Wait, this might be a dumb question. What the fuck is HDR? They have a setting for HDR. I don't have a setting for HDR. Should I? Do I need a setting for HDR? Do I have HDR? Can my game have HDR? High definition render pipeline. Oh yeah, I'm using URP. So that wouldn't be nothing is. But wait, what the fuck? What would that be? What? Okay, so in this game, what does this setting do? Because I assume you need a render pipeline, don't you? So you can't like disable the entire render pipeline. Like in whatever game this is, Greedfall, what would the HDR setting do? Just the first time, no refunds. Don't worry about it. HDRP is more high fidelity 3D stuff. But then what does it... Because I assume you can only have one render pipeline at a time. Keep in mind, I'm saying this as someone who doesn't barely understand what the fuck a render pipeline is. I understand that it's something that has something to do with like rendering graphics. That's basically how far I get it. So would this game switch to another rendering pipeline if you toggle that setting? Is that what happens? Calibrate. Maybe I should adjust the slider until shit looks good. Just screen brightness. Adjust screen brightness. Maybe here the back button should say something like confirm, apply. Oh, let's do apply because I already have. I think I should already have a translation for it. Hilfert Game, the one and only. Welcome in, man. How are you doing? How was your stream? What have you been up to? Anything you want to share? Anything you want to show? Let me know. For anyone coming in, if you don't know me, I go by Madsherpy, and we are currently working on a point-and-click horror game. I very impulsively decided that I'm gonna try to make a demo in like 2 weeks, because we are part of the Horror Fest at the end of October. But somehow chat manages to up my scope by making me do this little brightness selection screen or whatever, which, to be fair, I do think is a good thing to have. But if anyone wants to see what my game is all about, here's a little teaser for you. But wait, first and foremost, before we do that, let me give a big shout out to Hilfert Game. If anyone doesn't know Hilfert, he's currently working on his massive multiplayer online zombie survival game, Long Gone, which looks fucking insane. It is very, very impressive. I was joking, it is not a massive multiplayer online game. Or maybe it will be. If you know, if you tell him enough, maybe he'll change his mind and make it MMO. But yeah, it looks sick. Make sure to wishlist the game, all of that good stuff. Here's a little teaser for my game. There we have it. The game is available on Steam for wishlists, and we do appreciate those very much. And yeah, now I can actually say, if you wishlist the game, you'll be notified if I manage to get this demo out in time. Which I think we should do. We have all the content, we just need to slice it up correctly. So we should be fine, we should be fine. All good on my end, made some zombies. Shocking. I saw you working on that, like, being chased by a zombie horde type thing. That looked pretty cool. Is that what you've been working on today as well? Son of a... Okay, I wonder, would it be mad to just eyeball the middle one? I feel like we could do it. That's the one. Do you have anything recorded I can have a look at to see how it looks? Otherwise I could check your VOD. I'm a little bit intrigued. Are you done with it? Or still work in progress? Will things ever not be work in progress in game development? I feel like we're just gonna... like, releasing games, do people do that? Show it when it's further along, fair enough, fair enough. I mean, since I'm calibrating this based on my display, I do suppose that I could just eyeball what I think barely visible is. I think this is barely visible. How do you define barely? Also, should I add more in here? What would be other things? We have not visible, barely visible, clearly visible. How many should you have? How many ways can you describe visibility? Most of the time I see 3. This one has more, but obviously they, you know, they don't actually label them. Did you have a thing like this in 10 Bells as well? I can't remember. I think you did. I don't know why it took me so long to make this. I think this is something I should have done way earlier. Because I have no idea how my game has looked on the monitors of the people playtesting the game. I I think you can remove clearly visible. Probably true. Is it even possible to make that one anything but clearly visible? It makes no sense to have it. But 3 is a nice number. Do you know what I mean? Like 3 is a pretty nice number. Like 2... Just 2 things? 3 looks nice, doesn't it? My brightness slider doesn't work anymore. Because you are not calling anything. I see. So you should probably call the settings UI and say something like, holy shit. Yes, I have all of my settings in one script. I think this might be one of my longest scripts in the game, to be honest. Everything from gameplay, graphics, language settings might be the only thing I have in a different place. This should be something like on brightness changed, I suppose. On brightness slider changed. Oh shit, wait, it has to be one of these dynamic floats. On brightness slider changed. There we go. That should make it work. Oh, we didn't. We have a brightness sliders, but that's it. Okay. That is what I had too, but then someone mentioned this in chat. Not a reference. Right, because the other one is set up right now, isn't it? Okay, EasyFix. Brightness slider should now instead be this one. I think that should fix it. But yeah, someone mentioned that I should probably make something like this, and you know what, it does make a lot of sense. Because obviously, especially for a horror game, especially for a dark horror game, I feel like this is quite important. I guess it maybe didn't... Is it fair to say that maybe it didn't matter as much for 10 Bells though? Because although 10 Bells is a horror game, and a great one at that, it's not like the stereotypical dark horror game, right? Why am I getting these fucking null errors here? I don't know, what would you say, Hilford? Is that fair to say? My fast is ending in 5 minutes, so I'm going to get some food, be right back. No worries, man, no worries. What if they can't see the one shade of red? True. Colorblind setting? Yeah, maybe I need to do something like that. Switch it. The game is the perfect candidate for it. Do you mean my game? I think my game is. I think that you could make an argument that it isn't as important for a game like 10 Bells. Or like a lot of anomaly games, I suppose. I don't know if I can think of like a very dark anomaly game. Because I suppose that anomaly games often are about spotting very minute details. At which point being able to see the details is probably quite important. I think games like Amnesia, Outlast, these ones that play around with darkness a lot more, I suppose it becomes more important. Not to say that it doesn't matter for any game, like, of course having the right brightness setup is still a good thing. But I suppose you could make an argument that is not as important for certain games. The bloom does go kinda crazy, to be honest. The good thing is, though, if you need to raise it up this much to make this one barely visible, that means your display is way darker, which means you're not gonna see as much of the bloom. But yes, I do have quite a lot of bloom in my game. Damn, I don't know. Okay, I'm getting way too into my head right now, but like, how barely visible should barely visible be? Do you know what I mean? Because like, I would say for me, like this is just barely visible for me. Like I can just make out that there is something there. But even all the way up like here, you could still argue is like barely visible. What? Yeah, I'm thinking way too deep about this. Some games should be scary, will get less scary if it's basically daylight and the creatures are too clear. It gives away some of the mystery. Yeah. No, I think like, I think that's why I would say that dark horror games are probably the ones where it is the most important, because oftentimes they will use the darkness as, you know, it's an element of the horror or the, you know what I'm trying to say. Whereas like even for a game like Skyrim, that has a lot of like dark dungeons and stuff, it's still not, it's probably not as important, because the darkness, the relative darkness in like a dungeon in Skyrim isn't about, the point of it is not to be scary, right? Start with them both being hidden and increase the brightness until you start seeing one of them, but not both. If you want to think the hardest about it, you would have a target that inverts the brightness, and they should get that barely visible. Oh yeah, that is clever. However, how the fuck do I know what the target is? Like, how do I know that the target looks on their display the way it looks on my display? Oh, because like you're saying, wait, you would have a target that inverts the brightness? Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, so basically when I go with this the other way, that one is inverted, which means that when those two match, you have found the... Oh, that is clever. That is pretty fucking clever. No idea how to make that work. Well, I should even fake it, technically speaking. Like, technically, I don't even have to use brightness. I can just use the color. I can have this color... Oh, sorry. I can have this color change the opposite way when you change the slider. And just made sure that at my setting, the way I want it to look, they should match up. No, that wouldn't... Doesn't seem like it necessarily would be that difficult. Because then you could have two symbols and just have the prompt be like, adjust your brightness until both of these look the same, basically. The good thing about that as well is that it cannot trick the player to where it's harder to understand where you should put the slider to cheese the game and make it too bright. No, would it? I don't know. But that is interesting. I don't know if I've ever seen that in a game, but it does make sense. That is probably the best way to make sure that there's no like ambiguity to it. Would be cool to have the player hunt the G in different spots and decrease in brightness. Each click the player succeeds in hitting it. And when he misses, it is not visible and the setting is correct. That is also a pretty fucking interesting idea. Yeah, basically making a minigame out of it. Yeah, that's also cool. Damn, there's so many ways to implement stuff. Yeah, so many ways. It is not black and white. Or is it? Oh, you know what? A decent way to check if this even is a problem, though. How much of a change is this? Oh shit, that's an issue. Okay. Wait, we need to make the navigation work first. And also fix this issue here, which I don't know what's happening. 352. Graphics settings, adjust the brightness. Why is that not working? That gives me a null reference. What, for the... Oh wait, is it? Because I'm inside of the prefab. Could that be the issue? Am I like playing inside of the prefab? Can you do that? Oh shit, I think that's actually the issue. I almost cannot make this one visible. I can just about see it here. But I think that's also because I have a fairly dark display. It is really dark though. Okay, so what we need to do here is change a few things. Well, first of all, let me open this prefab. We no longer want to have a brightness slider in here. Instead, I think we're gonna turn this slider into a button. That's what I'm thinking. And I hope I have one that's the correct size here, so it looks neat. Button. Is this one too big? Let's see, 42 width. That should be fine. Should use the same one as I do for apply. Let's see, minus 21, boom. Boom, minus 21. Text Mesh Pro. You know what, let's just copy the one from the apply button. Copy that one. Paste you here. And then you're gonna say, I suppose we're gonna say something like calibrate. That does not look centered. Am I crazy? That does not look centered. Oh, was it just the game scene that didn't update for some reason? Yeah, it looks fine here. Yeah, something like this. Then here we're gonna add a menu button, animation type, I don't want an animation on this. Scale, highlight. Okay, fuck it, I'm gonna use the Unity button. Yeah, just then at least we can get color tint, why not? Okay, and then we can disable this old slider. And then we're gonna need some new methods here. How long is this script? It's not too shabby. 800 lines or something. Almost 800. Audio. Let's see, here we have graphics. Brightness. So I'm gonna add a couple of other ones here. We're gonna do a public void. Calibrate brightness. And then we're also gonna have a public void apply brightness setting, which is a bit ironic because it's because you click on apply. Technically it is already applied, it gets applied immediately. But this is basically go back to video settings. So here I wonder if I have some like disable, no, hide, no. Oh shit, wait, I have this though. Deactivate all menus, that was what I was looking for. Okay, so here we are going to add a brightness, I'm going to call it brightness menu. So deactivate all menus, we also want to say brightness menu, set active false. Open video settings. Okay, fuck it. Public void open brightness settings. Here I do want to play select sound. I don't hear because I use my own button script, which has, you know, every button should play a sound effect, so it's, you know, internal to the button instead. I should probably change that one instead, so you can choose to not have any type of animation, but effort. Okay, then I want to deactivate all menus. And last but not least, we want to say brightness menu set active true. Oh, so you know what? We can just trigger open video settings when you click on apply. I don't need a new function for it. I actually, yeah, I don't need the Evo view. And I am going to remember to make sure I have a reference for the brightness menu, because I would never forget a thing like that. Settings UI, brightness menu should be this one. Okay, and now we know that the back button in the brightness menu should call settings UI open video settings. And then this button should call settings UI. Open brightness setting. And as far as I know, that should be functional. Ads? Nah, we're gonna skip them ads. Sorry, Bezos. Why should I click that one? Oh, because I started in this scene. I think... if I wouldn't have, it would have been like that. Okay, I think it's fine. Okay, we need to change the localization of this one. Okay, brightness, this should say calibrate. Click on that one, you go here. You get prompted with this menu where you can change the brightness and then apply, takes you back here. Yeah. I've been using you for motivation shopping, gotta say, I've done some good work today and a little bit of work on the demo, but mostly sorting my old Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Let's go. I'm glad to hear you've gotten some stuff done. Have you joined the Fest Gin with your game? Brightness. Button text. I do want to localize you, but not, you shouldn't say apply. I guess I need a new... It could be adjust too, but calibrate sounds more fancy. So add table entry, we're gonna go menu, calibrate. Hey Jin with the 100 bits.
Seeing you aiming for the demo made me also focus on mine, so we both better get our demos done in time for the Fest XD.
Very, very true. Very true. Thank you so much for the 100 bits, Jin. Appreciate ya. Hopefully if I get the demo done. Yeah, we should. Come on now. Come on now. Easy peasy. Did you guys know that Jin is the developer of Marathon Draria? I think that's how it's pronounced. Yet another horror game trapped in lightless and desolate realm where escape is sacrifice. Can you endure and survive long enough to die at the right place? Go and check it out, ladies and gentlemen. Wishlist, follow, all of that good stuff. Support our fellow developers. Look at that. Good shit. Do you have a trailer yet up? I know you were working on one. Not yet. Okay, you now say calibrate. English should be calibrate. Swedish. Swedish should be calibrera. Right? Calibrera. Portuguese, probably like... Do they have a coordinate here? Calibrar. Calibrar. Is that a... It sounds right. I think that might be right. Calibração. Calibro... Yeah, it should be. Calibrar. Yep, should be. I think that's fine. So I'm gonna assume it's the same in Brazilian Portuguese as well. Finish the link chapter, I seriously appreciate it, of course, man. No, not yet, but now that I have a semi-complete demo done, I can actually record some bits for the new trailer and get whatever music I can for it. Nice. Love to see you get some scares before the end of stream though. Oh shit, that might be difficult. I am gonna need to head out relatively soon. But remind me, maybe next stream? Maybe next stream we should do it? Okay, let's go Swedish. Ljusstyrka, kalibrera. Applicera. Okay, we need to localize those as well. Localization is important. You know what? We're gonna skip one more ad. Yeah, that's how much of a nice guy I am. Didn't think that now, did ya? Okay. Dude, by the way, such music is so fucking good. I'm proper vibing to this shit. I don't know if you guys are. And I don't really care, because it's fucking good. Would love to see you get some... Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. Maybe when I have a proper tutorial ready in-game, you can try it out. Yeah, for sure. I definitely want to try it, Jin. Because it's getting towards midnight here, and I don't know if my neighbors will appreciate me streaming like a little chicken. Video settings, brightness settings. Okay, let's sort these element thingies out as well. Title. We are going to localize you. And... what do I call this? Menu. Menu not visible. Maybe. Otherwise menu brightness not visible. Fuck it. Not visible. English will say not visible. Swedish is gonna say something like if I wanna literally translate, I would do something like ej synlig. Well, I wonder what the norm is. Game brightness calibration svenska. I wonder if I can find something for this. Spel, kalibrera ljusstyrka. Let's go full Swedish and see if that works. Mido should say... Fuck you, Strom. Negligible. Negligibly visible. That is not a word. There's no way negligibly. That is not a word. You are making shit up. Fuck, it is a word. It actually is a word.
Negligibly.
Was that... Okay, just me, or was that just literally acrylic pixel?
Negligibly. Negligibly.
This is actually acrylic pixel. I think I just realized what acrylic pixel's side gig is. Recording the fucking text-to-speech for the Cambridge Dictionary.
Negligibly.
Am I crazy, or does that sound exactly like acrylic pixel?
Negligibly.
I feel like I'm going insane here.
Negligibly.
That very much sounds like acrylic pixel. Dude, I need to send this to him. Just saying 100% fam. Oh, that's funny. Negligibly. Should be barely. I think barely's gonna... I think it's gonna make more sense here. I'm not gonna fall for it again, Trash. What are you on about? Words don't need to be real, they just need to be... Hey, Strom with the 7 bits. Appreciate ya, man. Both, huh? Both of these bits. Words don't need to be real, they just need to be very similitudinous. Very similitudinous. Very similitudinous. Very similitudinous. Very similitudinous. Right?
Verisimilitude.
That's not the same word. I think that's it. Very similitudinous.
Verisimilitude.
Very similitude. Very similitudinous. Something like that. Any Swedish word sounds like shit anyway, so just pick one. Very true. Very true. Like, it's something when translating this type of stuff to Swedish, everything just sounds like shit.
Toe, chirpy.
No, Jin. No, that one I did fall for once as well. I think there is a clip of it somewhere too. But no, I'm not doing it again. Ooh, 1 second left for the ad and I just managed to skip it. Look at that. You know what? Does Skyrim have Swedish? Or Dark Souls? Because they have this kind of stuff. No, but they don't show... They don't say the clearly visible thing, do they? No, I think those are structured differently. Otherwise we could have looked what they had. I mean, asynlig seems like it would be fine. Asynlig. Asynlig. Knappt synlig. Diffus. Add table entry. Menu barely visible. Barely visible. Knappt synlig. Svart. Oh, we cannot do that. That would be kind of funny though. Synlig-ish. Oh god, I almost want to do it, man. I almost want to do it. That would be funny. Like asynlig, synlig-ish. Oh my god, that's so funny. It shouldn't be that funny, but it kinda is. Barely. I feel like knappt makes the most sense. Nätt och jämnt. Nätt och jämnt synlig. Sparsamt. Torftigt synlig. No. Nästan. Precis synlig. Could work though. Icke synlig på fyllan. It's too fucking funny, man. You know, one should make a game like this where everything is silly like that. For anyone who doesn't speak Swedish, that would mean something like not visible while drunk. Visible-ish. Nästan synlig. Knappt synlig, precis synlig. I think... Knappt. Knappt synlig. Maybe. Last but not least, we have this one, which is going to be called Menu Clearly Visible. English is of course going to be Clearly Visible. Swedish we are going to do Tydligt, otydligt. Tydligt, synlig. That also sounds a little bit... I don't know. Everything sounds so wrong in Swedish. I think it also is because It's so rare for me to play games in Swedish. Like, I can't remember the last time I played the game in Swedish. Klart synlig. Klart tydligt, eller tydligen. Sorry guys, we do have some ads coming in a minute or so for the non-subscribers. Appreciate your patience. Just ship it already. Again, impatient trash. Tydligt synlig. Klart synlig. Klart synlig. Tydligt. I hate everything. Portuguese. Invisível. Visível? Is that a word? Quase visível. Like almost visible. Now visível. Visível. Is that Portuguese? Because I think it's invisível, isn't it? Oh, visível. Invisible. Visible. Okay. Visible. Clearly visible. Okay. Someone's gonna have to double check this anyway. Let's see, barely visible. I'm gonna do quasi visible. No idea if that makes sense here. I think it should. I don't know how natural it sounds, but and then here we're gonna go now visible. And that should be all of the languages we have so far. Are you speaking? What is this? Well, I actually don't know where you're going with this. I mean, I very much understand that you're going somewhere with it. I'm actually slightly unsure where you're going with it, though. I'm not gonna say it, Trash. I know what you're doing. All I'm saying is that while knowing what you're doing, I don't know what the end goal of it is. I understand the gist of it. I know I know the direction you're heading in. I just don't know the exact path. Does that make sense? Like, I know... Yeah, that's basically what I mean. Ej synligt, knappt synligt, tydligt synligt. I guess that makes sense. Now visible, quasi-visible, visible. Yeah. Oh wait. We have one more thing. Brightness, that should say something else, shouldn't it? That is the last thing, I think. This one. Add table entry, menu, adjust brightness. English, we're gonna say something like adjust screen brightness. Boom. Something like that. Swedish, we are going to say something like adjust, or should I say calibrate, since that's what we said before. Calibrate screen brightness. Yeah, maybe. You think it's a These Nuts joke? It's not? Yes, it is. It definitely is. I know you, Trash. I know you. There is some type of these nuts joke. It might not be exactly these nuts, but it's something similar. It's not though. It is. It is. I know it is. It has to be. I don't know where you're going with it, but it's something similar. It's something similar. And I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for it. Kalibrera skärmens or screen brightness. I should just go calibrate the brightness as well. Kalibrera ljusstyrkan. In Portuguese, I'm gonna assume this would be something like calibrar o brilho. Right? Calibrate the brightness. I should go like de ekran or whatever. Like calibrate the brightness, the screen brightness. Yeah, maybe, let's be fancy. But they don't say ekra in Brazilian Portuguese, or am I mixing this up? Wait, I have this somewhere else. Because I know I think that's the European Portuguese word, whereas they have something different in tela, I think. Tela, I think is how they say it in Brazilian Portuguese. So in Brazilian Portuguese it would be calibrar o brilho de tela. Or da tela, I suppose. Da ekra as well, maybe. Well, it depends on if you're saying of the brightness of the screen or if you're saying the screen brightness. Maybe brilho de tela. It depends on if that's an expression they use or not, which I'm slightly unsure of, but we're gonna do it for now. Why not? Kalibrera stjärtens ljusstyrka. There you have it. There you have it. That's what we should do for Swedish. Calibrar o brilho de tela. Calibrar o brilho de ekra. Now visible, quasi visible, visible. I think I should make the almost visible, maybe even a bit darker. Barely visible image. Yeah, maybe. Okay, we need to make this work as well. So we're gonna show the player basically the like flow into the game the first time you boot it up is going to be something like immediately when you boot up the game, we're gonna have the player pick the language. Once they have picked a language, we boot them straight into the brightness. Once they have selected a brightness, we are going to show the splash screen, you know, the little like made by Mad Sherpy or whatever. And then last but not least, we boot them into the menu. And then we save the fact that they have selected a language and a brightness, so that the next time they boot up the game, we basically automatically skip this portion, go straight into the brightness, and then the menu. That is pretty much the plan. Yeah, I still need to sort some of this stuff out. The brightness isn't correct in all of the outside scenes. This is too bright. That is something we need to do as well, right? Yeah. Is it? That window is too bright. That one is too bright. Okay, I think this is pretty good for now. So we're gonna have to do some custom logic here. Inside of the settings UI. Because I do... Where's my fucking slider? We do something down here, don't I? Start rebinding. Oh, did I move my control settings too? I see. Here. Change language. So this one boots up automatically. And then here, if language selected, if that's not the case, then deactivate the background, set language selected. Otherwise load the splash screen if you're not supposed to show build information. So this is going to move to after you've selected the brightness instead. Which is going to end up in technically the option to... Oh yeah, that's the issue. That is the reason why I cannot use the open video settings when you click on apply, because we're gonna need extra logic. Technically not. Because if you have selected this, when you click on the normal video setting, it wouldn't trigger anyway, so it wouldn't actually make a difference. Basically what we're gonna want to do here instead is that we want to say that the language has been selected, and then we want to say open brightness settings. Then we're gonna copy this section. We already have the thing that makes the language menu activate, which I guess I do in like awake or some shit. Start. Yeah, if you haven't selected a language, then activate the settings background, deactivate the settings menu, activate the language menu. And then, when you... Okay, I don't want to call open video settings, because I don't like putting all of this extra logic in there. That feels a bit weird. So let's make our own thingy called public void apply brightness setting. And in here we're gonna check if player prefs dot get int brightness calibrated defaulted to 0, because we're using ints as a bool here. If that is equal, if it is equal to 0, which means that you've never selected your language, sorry, you never selected your brightness, then we want to do this. Either we show the build info, or if you're not supposed to show the build info, then we just push you straight into the splash screen. And then last but not least, at the end of this one, we are going to return. Last but not least, if you have selected the brightness before, but you did it again, that means you've gone through the entire menu thing. So in that case, we just want to open video settings. And to skip all of this and open video settings. One last important thing though, is that when you do this, we now need to set brightness calibrated 0 to 1, so that this doesn't happen again. I think that should work. Now, let's see here. If we... Okay, UI canvas. Apply all of this. Open the canvas. Settings UI. Here we need to disable this. Enable this. Disable that. And then we are going to apply everything. We're gonna go back. We're gonna save. We're gonna clear all of our player prefs. It is one more thing. System settings. Version manager, blah blah blah. Show build information, no. Feedback form is demo, yes. Okay, that's fine. That is all good. Okay, never mind. Just realized another issue I've been having with my dev tools. But we're not going to chat about that right now. Instead, we are going to go into the initialization scene. Then we need to clear all of our player prefs. Clear all player prefs. Are you sure you want to clear them? Yes. And then we're going to play the game like if it was the first time. I think we're gonna have music now since we clear the player prefs. Oh, well, I think it's ambience. Yeah, there's a bit of ambience in the background. Okay, so when you boot up the game, this is what you're going to see. You know, the language selection, Now with a little apply to localize the game. Now, when you pick a language, that should, if this works, we should go into the brightness setting. We do. So now the player can adjust their brightness. And now when I click apply, instead of going into the video settings, we should automatically go to the splash screen and then the main menu. Fuck. Okay. That one didn't work. Why? Oh, because I'm not calling apply brightness setting. Righty. Righty. I remember. Where is this? Here. Settings UI. I remember the days when words on stream was a thing. It will come back. But now we have too much to do, because apparently we're gonna try and finish a demo in like 2 weeks. How you doing, Moonis? Good to see you, mate. Okay, brightness settings, back button. Let's call this apply instead. Because that is what you now are. You are a apply button. Instead of opening video settings, we are going to apply brightness setting. Okay, let's see if that works. We are going to clear player prefs again. The more you learn, the faster you can write cool code. Okay, let's see. So first time the player boots up the game, they will be presented with the language selection. Upon choosing a language, I don't like the fact that I saw the switch in language there. Small detail, but that doesn't look polished. You can see when it actually switches the language. Okay, but other than that, you now get booted into the brightness selection in the correct language that you chose. So you set up this, and when you apply it, we should go into the splash screen. Okay, it semi-worked. Then we have the main menu. If I now go into video, calibrate, yeah, now I can do this here. If I click apply here, we are not gonna reload the splash screen, we're gonna go back to the video settings. If the player then restarts the game the next day, since they already have selected this stuff, they shouldn't need to do it again. We should instead immediately go to the splash screen. Okay, most of this stuff is working. Why did I hear a little sound effect there though? Just me, or was there a little sound effect when we started? Is the slide the sound effect? That's a bit weird. But for now, I'm gonna pretend like I didn't notice that. However, in the menu, I made a little fake loading bar, because I have no idea how actual loading bars work, to hide the fact that it's switching the language behind it. So I wonder if we need to do something similar in the initialization scene before switching to... I didn't need to do it before because we went straight into the splash screen or whatever. Which means you never saw any text update. Also, did you guys know that Moonis is yet another game developer on Twitch.tv? Don't check him out if you haven't. Okay. Brightness. Apply brightness setting. Settings background set active false. Technically, I should only need to do this if you're gonna show the build info. Shouldn't be a reason to do it otherwise. Wrote a mod for Silksong today. I gave myself 20 max health. I'm gonna assume that is more than you can have. I haven't actually played Hollow Knight. Now, before going into brightness, I would probably like to show that little fake loading screen that we made. 11 is matched after the final upgrades, I think. Might be 10. Okay. You little cheater. Translating loading screen. Okay. Change language. Settings menu set active true. Language menu set active false. Play select sound. If it's the first time you're selecting a language, load the splash screen. But what if I want to do this first? What do you actually do? Translation loading screen set. Oh. Okay, so I just don't check this. We always just start this one. Just that one. Yeah, that should be fine. Is my update log bugged here? No, okay. Clear play prefs, yes sir. Thought it was 7. You start with 5 in Silksong. Yeah, I really want to try Hollow Knight at some point, but I've never played it so far. I haven't even played the first one. Okay, first time you boot up the game, yet again, you're gonna be presented with the language menu. Upon choosing a language, there now should be a small little loading screen before we pop into... Oh shit, wait, is the loading screen behind the brightness menu? Fuck. Well, that should be fine if I... Oh, wait. I don't know, we just changed the order and we should be good to go. Settings UI. If I just made sure that the translating loading screen, if that one is in front of the brightness settings, then we should be good to go. Is 20 mouse shards, 4 is 1 health upgrade, so you end up with 10. 10 of my 100%, I think. Oh, whoops. Clear player prefs. Already did 100% and then Still Soul plus speedrun in the same run. My goal is to mod some of the bosses to make them harder, as they should be. And then instead you mod the game to give yourself more health. Excuse me? What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? Absolute chicken. Anyway, hopefully for the last time, when the player boots up the game for the first time, they get prompted to select a language. Once they select a language, we should see a small loading screen before going into the brightness settings. There we go. I didn't change the language now though, so let me make sure that it works, because English is the default one. Let's switch the language to something else. Still so is permadev, damn. Okay, so we're gonna switch to Swedish. Now we have brightness. So you can adjust your brightness, and then once you apply... Why do you see the... Is that the update log for a second there? That shouldn't happen. Initialization. Do I do something here? Build info set active false. Build info is the... Yeah, it's a playtest pop-up. What if I make you into this one instead? Then both should be disabled. That should do it as far as I'm aware. Okay, I'm gonna need to get off soon. I can feel my hand is not feeling great at the moment. Okay, language. Select language. Kalibrera your ljusstyrka. Yes. Splash screen. Menu. Now if I go in here, I can change language. Fine. And if I go into... this one, and adjust this stuff here. Yeah, that seems good. That does seem functional to me. And then you should be able to do this in-game without any issues as well. Do still mode. Go to Bytewater on that run. Sinus road message source. I'm not understanding anything, but that's fine. Okay. Boom, boom. Language. Switch. Calibrate. Apply. That feels good. Yeah. We are gonna need to update the credits for the demo as well. I like how I'm still doing basically anything but actually making the demo parts. To be fair though, I don't know how much of that I'm gonna be able to do on stream. Just, do I want to spoil it? I mean, if it's gonna be part of the demo, then I guess spoiling it is not gonna matter as much. We'll see. Credits. Rolling credits. Boom. First of all, we should have quite a few new supporters who should have their name in the credits, so let's make sure to add those guys. If anyone is curious, you can type !supporter to see your current rank or how close you are to the threshold. Let's see, documents, bum bum bum, boom. Gotta head to bed, sleepy time, nighty, no worries Moonis. Thank you very much for dropping by, and I'll catch you next time, man. Have a good night. You do work off stream? I do. I do. I try to at least work on like puzzle solutions and like horror stuff. Most of that stuff I try to do off stream, so you know, not to spoil everything in the game. Ouch, sad. No worries, guys. You know, there are other ways of supporting as well. It is never obligatory. It is appreciated, but never required. Okay, we're gonna copy this. Let's see here, credits supporters. Starting to have quite a few here. Gonna add all of these guys in. Did I accidentally do another line there? I think it should be like this. There we go. Playtester. Probably gonna have to start adding a few of those as well. I'm gonna have to look through it. I know at the very least 2 people who should have playtesting credits. We'll see. I'm gonna look over that. What else? What else? I mean, as of right now, because we kind of have like template stuff. Like right now in credits for localization, I literally say localize a language. Like it's just like a template thing. So that is something we do need to update. So I guess for now, I mean, I'm not gonna have it for English. I might, in case I don't get someone to double check the Portuguese ones, I might just hope that I didn't fuck it up too badly. And then, in that case, credit myself. Otherwise, if I have time to get some localizer to double check it for me, we can, then I'll switch it out and credit them instead. That is, I think that will be the plan for now. To be fair though, it feels a little bit like I'm doing the silly thing, the silly little indie developer thing where I put myself as the under like every fucking role, which is not what I'm trying to do here. I just don't want to have like a template thing. We'll see, I'm gonna try to look through my localization applications and see if I can get someone to look over the Brazilian Portuguese and someone to look over the European Portuguese for me. But for now, as a little placeholder, let's do Madchappy, European Portuguese. And then we're also gonna have Brazilian Portuguese. Que tu precisas, mano. I'm gonna need someone to look over my translations to Portuguese, both Brazilian and European, because I think I've translated like 95% of the game into both variants of Portuguese. But you know, obviously I don't trust myself too much. Like, you know, for the full release of the game, at the very least, I'm gonna need people to double check it and make sure that stuff makes sense and so on, and sounds natural. Okay, I'm gonna After we finish the demo, I will add the top playtesters so far, I think. I think that's what we're gonna do. I don't trust myself. It's fine. I think I have a couple of people who have applied both for European and Brazilian Portuguese. If anyone else is interested in localizing to whatever language, there are applications for it. I do want this game to be available in as many languages as possible, because I think that's important. Right, shall we have a bit of credits music here? I just realized that this button isn't localized. Oh yeah, because I was thinking about changing this and just doing a like back arrow instead, I think. I'm not a Brazilian Portuguese teacher, but I can help you. I mean, you definitely don't need to be a teacher. Right now I'm doing community localization, so by no means do I... Like, I'm not expecting professionals, like professional localizers, to apply for the most part. Damn, you know what? The fucking supporter list is getting pretty long. Oh shit, do I need to change the animation now when the credits are longer? It's possible that thank you for playing is not gonna go all the way to the top. I should do this programmatically instead. Yeah, we can't have it like that. I also think once the credits are done that we should automatically boot you back to the menu, because the song isn't going to be timed anymore. Or timed correctly, I suppose. Which technically is yet another reason why we maybe should do this programmatically. Okay, return button. I'm just gonna remove the text. Means we don't have to localize it. And then I think I might just do this little arrow up in the corner. You know, just do something like that. I feel like that's fine. Bookmark this Drool Docs and we'll check it. Cheers, man. And then... how difficult would it be to make this programmatic? Something where I... oh no, it should be easy. Should be fairly easy, because I could even use colliders. Like, just make sure that there's a collider at the very end of the credits. When that one touches a collider up here, then we boot you out, and then I can just put like a speed on the credits. Because right now I use Unity animations for this, which is meh. Programmatic animations for the win. Do twin is the fucking shit. Because now every time the credits get longer, I have to change the position it's going to and stuff. I think we should just make the entire thing continuously move upward and check if a certain things... Shouldn't I even put a collider on the last piece here? I'm fairly sure we can do that. Like, just that... oh no, because it's still part of the... okay, wait. Rolling credits. This is a vertical layout group though. Oh, am I still gonna need to change the size of this one? No, isn't there like a content size fitter or something that makes this one automatically be the correct size? Because then I could use the... Yeah, content size fitter. Then I can use the layout group to put a collider just beneath this, and when that collider hits another one here, we boot you out. We might have to wait a frame for it to update. That should be fine though. Because no matter what, the entirety of the rolling credits should start down here, which means at the very least, like, it should never be the case that the collider could accidentally touch that one straight off the bat. So I think that would be fine. Didn't I say I needed to get out of here? I kinda do, but I also kinda really wanna fix this, because it's something I thought about for a long time. Okay, let me try... So that would be on here, right? Content size fitter. Okay, so I want vertical fit, what, preferred size? That's very good. Min size? Oh, that is definitely not what I want. Yeah, preferred size. Now, if I add a bunch of lines here, the entire thing just gets longer, which is exactly what we want. Now, we can add yet another thing here. We are going to add... I can have colliders on a UI element, right? Yeah, of course. I must be able to. Yeah. I don't know if it's the same collider or not, but should be fine. Let's add something like a... I don't know, if I can image at the end. Make you all wide and shit. We're gonna call you like... end collider, sure. Collider, I feel like collider... No, you know what, I don't even need a collider. We just check the position of the thing. If this one's position is greater than this, then boot you out. There's no reason to have a collider. As long as we have a reference and we can look at this one in update, then we can just make sure that when that one reaches a position higher than here, that must mean that the credits are over. Where did I put the animator? Here. We're gonna disable the animator completely. But I do want to know, because we did get the timing right here, of when to start moving it, which is... What is this? This is seconds, isn't it? So after... Well, this only goes to 60. I need to go to 100. What does that become? Math? It's too late for me to do math. Wait. 0.83. So 5.83. 5.83 seconds. That's how long we need to wait. You can read the size of the text so you know when it has scrolled to the end. Okay, credits controller. I feel like this should work. Let's do a transform. End transform. And then we also want... Was there something else? Yeah, we're gonna need a few things. We need a float for roll speed. Maybe an ease. For roll ease. We can just call this speed and we can call this ease. That's fine. Then we are now going to do this in a update function instead, because that's kind of badass. Wait, how do I do this? No, we're not gonna do this in an update function. We're just gonna use doTween in the start. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna say something like... let's merge pro credits. I need another thing. I need the transform for the credits. Transform. So since we can use doTween, we can just go credits transform dot do move y I do need to pass in a duration here though, which I don't know. I mean, I could just put it to an insanely high number, but then I can't use the speed. Oh shit. I guess I could do something where I calculate the duration. Oh yeah, but wait, I don't know the float end value either. Oh shit, I don't think I can use doTween for this. Because the end value, like, that will be the position you have to move to. But the position to move to is different depending on how long the credits are. I think we're gonna have to do this in a update function. Insanely high number. Then he types 1 billion. That's why you read the size of the credits box. Oh yeah, because then we can calculate. And at that point I don't even need the collider, to be honest. Okay, so float credits height is equal to credits transform local scale y. Yeah, I realize now, I was thinking it should have worked with the, if we did it in an update function, like what we would do is basically just continuously move the credits upwards. But when the collider is higher than a certain area, then just boot you out. That means the credits are done. But this, I think this might be better. Just if I can use doTween, we can do a bunch of fancy easing and stuff. I guess I don't need the speed either. I move my screen by coding coroutine, I think. Oh, interesting. So rather than moving the text, you move the camera? Is that what you mean? The one thing is... Oh no, you do move the text? Okay. Like speed, I won't enter a value for the speed, which means that since I don't enter a value for speed, I could have a speed, a float for the speed. but use that to... What the speed actually does is to calculate the duration. If I can do something like that and make sure it always remains the same. Just the issue we've put in duration here is that once again we would be back to the problem where I need to change this value every time I update the function, the credits. Because if I just put a duration, that means the more credits I add, the faster it's gonna spin. Speed is pixels per second, yes, but if I'm gonna use do-tween, I won't have access to the speed. Or like that, there's no speed parameter, basically. If we do it in an update function, it's fine. But then I have to calculate easing and stuff myself as well. More math. It would be easy to just use do-tween. Because then at the very end of this, once we got everything, we would basically just say credits transform do local move y with like the we're gonna have a float called like calculated duration. I'm just gonna pass in the calculated duration as well as a float for calculated end calculated target position. We're gonna go to the calculated target position with the calculated target duration. And that's basically it. To be fair, there's still a fair bit of math here. Calculated target position probably isn't that bad. It's more so the duration, because that's basically gonna be the speed. I don't know how I would make sure that the duration I pass in makes sure that the credits always roll with the same speed if I keep this float the same. Fuck, maybe it would be easier to do this in update function. It's just that I would have to do easing myself then. Which feels a little bit annoying. Because we can't just do it linearly. I don't even know how to calculate the end position. So we have our current position. I mean, I guess I should just calculate the difference here. Like, if I start at minus 651, what's like the... Can someone calculate the difference to the end position? Which is 3600. But somehow make that scale correctly. We could also just do a little... If I have a transform in Unity... positioned at minus 651.16, let's be specific, and I want to move this to if I have a transform in Unity with a Y position of minus 651, and I want to move this to 3000 to a Y position of 3600. I'm so confused. How do I calculate how far to move it even if I later change the actual height of the transform? It's a line. Does that matter? The transform only gets the top position of the transform always starts at the same position. Well, the top thingy. So guys, I do have some ads coming up in like half a minute for the non-subscribers. Appreciate your patience. The top, what, border? My last game I used scrolling credits. I read the ret transform just before I started the scroll. Yeah, so that I do get the Y position here. Like the height of the credits, which is what I'm after, right? Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Okay, so the credits are tied to the top. So the height... Wait, does this one change though? You don't have a size fitter. That's a bit annoying. But yeah, that is the basically the center. So if I go down by half, if I take the credits and I go down by half, then I'm at the end. How does that help me? I'm so confused, man. Also, the annoying thing is that I'm actually gonna be moving this one. But I don't know if I can use... Yeah, because if I use a content size fitter here, it's gonna change where this stuff is aligned. And I do need the logo to be centered from the get-go. But technically that's the one I'm moving. Unless I put a content size fitter... No, that's not gonna work. Use red transform to red heights, but I have to wait one frame after setting it active for it to read correctly. Interesting. But I'm also confused about like how to figure out when I'm at the end position. I don't know, it's starting to feel like a coroutine or... A coroutine or an update function might actually make this simpler. Because if I'm gonna use DoTween, which could be nice, the only annoying thing then is that I do have access to the height of the credits. But I would need to calculate how far to move this one. To be fair, this position never changes. You always start here. Yeah, this one always starts at minus 651.16. But I want you to move up until this one. That was bottom collider boundary or whatever reaches a specific place. But I should be able to just use this one, because I know I want to go to 3600. And that mainly depends on how long the credits are. So if I can use the height of the credits to calculate how far to move them up. The thing is that I'm moving a different thing, though. That's the issue. And I don't know, can I put a content size fitter on this one? Vertical fit. Preferred size. So the issue here is that I think I'm gonna move this one's position. Oh, but what if I just set the starting position of it straight away to make sure that this line is lined up here? Because now I think that the center... Oh, if I move the anchor? Shouldn't I move the anchor for this? Yeah, I just do this, and then I put 0 here. Fuck. No. Can I move this one up here? Yeah, exactly. And then 0. Okay, if I align you like that, now even if I add the... Even if I make the credits longer, it never moves the top side. And this one is still the same size. Okay, so that should be fine. Yeah, as long as we move the anchor there. Oh, and now I can I not use the anchor? Because that will be what I put as the local position Y. Okay, what is your height? Your height is... Oh, this is perfect. This is easy peasy. Look, the height is almost 4,400. And since you're anchored at the top now, if I move you up to 4,400, then the credits have just about ended. Or if I put it at exactly the same, 4394.55. So if I move you to the position of your height, then we have reached the end of the credits. And then we can easily test this now. If I put you back, I make the credits way longer. Now your height is 7,178. So if I put your position to 7,178, we have just finished the credits. Okay, so anchoring this one correctly makes this fairly easy. Calculate the end position at the beginning, then just move the text at the speed upwards, checking if it is greater or equal to the end position. Yeah. Then you have to set the start position correctly. I don't, because I've anchored this at the top. So I shouldn't even have to worry about that. To see. Right now, this is anchored to the top. If I add more credits, it's still anchored to the top. So I never the start position will always remain correct. And no matter how long the credits are, if I just use the height to roll this upwards, then we should be fine. I think this should work. The only issue is how the fuck I calculate the speed. That's the main confusion now. How do I calculate... Because I want to have a speed that calculates a duration, but made sure that no matter how long the credits are, they always roll at the same speed. That is slightly confusing. You got stuff that you want to be visible before the scroll starts. Mine is starting outside of screen. Oh. Yeah, so what I do is that the only other thing I have is this title. So what we're gonna do is that we're gonna fade in the title. And then we start moving this upwards. Should we check out the pic I shot in photos? Dunheim is now following you. Who is that? Am I being uneducated here? Danish ambient and Nordic folk musician. Sounds like I should have known who this is.
Did you just say who is that?
No. I know exactly who Reidar Schäfer Olsen is. I know who this is. Oh, wait. Oh no. I did some music for the Vikings show. Oh, he has a YouTube channel as well. Like 500,000 subscribers. Yeah, it's proper inspired by Norse mythology, at least. Jörmungandr, which is the, you know, the fucking snake thingy. Odin, Tyr, another god. Jallarhorn, that is the horn of Heimdall. That's very cool. GG. Yeah, like you know Tetris. I do know Tetris. Folk music legend who also made the OST for Vikings and other show. That is pretty badass. What platform is this? Is that like... I don't know if I recognize this. Is this like Twitter or something? I don't recognize the UI straight off the bat. But I would assume it's Twitter, since I don't recognize it and I don't have it. That would kind of make sense. Okay. So, I mean, this is surprisingly straightforward. Like, this is not only credits height, this is actually credits... I don't even need to calculate the target position. Like, the target position is the height of the credits. It's more so the calculated duration. Okay, let's say I'm gonna have a speed of 5. I need to do something like this. Right, I shall go back to lurking, let you get down to business, and I shall go face a blunt. Have a good one, Jin. Appreciate the luck. Vintage, what's up, man? Can't believe you're still going, buddy. How's it coming along? So far, so good. We've done quite a bit of progress, and then I got sidetracked and started making the credits programmatic instead. Yeah, definitely what I need to focus on the most. But we've sorted out a pretty neat thing, which is... I can show you. We now have a proper, like, starting flow for the game. So if I clear my play prefs, the first time someone boots up the game, they will now immediately be presented with with the language selection menu. And once they select a language, we have a new little scene that this is what we made, which is a proper brightness calibrator. So you can set up that one correctly. Once you apply this, you then get the splash screen going into the menu. And then if you restart the game next time, since you've already set this up, we will automatically skip it and now instead go straight to the splash screen and the menu. But then of course, if you messed it up somehow, you can always go and recalibrate it here as well. Pretty neat, if I may say so. And yeah, now we're trying to programmatically animate my credits, because I get sick of... I keep adding more supporters to the credits, which means that the credits get longer. And I've been using a Unity animation, so I keep having to, like, change the position, if you know what I mean, which slightly annoys me. So I'm trying to see if there's a way for me to programmatically calculate basically how far to move the credits, if that makes sense. Managed to get my skill tree working about 98%, but I'm struggling with the last 2%, which is the hardest percent. That's why they leave it in the milk. Nice stuff though, skill tree. That sounds like a thing that would be kind of fun to work on. Gotta head out, see you later. No worries, Frosten. Thank you very much for hanging out today, and I'll catch you next time. Okay, so basically what we currently have for the credits is we know how to move them, right? We know how far to move them. Because we set this up so that if I use the height of the credits and I just assign the height to the Y position, then we know we have scrolled past all of the credits, so that's really convenient. But now I don't know how to make sure that it moves at the same speed. So I want to have a value for speed and do something with, I guess, the target position to calculate how long the duration will be. I think that shouldn't be in your first solo game jam game. Yeah, totally shouldn't be in there. Now, is this your first game jam, Vintage? Nice stuff, man. How many days do you have left? When does the game jam end? I mean, I guess we're gonna do some value times... But what if I would just do... I want a fairly low value. But it's so weird. I have... Yeah, this is really odd. Like, I have the target position, and I have the and I have a speed. From this, I want to somehow calculate a duration that would remain the same even if I change the target position. Which my math is not mathing enough to figure out how to solve this. Only had about 15 hours total to work on it, ends on the 30th. Ooh, nice, okay, so you still have quite a bit of time then. Delta is the time between frames, so you could do something in the process to scroll. This is where I feel like it would be easier to use a update function. Because then you could just have the speed and like basically apply it to the Y position, move it upwards by that speed. The issue right now is that I can't really do that. Since I'm using doTween, the only thing I can pass in is a duration. So this is where it becomes really weird. And we have to somehow calculate the duration from the height of the credits with the speed, which is way above my head. So I think we're gonna check our... see if maybe our AI overlord has any idea what we could do here. School run tomorrow, gotta run. Look after yourself, buddy. You as well, Vintage. Thanks for dropping by. Make sure that you don't read the size of the same frame you enable... the same frame you enable the panel. I think the Tron size fitted doesn't have time to adjust if you do. In that case, I think you should be fine because I never enable it. Like, it's enabled from the get-go. So I think that should be fine. That is simple math though. Oh, is it? Am I just being silly? Yeah, because I want to... basically... I want to set a value for speed. And calculate a duration for the animation that remains where the actual speed remains the same no matter the size of the credits. That's kind of what I want to do, but I don't know how to do it. Duration is equal to time per unit height times height of container. Wait, what is time per unit here? Speed equals... wait, speed is equal to distance divided by seconds. Okay. Oh, that pixel, okay. But wait. Speed equals distance divided by seconds. That makes sense. Which means that if what I want to find out is the duration, so that will instead be... yes, it will be the distance divided by the speed. And that should give me the duration. I think both work. Oh yeah, time per oh yeah, I see what you mean. I have a certain time per each pixel of the height. Yeah, I see how that would work as well. Yeah, basically my speed would be how long per pixel. And then I can calculate that with the height. Yeah. Okay, wait. Let me try the... So wait. We would do... We have the distance, which is technically the target position. And we have our speed. So we would basically say that the... duration would be equal to the target position divided by the speed. Yeah, pixels per second is basically what that becomes, yeah. So the question is, what... This doesn't do the same thing though, does it? Or does this become the same thing? Yeah, it kinda does. Yeah, this is pixels per second, right? Which is, this is the amount of pixels. No. Wait, what? I have a bunch of pixels, and I divided that by the speed. What exactly does speed represent here? Sorry if I'm being dumb here, I'm 9 hours into the stream, it's way too late for me to do math here, that's gonna be my excuse at the very least. Oh, so here as well, this speed ends up representing pixels per second. Okay, let's just try something and see what happens. Target position with the duration. That should be all we need. Of course, we're gonna need to like fade in the logo and stuff as well, but we're gonna sort that out in a little bit. What did I say? 5.83 second delay is what we need? Oh wait, I could add that immediately. Well, it's gonna be fairly easy, so why not just do it? We have an image, which is the logo. And then we're gonna say logo dot do fade, and then it's to a end value with a duration. So end value is going to be 1, duration is going to be 5.83 seconds. That's how long it's gonna take to fade that in. And then when we do this, we are going to set a delay of 5.83 seconds. We are also going to add an ease here, so let's set ease. And then we're gonna do the ease that we pass in here. Easy peasy. Depends on the time frame of the tween. Some use milliseconds, other seconds as a base time. Okay, so that... Yeah, in other words, it kind of depends on how the do tween function works. I think this is an easy thing to brute force though. Like, enter numbers, see how it feels, try changing it a bit. See the change, basically. Okay. Speed, we're gonna put 5 here. Ease, we're gonna do like... We're gonna ease it in cubic, sure. End transform, I don't need that one anymore. Logo image is going to be this one. Credits transform is going to be the parent object. Boom. Let's see if this works. I'm gonna need to check with music on though, just to see if I timed it correctly. Which I think I did. Oh, wait, I do have music on? Okay. Okay, logo doesn't seem to fade in. And I can't see any text. Okay, it's not moving. Oh! Oh, was it just hidden for some reason? Okay, it's visible there. It looked like it had moved. But I also told you to fade this one in, which... Oh, I'm never calling the function. Sorry. Maybe it's good to actually call the function that we made. You know, just a small little idea. Potentially could be a good thing. I'm gonna make an assumption that that is gonna make this work a lot better. Okay, we should have a delay for the fade. Well, that's weird. It did something. Do I have some... That should be fine. Rolling credits. This is the thing that should be moving. Credits jump scare. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, maybe I need to... But no, you went down. Why would you go down? You shouldn't go down. The height of the rolling credits is 4,394. If I put in 4,394... If I add the height as the position, that should be good. And that means you should move upwards. Okay, we're gonna do delay here of like 1.5 seconds, and then we're gonna take away... Wait, what did I have here? 5. We're gonna take away 1.5 seconds here. So that part worked, this didn't. Target position with the duration. Oh, wait. I also shouldn't use that one. This should be the serialized speed instead. Set ease is set delay 5.83. Do local move Y. Local should be correct. And what am I moving? The credits transform. Which is the rolling credits. Unless this animator tried to do something, but you're not even enabled, so it shouldn't be the case. Because that should be some weird thing where this one like overrides it or something. Okay, logo fades in, and then you drop down. Unless it's what Wolfit said, if we need to wait a frame or something. If it's not reading this value correctly. But that should already be set. So I don't see why that should be the case. It was the content size fitter. Okay, let's try doing this. What if I now disable the content size fitter, but I keep everything the same? Because the height should remain the same as of right now. Because then we know, if it works now, it has to be the content size. Well, that was fucking weird. It still does it. It kinda got even more bugged. Oh no. Maybe the Y position. Doesn't listen to this? No, because then this should be 4000 blah blah blah. Which it isn't even. No matter what, you should move upwards. And I do a local move, which is what we should do. Unless it's an issue because this one scales. Could that be the issue, maybe? That the parent object is trying to, like, stretch it somehow? Also, I had to read rettransform.rectHeight. Maybe that's what we need to do. I don't know why, but we should try it quickly. Like, if we debug log the target position, we see what value we get. So I assume either we have to wait 1 frame, as you said, or maybe we need to read that thing instead. Well, right now the content size fitter isn't even enabled, so that shouldn't be. Yeah, it says the height is 1. Which is very odd. Okay, so let's try that. rettransform.rect.height. So do I need to change this to a rettransform then? To have that one available. Oh, I've used a scroll container because it gives a progress variable that takes care of this. Oh, yeah, that's an interesting way. That makes sense. Like actually using the scroll thing. Scale is... Oh my god, I'm checking the scale. Yeah, and height isn't... No, it would be transform... Oh yeah, height doesn't exist, does it? Yeah, no. That's where I need the thingy. Wait, what? rettransform.rect.height. Why did I enter scale? Yeah. I don't know why I said scale there. Yeah, I do like the idea of using a scroll container. That makes a lot of sense. $930 hours in will do that. Very true. Okay, it is moving. Very slowly though. It's moving insanely slow. So I think that means we need to up the speed by a lot. Let's do like 200 in speed. Because it was moving, just insanely slow. I don't know why that happens. Okay. I don't know if I can do easing. Because the easing becomes too long. And then now it's almost going too quickly instead. Huh. You didn't get the... You didn't move it all the way up to the height. It's getting faster and faster. Yeah, I think that's because of... I did the... ease in cubic, didn't I? Which will make it quicker and quicker. But since we have such a long duration here... Because I thought it would be nice if it starts a little bit slower. That's what I did with the Unity animation. I think it will be linear if I don't set the ease. The speed isn't constant. Yeah, not with the easing. It does not end up constant. How you doing, Arthur? Calculate the time from the start speed. Yeah. Why is there's like a 1 second glitch there? Okay, so now it's too quick. Did it just get slower? It's definitely getting slower. I removed the ease, and now it's the opposite. But you still stop here, which is interesting. But that might be some issue with the easing. Maybe I do have to set ease and then pass in ease. Why is it none? Ease. Why is no ease? Unset. I assume that's gonna be linear. Today is my first day of my vacation. Had a few beers and worked on my game, made very little progress. Sounds like you're having a good time though, which I suppose is the most important thing, isn't it? Don't know why that happens. It's still slowing down, isn't it? Why are you slowing down when I don't have an ease? I tried to remove the set ease, and it was still slowing down. That's why I thought maybe if I say to unset, but I suppose that is the same thing. Ease, float, overshoot. Internal 0. Don't assign this. It's assigned automatically when creating 0 duration twins. Don't assign this. Okay. In flash equals 32. No idea what that is. There's no like... Set no ease. Wait, can I not turn off easing? Is it impossible to not have easing? No, isn't there like a... There's no linear ease? I guess linear is kind of the opposite of having an ease. But how the fuck do I... How do I do it without easing then? Bool snapping false. How would I... Can you not use do twin without easing? That feels odd. It could be that I never noticed before because I've never done a... I've never done a programmatic animation that is this long. But it feels very odd. Because I definitely tried without setting ease, right? Okay, it starts quick, and then it gets slower. Ajox, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. I was doodling, no worries. Yeah, look, it slows down. And then for some reason, it doesn't seem like it actually reaches the... Because here it stops. But you should continue even further. Well, that's fucking odd. Oh shit, do I have another animation enabled somewhere? Wait, do you have an animation? No. Animator? No other animators. No. Because that was a bit weird. Ease not linear? I felt like that should be a thing, but I couldn't find it. Set ease. Ease dot... I don't know how I missed that one. Dude, I looked through the entire fucking list, I didn't see no linear. Cheers, man. Dude, I looked through the list like twice and I couldn't find it. Oh well. Okay, I still need to fix that. Don't know what causes it. What an easy solution. What is up, Gamian? You know what we might be able to do? That is interesting though, it still doesn't scroll to the end. Rolling credits. Debug target position. Target position was 4,394. It ends at a Y position of 3... Oh. Oh. Am I moving... No, but that should be fine. I was trying to say, am I moving it up by that amount of pixels and I start negative? But that's not the case. I start at 0. Because if I just take this and I add you here, then that happens. Unless it's... Oh, that's interesting. Now 0 is here. Okay. Vertical layer, use child size height. I think I need that on. Because that thingy happened again. I think that might be. Maybe I need to make sure to... I think it might be the... No? That still happens. That's odd. You should have a creepy pair of eyes open below "Thank you for playing" just before they scroll away. That could be pretty neat. How you been, Damien? Okay, come on now. Move up. Nope. Oh, am I missing 540? Is that why? And then now the credits move again. Why is that happening? Why do you move all of a sudden? Oh, wait. Parent has a type of layout group component. A child of a layout group should not have a content size fitter component, since it should be derived by the layout group. But maybe I don't need the content size fitter here. Do I? Okay. What happens if I do this and then check the parent object? Nope, I need the content size fitter for that one. Oh, what if I only move the... What if I move this text? What if I move this text instead and I make the logo a child of this one? I don't even need a vertical layout group in that case. We can disable this one, keep everything the same. That will mean though that if I put you here, minus... Okay, is this just a difference of 540? No. It's not. How do I... Oh, because I haven't moved this thing. Okay, I move you up here. What happens then? Why? And then we enable the content size fitter. Minus 1,000. Why? Oh, I want you here instead, and then 0? No. What? Oh, that is related to the parent object, isn't it? Okay. So I made your height 1080? Oh, I haven't scaled this scene or whatever. And that's fine. Okay, I do that. Then we take the credits. We anchor you to the bottom, and I put you at 0. That means the credits should be just outside. Okay. And now we take the title, and I made you a child object of the text. This might change our calculation a little bit. Okay, game... So I shouldn't even need... Just need this logo. And I want you to be a child object of the credits. Disable this. I don't need no end collider. We're not using end of credits anymore. Now... Okay, what happens if I put your height here now? Okay, so I do your height plus 1080. So 4080. Okay. Okay. We're not using any... We use a content size fitter here, but no like layout groups or anything. We disable all of that. The credits transform will now be the rolling credits instead. And the target position will be equal to the height of that one plus 1090. Slightly above to make sure it always go the... No, not minus, plus. Plus 1090. Duration should still be target position divided by speed. Okay. No idea if this is gonna work. Would be kinda neat if it did though. Come on now. Come on now. Wait, that shouldn't be in the prefab. I think that can cause some issues too. Let me quickly restart. Let's exit the prefab. Boom. Everything looks correct. Yep. Oh, we also need to reassign this now. Now we actually want to animate that rect transform. Speed 200. We're still gonna do linear. Because I think we have to. Unless we can do something where we take a portion of the distance and we use a ease. And then after that we start doing linear. So we still can kind of ease in the beginning. Okay, slow it down. What the fuck? Why are you stopping, man? Oh, 1090. That's interesting. Okay, so you logged 1090. But I moved you to 2170. Oh, it moved it to 1090. But with the wrong anchor? Do I need to anchor it at the bottom instead? What? I'm so confused. I tried to take your height, which should take me here, as a target position Y, and then I added 1080, the height of the screen, to get you here. It should have given me like 4000 something. It gave me 1090. What did I log? I logged the target position, which is the height of the credits transform plus 1090. The height should have been 3100. Is this the issue where I need to wait one frame, because of the content size fitter or something? No, I don't think so. Because it did technically move it to 1090, but with the wrong anchor. If I had you anchored here. Because this is where it stopped. Why would that happen? Oh, because of the anchor. So what, do I need to anchor you at the bottom instead? Does that work if I make you longer? If we add to the credits. Notice then we push you up and I can't have that. That's not gonna work. I need the anchor to be here. Why is this so confusing? But it shouldn't do that. I don't like that. I'm sad now. Why would you give me... Oh wait, if I put you here... No, that still should not have been correct, because then you only moved me 2000 pixels upwards. You should have moved me like... almost 4000 pixels. So even if you somehow read the anchor as being here... You still should have moved me at the very least... No, oh no, wait, because it's the position. So fucking confused. Sorry guys, we do have some ads coming up. Appreciate your patience. $10.90. How can you give me $10.90? But then, the position Y is set to 2170. Which makes no sense. But if I flip this here, it's set to 1090. Oh, does it go from the anchor for some reason? Is that what you're doing? Is it the anchor that's messing this up? Because even though you're set to the bottom or whatever, which is what, the pivot? As long as the anchor is set at the top, is that where it moves it from? It is? Okay. So then I need to look at this to calculate it. It's just a fixed point. But then why would it give me... Because then I still use the height. And I set the position Y to the height plus 1000. Like, if I have you like this, and I set this to 4100, it still should have gone past it. So you move the local position that distance, but you need the sum of the text box and the screen, which I have. That's why I'm confused. Like, the height of the text box plus 1090, slightly more than the screen. If anything, it should almost take me too far. I wonder what happens if I keep the pivot or whatever it's called like this. I don't think that would work when you make the credits longer. I like how this was a small little detour I wanted to take. To make the credits programmatic instead. And we ended up spending fucking more time on this. Yeah, it still locks it like that, so that doesn't make a difference. But it does set it to the correct logged position here. But that makes no sense. Because if I keep the anchor here, and I add... Or I change... Oh wait, I don't change it, Wait. No, I should set this. Do local move. Twins the target's Y local position to the given value. The given value is the position. The position I pass in is the height of the credits plus 1090. Oh, and it moved me to 1090. It moved me to 1090, which means that the height of the credits was read as 0. The height was read as 0. Do I need to wait a frame? Is it that thing that you had a problem with, Wolfhot, perhaps? Because if I instead... If I would debug log the credits height... Why do I have English keyboard? What is up, the Captain Coda? How you doing, man? Okay, if we debug log the... Instead of debug logging the target position, we do credits transform rect height. I think this is gonna give me 0. Because it moved me to just 1090. I didn't make that connection first. Are you scrolling using a script? Yes. I'm trying to move it with doTween. Which maybe I shouldn't have done. I'm starting to think that potentially I should have just fucking used an update function or something. Yeah, credits height 0. But wait, I don't even... Oh, I do have the content size fitter. Oh, right, I still need the content size fitter for this one. I'm starting to think that's the issue. And what if I instead do a... Wait. Roll the credits, we do this, and then here we make a IE numerator, and we say, I don't know, start the credits. This one, yield, return, right? No, yield, return, when for end of frame. Isn't there some shit like this that just makes it wait one frame? Null. Thank you. And then we roll the credits. And then here we will instead say start coroutine, start the credits. Maybe it is because of that thing. Instead of using an animation animated controller, yes, I did use a Unity animation, but it's too annoying. Because I keep adding to the credits as more people become supporters and so on. Which means that the credits become longer, so every time I make an update to the credits, I have to go in and like tweak the animation to make it move a little bit further. And it's one of those like very small things that gets really annoying after a while. Still, it probably doesn't justify me spending 2 hours making a programmatic animation to fix it, but you know what I mean? Like, it's the fucking, when you start getting like a bit of that programmer brain and you go like, maybe I should just automate this so I never have to do it manually again. Do you know what I mean? Okay, it read the height as 3100. I think this solves it. I think we have a fix. A little bit too quick though. Boom. Okay, how fucking far are you going? Okay, you definitely went a bit too far. Oh, do I not need to add the full screen size anymore? Oh wait, I did have that anchor incorrectly. Should that be the issue? Nothing wrong with what you're doing, of course. Josh, I think I've done something similar by animating the... Oh, animating the anchor rather than the position. Oh, that's interesting. Animate the anchor from 0 to 1 as a percentage rather than needing the position. The thing is, I've grown to realize that I'm not like a huge fan of the Unity animator. Like, I kind of just prefer doing it programmatically, at least when it's similar. There's something that's just nice being able to... I don't know. Rather than like, I'm gonna move these and then I need to fucking go in and change the curves every time and... I don't know. Maybe I'm being silly. Probably. 3,104. That should take me there. If I add 1,000... Oh, whoops. Why are you going so far? Oh, because of the anchor? Okay. What if I don't add 1090? It shouldn't work, but maybe. Yeah, I struggle with it as well, to be honest, but I use it from time to time. Yeah, I still use it. I think the Unity animator is a lot stronger when you need, like, different... Like, yeah, if it's, like, a more complex animation, or you need, like, different states and stuff, and, like, when it gets a bit more complicated like that, I very much see the purpose of the animator. But when it's something simple, as in, like, I want to move this thing here, or I want to fade this in or out, like... When it's just like a very simple animation in that sense, I tend to prefer just doing it programmatically instead. Of course, if you need super complex animations, Animancer is the way to go. Is that an asset? How you doing, David? Okay, that looked perfect. It stopped right outside. However, it is a little bit quick, isn't it? Let's do like 150 instead. I also think it would be nice to add an easing, which probably shouldn't be too difficult. Because we can just take away a little bit from the last target position. Move that little portion first, and then immediately after, linearly move the rest. Because the problem now if we add an easing is that it eases throughout the entire thing, which is super long. Yeah, it's a popular asset. Animancer Light V. Oh, it's free as well? What's up, Conrad? How you doing? Think it's time for sleeping break soon? You are very much correct. I've been a little bit too obsessive today. There's a Pro version 2. Easy waiting, smooth transitions. Might be something to look into. Thanks for sharing. I don't think I've heard of this one. Yeah, Animancer Pro. How you doing, Conrad? Nice to see you have a time zone, people, indeed. I think it's way too much for what you're doing, but if you're really complex animation states, it's really good to keep you organized. Yeah, I don't think I would need it for a game like this. Like, I almost don't have animations, to be honest. Like, most of the animations in my game is in, like, menus and stuff. Like, in the actual game, most of it is, like, instant. You know, I flip between two sprites. So for this game, I definitely wouldn't need it, but... yeah, potentially for the future. Also, did you guys know that Captain Coder is yet another game developer on Twitch.tv? Go and check him out if you haven't. A little bit of easing at the start would have been nice. Sorry, playing music in multiple places. And then I think we want to automatically boot you out here. Ooh, that's a bit annoying. Okay, let's add a couple of extra pixels, like 10. I'm allegedly a streamer. He is. Go and follow him. He's a cool guy. Go and check him out. You know, the more of us that follow him, the more of a urge to stream he will have. So it's perfect. It's a win-win. I heard the bard songs. Okay, bum 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 bum. We added that thingy. So what I'm thinking, might as well finish this now. We are already fucking way too long. Fucking 10 hours. What is wrong with me, people? Definitely something, right? Definitely something. Okay, most of this seems to be working. So now what I'm thinking is that we are actually going to add something else here, which is going to be the... No, I'm gonna add something else here. We're gonna have a ease and position. And then when we calculate our target position, well, that should still be the same, actually. Yeah, the target position for the end should always be the same. Whereas the ease end position should be float ease end position. This is not the ease end position. This is the ease distance. Okay, the ease end position will be the credit transforms local position y plus the ease distance and then we will tell the credits transform to do a local move y to the ease end position ease distance ease duration. Wait, the local position y is always the same, isn't it? Who cares? This is more future-proof. With the ease duration, and then here we can now set an ease, which is going to be whatever ease we enter. This is the one that actually needs the delay. And then we're gonna add a little on complete. We're gonna do this thingy and a lambda, which I don't even understand what that does, but I know it works. And then we can put some code in here, which means that we no longer need a delay here. However, it does mean that I need to move these up here. And then how can I structure this in a way that makes sense? Well, We're gonna do that, and then I guess you move this one down. And that one down. And then we take this line and we put you here. Just to not make it one massive line. So, we're gonna do local move to the ease end position with the ease duration, with the ease we set, with a delay to wait for the logo to fade in. And then on complete, we are going to continue moving it to the final target position with the calculated duration. Linearly, because we already eased it in. Feels like that made sense. You know I've been on too long when this is the amount of tabs I have open in the IDE. Trust me, I want to stream, just hard to find the time these days. Yeah, no, I understand, man. I know how it is. I mean, I knew how it was while I actually had responsibilities and things. I mean, now I don't really. Let's be honest here, I'm sitting here 10 hours in on a fucking normal weekday. It's 2 AM in Sweden. I don't know what the fuck has happened. I'm enjoying myself though. Which, maybe that's what it's all about in the end. You know? Who cares about a bit of repetitive stress injury and a bit of carpal tunnel and burnout if you're having fun? Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Isn't that what life is about? Okay. Let's stop being silly and get this to work. What do I need to do? Set this up. Ease distance. How long are we gonna ease? Rolling credits. What if I move you up like 50? Well, that's not enough. 500. Yeah. Let's do that. Ease distance will be 500. Ease duration. Well, the tricky thing is that I kinda want it to end at the same speed that the other one will have. But I'm just gonna put 2 seconds and see what the fuck happens. In cubic, sure thing, whatever you say, lad. Let's try it. Have you heard Captain Coda? Or have you read the corner? We are potentially going to try and release a demo in like a couple of weeks, which is kinda mad. That was a bit weird. Okay, is distance not that long? Can't wait to play, let's go. This has been a nice stream to AFK to, cheers man. Appreciate ya. Okay, I don't know if this thing is gonna work properly. Because I don't know... I would like the end of the ease to match up with the speed, which I don't know how to fucking do that. There's probably some good way you could like calculate it to make sure that's the case, but... You know? That's not what we're gonna do. What did I do? In cubic? It should end pretty quickly. Yeah, but now that becomes too quick. Okay, so what if we do a slower ease? An ease that doesn't go as cray-cray. Which would be something like... What the fuck is the difference between quad and sine? Oh no, it's the middle part. Okay, let's try quad. Ease in. Ease in. Quad. In quad. See if that makes any difference. Almost. I mean, that almost worked. The thing is that when we ease it though, since it starts so much slower, we would need to lower the delay we have. Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna end up being perfectly happy with this today. Because it's tricky. I'm trying to chain together two different tweens, but made sure that there's no like overlap in between them. Whereas one has an ease and another one is linear. It feels like what I'm trying to achieve here is not gonna be... It is now, you can see it just a little bit too quick there. Okay, so ease duration 1.5. I could probably, as long as I keep the speed the same, I could probably brute force this until I kinda get it to look right enough. That means I shouldn't spend too much time on it unless I know that the speed I have is what I want. Oh! That looks pretty good. I can't say that I fully noticed when it actually switched between them. Did it go a little bit too quickly there for a second? Kinda looked like it went a little bit too quick at first. So let's say if I lower the distance or I increase the duration, 1.75. It's probably better if it's a little bit too slow. And then when the linear one comes in, that speeds it up compared to the opposite. I think if the ease part gets too quick, that's gonna look more weird. If the linear part is slightly too fast afterwards, I think it's gonna be less noticeable. Once again, now it looked kinda good, but let me double check. Still a little bit too quick in the beginning, isn't it? Oh no, that's why I can't use quad, isn't it? Wait. No, that's supposed to be quicker and quicker, like it ends at the highest speed. So that should be right. What is my position currently? The distance is 150, which means that should be the same as moving you here. No, because I'm moving the wrong thing. It should be like moving you over here. But that's nothing. The ease is longer than that, isn't it? Because I think the ease should be like all the way up here. So I think the distance should be 500. But then just made it a lot slower. The easiest way to test this is to not do this right now. Like we just end after the... Oh wait, that's gonna break. We end immediately after we move the first portion to see how far the ease goes, to make sure that my calculation isn't entirely wrong here, which, let's be honest, would very much surprise all of us. Okay, 500. Wait, is this all set up correctly now? What happens if I add more here? Yeah, you grow further down, which is what you should. Yeah. I think the ease should be maybe even... I think maybe we could ease it even longer. Maybe we do like 650. And then we re-add this stuff. And then we're gonna do another dot on complete. We're gonna do this weird lambda thing that I don't understand. We're gonna add those. We're gonna move you down here, so it's more readable. And at the end of this one, I want to fade out song, load the menu. I don't want to play the select sound though. Just want to do this. Yes, we're gonna just copy paste that, because it's far too late to care more than that. On complete. Oh, I can't have that one, right. Made sense, made sense. This is the, you know, it's that extra energy you get from all of a sudden having a bit of a deadline after fucking about in Unity for like 11 months or something. I suppose the first month was the game jam where I had a deadline, so 10 months. Okay. More duration. 5. The more duration we add, the slower it will be. There probably is some really neat calculation I could do to programmatically find out what the end speed of this is going to be, but that would be way too above my head, so we're not gonna do it. Okay. It still got slower after the easing was done, so still a bit more duration. Yeah, it's fucking insane though, you know, in like a couple, oh well, first of all, in 1 week, I have been full-time for an entire year. It's almost a month ago since I quit my job. In 1 week, I will have been streaming full-time for a year. And like 2 weeks after that, it's been 1 year since we started working on Shroud of Gloom. A lot of fucking anniversaries coming up, eh? It still gets slower, doesn't it? Okay, 7.5 seconds. We're just gonna brute force this until it looks good enough. Maybe I should have tried adding more credits to make sure that it actually functions the way it should. Because that's kind of the whole point of this. Ooh, that's very slow though. It looked smooth at the transition. But the start of the ease... Maybe... Oh, that's the wrong button. Maybe we should just do like sign or something. Like maybe the easings I'm doing are a bit too extreme. Maybe that's fine. Why do I keep pressing the wrong button? It's not too shabby, is it? I don't think it's entirely smooth, but we might have to call it good enough at this point. I did just figure out a way I wouldn't need any easing whatsoever. We could have changed it so that when you go into the credits, all you see is the logo. And instead of the logo and the text starting to scroll upwards, we fade out the logo as the text comes up. Because then we could start the text a little bit further down and just keep it linear all the way. Because the main reason why I feel like I want to have an ease is because it's very noticeable when the logo all of a sudden starts moving at like a fixed speed. But if the logo just disappeared, or even if you had a logo scrolling upwards as well. But then the music doesn't make sense, because the credits song we have has a bit of a build-up. So right now we let this fade in. And then at like the drop or whatever, we start scrolling. It would be too long of a delay, but we could show the logo. When the drop comes, that's when we kind of quickly fade out the logo and then the text comes scrolling. I might do that instead. I don't think we're gonna do it now though, because I need to get out of here, people. But you know what? We have done some decent progress today. We have the button to apply to localize the game. We removed all of the unnecessary settings that aren't functional at the moment anyway. We have our new brightness calibration scene. We made the new demo scene, as well as a new demo feedback form. Now, we're not starting correctly, there should be a little cutscene first. We made the outside a lot darker, which I think made sense, because it makes more sense why you need a flashlight. So I still need to fine-tune the tutorial. and then just set up like the... Well, basically cut out the actual part that's going to be the demo or whatever. Now we can't go backwards here either. We also fixed a bunch of new localization for like the map, as well as the new settings and that stuff. I don't know if we should pause room ambience when you pause the game. Because the fact that you are still hearing the rain here, I'm a little bit scared that it might make someone feel like the game didn't properly pause. Do you know what I mean? Like it did. The game is fully paused. But since the ambience is still playing, it kinda sounds like the game is still playing in the background. I don't know if that could be a issue. I'm quite happy with this though. I think this was a good thing to add. Probably not an issue, I would say. Okay. Yeah, no matter what, is definitely not any type of priority. I need to try and make sure to actually focus on the stuff that's important. Which is to slice up the part that's going to be the demo as soon as possible. So we can get a build up on Steam and have Steam approve it, as well as be able to get people to start playtesting it. Because if we're gonna publish something like official, public on Steam, we need to make sure it's as, you know, stable and bug-free as possible. I'm very well aware of the fact that it's probably never gonna be completely bug-free or whatever. But, you know, relatively speaking, it should be as stable as possible. But yeah, I must say, I don't really feel like this should be impossible to sort out in time. Just like, we have like another 4.5 weeks or something before the fest actually starts. So I just need to sort out the tutorial, finish like cutting out the demo, making sure it made sense. So we can start playtesting the demo, have at least a week or something for people to do that. Finishing the trailer, that shouldn't take more than a day. Updating the Steam page, shouldn't be more than a day either. Preparing social media announcements, posts and stuff, that should be quick. Which means that I might even have time to finish editing the next devlog. Have that be pushed around the same time, which might bring even a extra little bit of traffic towards the game. Yeah, it takes up to 5 days for Valve to approve the demo build. Yeah, that's why I think that we should get a build up, not the build, but get a build up as soon as possible so that they can approve it. So maybe even try to push a build out tomorrow, technically today, because I'm way past midnight. So that we can have it approved next week, because then we can make sure to schedule it for like the 27th of October, which is when the fest starts. Maybe even one day before. On Sunday? Is it weird releasing on a Sunday? Okay, I need to research that. Maybe the Friday before or something. Because I know that Steam has this thing where they do somewhat push demos a bit 2 weeks before the release. I also don't think you can release it more than 2 weeks after you publish it or whatever, you always need to wait those 2 weeks no matter what. So we need to make sure that, because we can still do updates after that time, but we need to make sure that basically that the demo is scheduled in time so that we don't miss the fest. But then we could do like a final, we could basically do a final update to the demo, like theoretically 1 hour before the release. We won't do that, obviously. It's good to have time to playtest any update we do. But yeah, as long as we get it scheduled beforehand, we should be fine. And then maybe I'll even have an extra week of time to finish the devlog as well, which I think is definitely not the priority, but potentially get in another 1,000 nice or something on the Steam page, on the demo, is probably not a bad thing. Yeah, good idea. We're basically on the same schedule, are we? Are you releasing the demo now as well, Judson? You're in the fest, right? It feels like we are very much on the same schedule. Like, in that case, fest and demo now, next fest in February, and release shortly thereafter. I think we are basically on the exact same schedule. I like pronouncing it as schedule. Wait, what? Doing some short form content would be nice too, but that is, I don't know, it is not the main priorities by any means. That would almost be the area checklist. This stuff. It feels like this should be possible. Get in a bit of it wouldn't be bad getting more localization for the demo either, but we'll see. It depends on, like, I'm willing to stress and overwork myself for the game, but for people who have voluntarily applied to localize the game, I don't know if I want to be the guy to, like, contact them and be like, hey, any chance you could, like, look over and translate these, like, 1,000 objects in, like, the next 2 weeks? You know, I don't really want to be that guy, so I think we might just be, we might have to be satisfied with Swedish and Portuguese for the initial release. But then for the next fest in February, when we join the next fest then, I think we want to make sure to have as much localization as possible. Mailroom hype, indeed. Steam bundle, do you mean for our games, Judson? I'm definitely up to do some bundles and stuff. I think that in general seems like a... I don't see much of a disadvantage to doing it, do you know what I mean? It feels like a... Not that I've, like, heavily researched it or anything, but it feels like a really good thing. So I'll definitely... Yeah, I'm definitely up for it as well. And it makes sense as well, since, you know, we're both doing horror games too. Because the only time where maybe it would feel a little bit weird if it were games where it would be very hard to find any form of a connection. At that point, it's like how, like, even just fucking having a name for the bundle becomes a bit difficult. It doesn't necessarily have to be that the games themselves have something in common, but it feels like somewhere something needs to be in common, whether it's like... Because technically I think you could probably even do like some just general indie game bundle, to be honest. That would probably work, even if the games are fairly different. But at least then they still have something in common, right? With that being said though, like if fucking... I don't know. If From Software came and said, yo, can we have a bundle with Shadow Gloom and Elden Ring? I'd be like, yeah, fucking of course. So to be honest, it's not like... Yeah, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. It's way too late, people. I don't know at this point. I want to do a Left 4 Dead style bundle where I sell a 5-pack of my game, because, oh, 5 players per team at a discount? Yeah, that makes sense. That sounds like a good idea as well. Pixel horror bundle, lo-fi horror bundle, yeah. I thought about it as well, it could have been cool to have some, like, you know, Twitch game dev massive bundle with like a bunch of games from all of the different developers here. I suppose the only thing that I don't know if it, like, from a business standpoint makes as much sense. Because partly the more games you throw into a bundle, obviously the more expensive it is going to be. And since the main, like, relation between those games, like the purpose of the bundle is for the it would basically be for the Twitch viewers, right? Here on Twitch that watch all of us different developers, which is a fair amount of people, but compared to the Steam player base, it's like a small little drop. So I don't know if it made sense from a business standpoint, but it would have been cool to just have some big, like, I don't know, Twitch. Question is, should you call it a Twitch developer? I don't know if... Should that be an issue to call it, to have Twitch in the bundle name? It feels like that potentially it should be an issue. Since it's commercial, and you could probably argue that you're using their brand a little bit. I don't know if that could be an issue, but, like, I don't know, live streamer, developer bundle. Yeah, something to think about. I know that there are good things. Like, one of the main advantages to bundles is the fact that if you have previously bought one game in the bundle, let's say that you and me, Judson, we have a bundle for our games, and then you end up... If someone buys my game, not through the bundle, they only buy my game, if they would go to your Steam page or mine and see that bundle, they can still buy the bundle, and the price of my game would be a discount for the bundle. So it basically just becomes, you know, it becomes a... You can basically buy the remaining games in the bundle at a discount, which, that seems very good. Like, for the consumers, that's a really good selling point as well. Pixel horror bundle, yeah. I mean, fucking, we can throw you in there as well, Conrad. You have a bit of a horror vibe too. At least a bit of a horror theme or whatever. Backpack Battles is always in 5-6 bundles. Oh, it is? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like... I think bundles can be a really good thing. I mean, I suppose it makes... For the, like, the big AAA stuff, I guess it's more common maybe that they have bundles with, like, the games from said publisher or developer. I know at some point I found some... like, I think it even was like a 1-bit horror bundle. Oh, holy shit, that would have been pretty perfect. Horrors of the Household bundle. Who made this? Trios Jazz and Critical Reflex. The volume. Oh yeah, that's... Seems to be 2 different games. Okay, this is the same publisher but a different developer. Also same publisher, but different developer. I think this is probably the most common thing you see, I would imagine. Like, bundles being either a bundle of games from the same developer or from the same publisher. That's probably the most common way you see it, I imagine. But yeah, I feel like it would be nice doing a bit more research on bundles in general, but from my uneducated standpoint, it seems like a very good thing. being published by Devolver. Oh man, yeah. I know Devolver had a little thing at that game event conference thingy that I went to. Dredging and diving bundle. Dredge and Dave the Diver. Dredging and delivering. Dredge, it's a nice day for fishing. Yeah, I think I definitely think it's worth trying to sort out a handful of bundles. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we really need to get out of here. How long have I been on? Almost 11 hours. We did go a little bit crazy today. So let's see if we can find someone to throw a little raid at. Please stick around. Let's see who we are going to today. But as always, thank you all so much for hanging out. I truly do appreciate all of you. We had one man with the gifted sub today. We also had a fair bit of raids. We had Mother Sheep, Omni Digital Tech, Smalls the Kobold, as well as Hillfoot Games, absolute legends. If anyone hasn't, of course, make sure to wishlist Shroud of Gloom. And if you want to connect more with the community, join the Discord. If you miss me too much, go and check out the Lost Devlog on YouTube. Would appreciate it. I think we're gonna go to... let's go to Boolean. Let's go to Boolean. He was here earlier today. So let's jump over and say hi, yet another developer here on Twitch. As I said, that will be it for me today, but as always, from the bottom of my heart, thank you all for hanging out. It truly does mean a lot to have you guys here, showing up, stream after stream. You know, I don't take you guys for granted. Throw that chirpy raid in the chat, let's get out of here, and I will see you guys on Friday. So until then, have a great one, and yeah, catch you next time. Cheers.